Chapter 23-28. The soul fire started to turn dim, and it was about to become transparent, which scared the other half to death. Brat, stop. The man's face showed a trace of despair, and at the same time, he became extremely violent. Do you know what you are doing? You are offending a great super expert. If the expert is angry, he will make your whole family bleed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Lin Fei's face sank slightly. Humph, you are about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You don't know what's good for you. As he increased the power output, the soul fire started to shake violently, and its color started to become transparent. It screamed, I am a super expert, and you still dare to. Ah, it hurts, stop. Lin Fei clearly realized that this guy should be a wily old fox. To deal with such a person, he should be heavy-handed, and he had to make the other party remember. The torture continued. The soul fire became smaller and smaller, and its color became translucent. The other party's screams gradually became weak. Under such torture, it would be strange if the other party could still hold on. Is this the attitude you use to beg? Lin Fei said coldly. He felt that it was about time. Lin Fei said. The soul fire didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of its threat at all. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill it. It was a top expert, and even if time passed, it was still a super expert. Today it actually failed because of a brat. It was completely unimaginable. Until the other party spoke, it had a glimmer of hope, and a thought appeared in its mind. Maybe, I don't have to die. Little brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Can you stop first? Waiting for the other party's power to increase, and the pain was like hovering between life and death. If it was a physical body, it would be fine, but now that it was a pure spiritual body, the torture it enjoyed would increase, and its sensitivity would increase infinitely. The pain would also become extremely terrifying. Senior, uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you, and I shouldn't have threatened you. I beg you, please stop. Finally, the person chose to lower his head. At this point, it didn't matter what he could or couldn't say. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely disappear and lose all of his past glory. And here I thought you would continue being arrogant. Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire sect? If you have the guts, then continue. Lin Fei said coolly. Wasn't that just a misunderstanding? Little brother is so young, so you must have come from a powerful family. How could I threaten you? You also know that once a person loses his temper, he won't speak properly. That person gasped for breath. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate such a person. This guy was able to leave behind a complete spirit body, so he was at least a fourth-step expert. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. Little devil. How's the analysis going? It's best to immediately think of a way to control him. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to let this living map exist. Soon. Lin Fei was relieved. Misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. If my father hadn't given me a few treasures, maybe I would have fallen into your trap. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? Lin Fei said fiercely. If you can't tell me, then don't even think about living. These words undoubtedly made the other party happy. This kid doesn't seem to have seen through this daddy's background. He should be a newbie, but the family behind him isn't small. It's really my bad luck to have such a treasure to protect me. However, being a thief seems to be an opportunity. Qilin was his name. Now that this name was mentioned, only a few people knew about it. But in the past, kid, you're torturing me like this. Just wait for your bad luck. Although he couldn't successfully possess this body, and the consumption was too great, Qilin didn't mind killing this kid. This place wasn't easy to come to, even if the other party had a powerful family behind him. Once he reached that place, Qilin's heart flashed with a trace of a smile. Little brother, as long as you let me go, I can take you to my old nest. There are all kinds of treasures collected in my old nest. Little brother, if you like something, just take it. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. The little devil also followed up. Master, this guy's mood is fluctuating. He must have thought of a bad idea and wants Master to walk into a trap. However, he won't have the chance. Master, you might as well follow him and take a look. Perhaps there will be some good harvest. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. Previously, he was still wondering why there was nothing in the central area except some corpses. Perhaps everything was done by this guy. Old nest. You're very smart. Lin Fei laughed. This young master is happy and will naturally let you go. If you have any other ideas, this young master doesn't mind pinching you to death on the spot. You better not play any tricks. Little brother, my vitality is greatly injured now. My life and death are not in your hands. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Lead the way. Lin Fei grabbed the soul fire. At the same time, he secretly used his own energy to seal the surroundings. All of this was completed in an instant. Qi Lin didn't even notice that there was a seal outside. Qi Lin didn't know about this. He was very confident in that place. No matter who entered, if they didn't have him to lead the way, they would inevitably die. Relying on his familiarity with that place, he believed that he could regain his freedom once more. At the same time, he could also watch those unlucky fellows die. If their corpses were preserved well, he could still walk around with his flesh and blood. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He constantly learned about the central area from the other party. In order to make the other party believe in him, Qi Lin mixed truth and lies together. Most of them were true. In any case, he didn't believe that the other party could escape his calculations. The range of the White Bones Mountain was very large. According to the other party, this place had been condensed by someone in the past. And in the depths of the White Bones Mountain, there was a graveyard that those powerhouses had opened for those corpses. Those corpses that could be found in this graveyard were all people with great backgrounds. After hearing this, Lin Fei was greatly shocked. There was actually a powerhouse who had opened a graveyard. Lin Fei firmly believed this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only collected a single dragon corpse. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he hadn't used his own energy for nothing. Under Qi Lin's intentional flattery, Lin Fei roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to that place. The surrounding White Bones Mountain began to lessen. Brat, it's almost time for you to die. Without that treasure, let's see how you can resist. When Qi Lin saw a place in front of him, he laughed in his heart. That place was a trap left behind during the Great Battle. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the other party's movements. Although he couldn't see it through the soul fire, don't forget the powerful ability of the system, as well as Qi Lin's changes. He was the first to know. Master, it's done. I have a way to control this guy. The little devil sent good news. This guy's mood fluctuated greatly just now. He was very excited. Something that could make him so excited must be related to Master. Let me carefully scan him. Maybe I can gain something. Chapter 23-29. Humph. I knew this guy wasn't honest. As expected of a guy who could survive all this time, he's full of dirty tricks. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. From the beginning, he didn't believe this guy. Plotting to kill him, dream on. Qi Lin's thoughts were very beautiful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the killing move nearby would have been enough to kill him. He remembered this place very clearly. Once this guy got hit, it would definitely be very interesting. Qi Lin thought happily. He didn't think that the opponent could discover the location of the trap. As for being discovered by the opponent before, it was purely a coincidence. Qi Lin kept telling himself that this guy didn't have the ability to see through everything. While the beautiful thoughts were still reverberating in his mind, the intense pain was like lightning. The opponent's voice sounded in his ear. I knew you weren't honest. You wanted to set a trap to kill me. I'll kill you first. Boundless pain engulfed him. Under the torture of being magnified countless times, the color of the soul fire became fainter and fainter. Qi Lin's consciousness also began to fall into endless darkness. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. In the face of death, Qi Lin didn't dare to think about how the opponent could discover that killing trap. Now, he only wanted to survive. It was such a simple matter. If you don't want to die, release your spiritual power. The voice came again. Qi Lin's expression changed. No one knew better than him what would happen if he released his spiritual power. Without waiting for him to think, boundless pain continued to spread. Death was infinitely close. Looks like you'd better die. No, I'm willing. Qi Lin shouted. He didn't dare to guarantee that the opponent wouldn't really kill him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qi Lin released his spiritual power. The opponent's big hand withdrew its power. He seemed to have returned from hell. As soon as he opened his spiritual force, a tyrannical destructive force rushed into his spiritual sea. Before he could defend himself, that destructive force automatically arranged itself into a special mark. With a flash of light, it disappeared from his spiritual sea. However, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a force controlling him. Qilin knew it. He was being controlled by someone. Moreover, it was a very overbearing restriction. Before Qilin could curse, pain came from the depths of his spiritual sea. A huge phantom appeared, and it was Lin Fei's appearance. It held a long whip in its hand and lashed out. The long whip struck the spiritual sea, and Qilin let out miserable cries, each cry more miserable than the last. More than 100 lashes fell. Qilin's soul fire had almost turned into nothingness. There was no doubt that a few more lashes would be enough for him to completely vanish into thin air. "Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me." Lin Fei was very clear that to deal with this kind of person, he needed to give them a fatal threat. The long whip and even the phantom that the other party had condensed in his spiritual sea were all the work of the little fiend. Every time he whipped Qilin, the little fiend would carry out a perfect calculation. Not too much, not too little, just enough to put Qilin on the edge of death. That kind of feeling of death was enough to make a person collapse, let alone once or twice. Qilin had experienced several life and death crises. Even if he had a temper, he didn't have one. That was why Qilin said those words. He had no choice but to lower his head. The most frightening thing was that the other party had researched the imprint that could control his spiritual power. Even in the past, that was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Now, it had fallen into the hands of this young boy. "Don't you think you should say something?" Lin Fei released his soul fire, not worried that the other party would escape. He only needed a thought, or even a trace of malice towards him, and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the current Qilin simply couldn't withstand any torment. "My name is Qilin, and I'm now young master's man. I'll do whatever young master tells me to do. I won't dare to play any tricks." Qilin transformed into a small person and said respectfully, "I don't care whether you're called Qilin or not. From now on, you'll have to obediently return it, and I won't treat you unfairly. It all depends on what you do next." Lin Fei didn't care what the other party thought. As long as the other party did his job well, the Central 100 Library's books would be very useful. He didn't deny this point. "Young master, there's a killing intent left behind by a 6-step expert during the Great War. It hasn't dissipated even now. I just wanted to use this killing intent to deal with young master. I hope young master can forgive me." Qilin accepted his fate. The other party's imprint was very mysterious, and he couldn't find it in the depths of his spiritual sea. It wasn't any of the restrictions he had seen so far. A 6-step expert? Isn't it said that the strongest is only at the 5th step? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire sacred world, the strongest was only at the 3rd step. As for the 4th step, there were definitely some. As for how many, no one knew, but there wouldn't be many. It could be counted on one hand. Now that there was a 6-step expert, Lin Fei was truly shocked. Qilin coldly snorted. "5th step? What is that?" Before Qilin could continue, he felt a whip in the depths of his spiritual sea. Qilin realized that he had said something wrong. That it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. To deal with a person like Qilin, Lin Fei felt that he had to deal with him slowly. After a long time, he would be 100% obedient. "It seems that you should be someone who survived the Great War back then. Tell me about it." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This place was really not easy to enter. Now that everyone had gone to the Void Flame secret realm, who would come here? Besides, even if they really came, he wouldn't be worried. Qilin seemed to recall something and simply said, "Back then, I was actually a 4th step expert." The story was actually very simple. Back then, there had been a great war in the wild continent. In fact, it had been caused by 9th step experts trying to break through to the Supreme Realm, which had caused a great war that had affected the entire continent. Qilin had been a core member of a sect back then, and he had just entered. He had been sent to the battlefield, and his body had been destroyed in the battle. He had been confined to a small area. The reason was very simple. In those years, there were monstrous killing intents left by experts everywhere. Lin was lucky because he had mastered a special Dao. His body had been destroyed, but a small part of his mental strength had survived. This was also the reason why Lin had wanted to seize Lin Fei's body. In the end, he had suffered a huge setback because of him. From Lin's words, it was far clearer than the records. It was as if this area in front of him was the place where countless experts had fought bloody battles. A great war between ninth step experts had destroyed a continent. It was indeed more terrifying than imagined. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. It turned out that the highest realm was the ninth step. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei now felt that fourth step experts were infinitely powerful, let alone ninth step experts. It was no wonder that they had caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 2330. A ninth step expert. From a distance, Lin Fei really wanted to know what happened after that. Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. It's not easy to take that last step. In other words, the ninth step expert didn't succeed. In other words, you don't have any experts outside. Lin Fei was prejudiced by his first impression and forgot one thing. They were all trapped here. How could they talk about leaving, let alone knowing the situation outside? Therefore, he briefly told him about the events in the sacred world, including some things about the Judgment Organization. Young master, those who didn't succeed at the ninth step are not willing to have an invincible existence above their heads. After listening, Lin sighed. I didn't expect the glorious wild continent to become a broken world composed of fragments. If I'm not wrong, the Judgment Organization that young master mentioned should be the subordinates of a ninth step expert. That's why they can easily suppress a fifth step expert. Lin Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. After that war, didn't the ninth step expert fall? Will the subordinates of those experts still follow them after a long time? At the beginning, Lin Fei really didn't think about the specific origin of the Judgment Organization. After hearing Lin's words, he really thought of some things and quite agreed with Lin's words. Young master, every expert of the ninth step is a supreme existence. They can almost be said to be immortal. The great battle in the past only caused great damage to their vitality. It won't take their lives, but it will take a long time for them to recover. Lin said. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Fei thought it through. It seemed that this was the explanation. Lin Fei talked about the prophecy of a certain expert. Lin's face changed greatly. Are you sure it was left by a certain expert? And then he fell? I can't guarantee this. It's something that has been circulating in the upper echelons of the sacred world. It should be true. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this kind of thing. He had never heard of it. It's true. It must be true. Lin shouted and was quickly whipped. Young master, you don't know. Back in the day, the Wildland continent's most powerful divination grandmaster was a ninth step existence. His combat prowess was average, but no one dared to offend him. He was an expert in divination, and could distort space and time to see the future. He was extremely terrifying, and was known as the #1 divination grandmaster. Lin Fei didn't expect that the expert who made the prediction would have such an amazing ability. Looks like it's true. Coming from such an expert, the possibility of the other party's prophecy was very high. Lin Fei then asked a few more questions, and Lin answered in detail. Little devil, quickly scan this killing intent trap and see if you can remove it. Lin Fei quickly shifted his gaze. It was not easy for him to discover this kind of killing intent trap. If he did not get it out, it would be too much of a pity. Lin did not dare to ask. The other party was young, but he acted decisively. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the other party would have such means? By the way, let me ask you, how many similar killing intent traps are there in this place? Lin was obviously startled. Not many. As time passes, the power of the killing intent traps will weaken, and in the end, they will be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Come out. Lin Fei had just casually asked. A huge amount of energy came out, and his 5 fingers shrouded down. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying killing intent shot out. Not bad, a 4th step attack. The killing intent trap was invisible and colorless, but it was very clear in Lin Fei's eyes. He forcefully dug it out from the void, and with a squeeze of his hand, the killing intent trap turned into an energy ball. The energy ball was the size of a fist, but it emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying method. He can actually use the killing intent trap for his own use. Qi Lin was shocked. Although it was only a fourth-step attack, in fact, it contained the infinite killing intent left by a powerhouse. It was extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it, they would definitely be unlucky. Even Qi Lin himself did not have the ability to take it away. Qi Lin completely understood that the other party was unlucky to have encountered such a guy. Moreover, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He could not understand how a giant realm powerhouse could burst out with such strength. This question really puzzled him. Lin Fei was not putting on a show for Qi Lin. It was not easy to find such a killing intent trap, and its power was extraordinary. According to the little devil's evaluation, this killing intent trap was completely comparable to the attack of a fourth-step powerhouse. The terrifying killing intent contained in it was a bit stronger than the attack of an ordinary fourth-step powerhouse. Continue to lead the way. After taking a powerful killing intent, he more or less made up for some of his losses. After understanding that the judgment organization was made up of ninth-step powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that he had to have more trump cards in his hands. Along the way, Lin Fei took 3 killing intents. 2 of them were only first-step attacks, and the other was a second-step attack. In his opinion, mosquito meat was also meat, and he could not let it go. Young master, the entrance is in the White Bones Mountain in front. Qi Lin pointed to a White Bones Mountain not far away. This White Bones Mountain was no different from the ones he had seen before. At least, in Lin Fei's eyes, there was no difference. When they arrived at the White Bones Mountain, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. If it was not for someone leading the way, who would have known that there was another secret hidden in the White Bones Mountain? Young master, go in from this place. Inside is an alternate space created by a ninth-step powerhouse. It is very stable. Qi Lin pointed to a location. The little devil's scanning ability fell on this place, and sure enough, it found something special. There was no spatial fluctuation in this place, and even using divine sense was useless. This was a special alternate space. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he threw a combat emperor in to understand the situation inside. Everything was as said, the alternate space was very quiet, and there was no danger. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Qi Lin to the alternate space of the White Bones Mountain. In the alternate space there was a violent energy impact. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be limited by the power of some powerhouses, and it was limited to a certain area. Lin Fei's current position was considered good, and there was not much danger. This is the Green Bull Demon King of the variant human race. He was an 8-step powerhouse in the past, and he was very powerful. He could face 6 8-step powerhouses of the human race alone. Not far away, there was a huge green bull, which was very eye-catching in Lin Fei's eyes. The corpse of an 8th-step powerhouse. I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Fei was very excited. If he only needed to modify it, it would definitely be a nightmare for his enemies. He immediately tried to use the system to collect it. Ding! The power of the item exceeds the collection range. It cannot be collected. Chapter 23:31. Can't be collected? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't the system invincible? Why can't it collect a corpse? Lin Fei was not willing to give up on the perfect corpse of an outsider king. With some modifications, it would become a powerful existence, a trump card for him to move about freely in the saints' world. Master, this corpse is still intact. It was sealed by a special power. Moreover, I don't know if there's a formation in this strange space that prevents the flow of time. Master, it's impossible for you to collect this corpse now. The imp's words were a huge blow to him. In that case, I can only collect corpses at step 4 or step 5 by relying on the system, right? Yes, if Master can accumulate more energy, it is not impossible to collect it. But at present, I do not approve of Master using this method. Lin Fei wasn't hot-blooded. He had to collect the corpse. Without the origin energy, the consequences would be too severe. He tried several corpses in a row, but the result was the same. Lin Fei completely gave up. Just as the little devil said, the corpses in the different space were all arranged with a very powerful array formation. It was not something that could be broken in a short time. Even if Lin Fei had the system to calculate, it would take a long time and consume a huge amount of origin energy. This kind of high-density calculation and analysis could not be stopped in a short time. There are more than 1,300 experts in this alternate space, and they were all top existences on the wild continent. Don't look down on them just because some of them are at the 8th step. In reality, every one of them is a top expert who is qualified to fight against a 9th step expert. Their dermic Dao is also top. Lin Fei did not have the ability to collect these corpses. They were all perfectly protected. Young master, my nest is over there. Follow me. Soon, the two of them broke into a restricted area with corpses. Boundless pressure swept over, but Qi Lin easily led Lin Fei away from the pressure and came to a cave under the corpses. Young master, I spent 10,000 years to create this place. No one knows of its existence other than me. Lin Fei could feel a trace of pressure. It was not very obvious, but it could easily conceal his aura. He rejoiced in his heart. If he really hid in a place like this, it would be very troublesome. The cave abode wasn't very big, but Lin Fei was able to notice the differences in the cave abode. Master, these are some of the good things I've collected. On the other side of the cave, Qi Lin said proudly. From today onwards, all of these belong to this young master. Lin Fei said in an extremely tyrannical manner. He looked at the row of treasures that were laid out in a row. Although these treasures looked tattered, they contained a terrifying might within them. Needless to say, these were treasures that were infamous back in the days. These treasures were not bad, but Lin Fei was not interested in them. With a flash of inspiration, Xianxia took out the heavenly blood seal. Ever since he had more experts by his side, he had kept this treasure by his side. Endless devour. The blood sky seal's quality had long since reached the level of a giant-level treasure, but it was definitely not an easy task to raise it to the next level. Young master, there seems to be the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura in these treasures. Your eyesight is not bad. There is indeed the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura. Lin Fei said. Qi Lin was surprised. Although the Yellow Springs cult leader was not the strongest existence, he was still an 8th step expert. His temperament was eccentric, and he hovered between the righteous and evil paths. He had never been welcomed by others. Lin Fei activated the heavenly blood seal, and the endless devour began. The pile of treasures was swallowed by the heavenly blood seal. In a short time, the heavenly blood seal had swallowed all the treasures. Almost all of them were tattered, leaving behind a few. The heavenly blood seal needed time to refine the treasures it had swallowed, but Lin Fei didn't mind. In any case, he would improve as much as he could. It would be a waste to leave them there. Young master, these are some of the better treasures we found in the past. Qi Lin took out the treasures from another location. The first one was a millstone-like object. It was green in color, but now its color was a little dim. This is a treasure that belonged to one of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. According to rumors, it was one of the Fortune Gate's greatest treasures, but it was heavily injured by an 8th step expert. Lin Fei had heard of the Fortune Gate before. One of the Holy World's top 10 cultivation techniques was called the indestructible fortune art. Once cultivated to a certain level, one would become immortal and indestructible. It was a terrifying technique. No way there's such a thing. Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Good luck. Lin Fei picked up the millstone-like object. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept over him. After a long time, the pressure was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Lin Fei easily dealt with it. There is an independent space in the depths of the millstone-like object, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I suspect that if I can defeat that force, I might have a chance to obtain the indestructible fortune art. Even if it's not the complete one, it's still a secret. Everyone in the Holy World knew how powerful this cultivation technique was, and it had always been a secret. There were even rumors that the reason why the Fortune Gate could not rise to the top was because the cultivation technique was incomplete. This rumor had never been verified, and now, Lin Fei understood that the rumors might be true. It was precisely because the Fortune Gate lacked a complete cultivation technique that they were unable to take another step forward. Lin Fei did not plan to investigate the millstone-like object now. He put it away in the system space, where no one would be able to sense it, and there was no need to worry about the Fortune Gate's experts coming after him. Even if he did not get anything else today, even if there was only this treasure, it was already a great harvest for Lin Fei. Qi Lin's other treasures could not be compared to the millstone-like object, but they were still pretty good. Lin Fei kept all of them. After touring Qi Lin's lair, Lin Fei felt that he couldn't just leave like this. He needed to search for some weaker skeletons. He had no intention of taking the corpses, but he could still modify the skeletons. Even if they were just cannon fodder, at least they could still attack. There were no skeletons in this alternate dimension. It was just as Qi Lin had said. Basically, they were all the most powerful existences of their time. They were famous people who would tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the expert who had attacked the unknown alternate space, it was unknown. It had to be at least a 9th step expert. Ordinary experts couldn't do it. Young master, the strongest skeletons you mentioned should be in these places. They didn't have time to protect them, and their bodies have already rotted away. Chapter 2332. Outside the sealed world. A group of people quietly arrived at the sealed world. Through the sealed city, they arrived at the realm wall battlefield. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction. Elder He, the place we are heading to is the core of the battlefield. Back then, our ancestors' elders should have fallen on this battlefield. The leader was a green-clothed man with a solemn expression. He nodded his head. As long as there is a 70% chance, we can't let it go. The sect needs that thing. The expression of the people behind him turned serious. Everything was for the sect. Central Region. White Bone Mountain. Lin Fei released 1,000,000 War Emperor experts and began to collect the skeletons on the plains. As long as they met the criteria, they would all be collected. I've finally broken through 100. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was sitting on a white bone mountain. Hearing the little devil's words, he finally revealed a smile. This was the 10th day of collecting skeletons. How inefficient! 100 skeletons, after some transformation, had all reached the 2nd step realm. To Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. Moreover, there was Qi Lin, who was once a 4th step expert, by his side. In the past 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had been studying the millstone and learning about the wasteland continent from back then. Qi Lin told him everything he knew. Lin Fei knew more and more information and had a clear understanding of the wasteland continent from back then. On the 15th day, 130 corpses. During this period, his luck was not bad. He had obtained the corpses of 3 third step experts, which were well preserved. Master, someone has come in. Lin Fei lazily lay on the white bone mountain as he heard the little devil's reminder. It can't be, someone's coming? Lin Fei jumped up and opened the system. The scene changed and a group of 8 people appeared in his field of vision. The green-clothed man in the lead was at the peak of the 3rd step, and the 7 people behind him were all at the 1st step realm. This powerful lineup was somewhat shocking. His mind immediately turned, guessing the reason why they had come here. They should be here to look for something. Lin Fei thought quickly. After all, this place was the site of a great battle back then. Some 7th and 8th step experts had fallen here, so it was normal for them to come here to look for something. Young master, someone is coming in. Qi Lin quickly sensed it. His realm was no longer there, but the intuition of a powerhouse was still there. In particular, the spiritual great path that he had grasped was not an ordinary great path. I know, Lin Fei said faintly. Go and warn them that they must leave this place immediately. Qi Lin's strength wasn't as good as before, so he braced himself and said, Young master, the strongest among them is a peak 3rd step expert. I'm afraid I won't be their match if I go up like this. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't, I'll whip you to death. With Lin Fei's threat, Qi Lin had no choice but to go. He wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but what he feared the most was the endless pain of the whip, especially when it was magnified countless times. It was simply a lifelong nightmare. Qi Lin was quite smart. His mental power quietly sneaked over and launched an attack in an instant. Mental Pierce. This kind of attack was unexpected and resulted in heavy casualties. Of the 7 first step experts, 5 were severely injured on the spot, and the other 2 were killed. The green-robed elder he staggered as he blocked the attack. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Come out. The green-robed elder he realized that he had encountered an expert. He released his 3rd step strength, and the surroundings turned into a lightning zone. Bolts of lightning struck down, and arcs of light flickered. Qi Lin suffered on the spot. With just a mental body, every strike from the lightning caused great damage to Qi Lin. His color also started to weaken, and he blocked all escape routes. When Qi Lin appeared, Elder he was very surprised, but he immediately revealed a smile. So it's a mental body. There really is such a thing. Ha ha ha, my luck is pretty good. The rumored mental body really exists. If he hadn't seen it in secret, Elder he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was. Come over here. Elder he grabbed at Qi Lin, and the lightning that filled the sky surrounded him, forming a cage that firmly sealed Qi Lin inside. Every time Qi Lin charged, he was blocked by the lightning. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right for being unlucky. My Thunderlight Great Tao is innately the nemesis of mental bodies like you. If you were at your peak, I would admit that I'm inferior. Now, I'm afraid you can't even use 10% of your original strength. You have nowhere to run. Elder he laughed. The lightning kept compressing, limiting Qi Lin's range of escape. Young master, save me. Qi Lin begged for help like a hoodlum. Lin Fei had been observing. When the other party burst out with the Thunderlight Great Tao, he knew that he was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had mastered the Thunderlight Great Tao. Thunder had a terrifying destructive ability, and third-step experts of the same level were no match for him. Seeing that Qi Lin was about to be killed, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed. It was not easy to find a living fourth-step expert. In the future, if he could capture a person with a powerful mental body, he could easily create a fourth-step expert. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger, activating a powerful strike that pierced through the air at the Elder. Elder He's heart sank when he heard that. This kind of mental body actually had a master. That was not good, and the young master might be a tyrannical expert. You're dead. Once the young master makes a move, you won't be able to escape. Qi Lin shouted. Elder He suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and he raised his head to look. Not good, a fourth-step expert is attacking me. In the void, a thick finger suddenly stabbed out. Elder He's hair stood on end, and he quickly activated his most precious treasure to block the other party's finger. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the Fortune Gate. The giant finger pierced through the air, stirring up winds and scudding clouds. A huge hole was torn in the great path of thunder. The lightning collapsed, and the treasures in front of it exploded into pieces. Boundless might enveloped Elder He in an instant, drowning him under the finger. Elder He exploded on the spot, his flesh a bloody mess. Fortune Gate? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Gate would come. Could it be that they are looking for that millstone? To obtain the complete indestructible fortune art of the 10 great cultivation techniques? That must be it. Unfortunately, that person won't be able to live. Lin Fei regretted attacking too fiercely, but soon, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He actually didn't die? How is this possible? The attack of a fourth-step expert was incomparably terrifying, and Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. It was amazing that someone had actually withstood it. The original place was razed to the ground by the finger. In the center of the ruins, a strange energy was injected into the void, and Elder He appeared once again. His face was abnormally pale. Chapter 2334. P.S. The content of the previous chapter is new. You can read it if you click on it again. I had a stomachache yesterday, so I couldn't update it. After dealing with Shan, Lin Fei realized that the World Wall battlefield was going to become a treasure hunting ground for some big forces, which made him very unhappy. Fortunately, he had received the news in advance, and after some consideration, he came up with a countermeasure. First, continue to modify the first and second step destruction skeletons. The destruction skeletons were naturally modified skeletons with a fixed will, acting as cannon fodder. Second, set up a new formation. Outside the center of the World Wall battlefield, he set up a powerful formation. Even if they came, they could only return empty-handed. 10 billion formations and restrictions. Lin Fei spent a large amount of destiny points and combined them with the formations and restrictions that he had deciphered before. He managed to deduce a set of 10 billion formations and restrictions. This set of formations was amazing. From Qi Lin's words, Lin Fei learned about the division of formations and restrictions. The division was very simple and not very complicated. It was calculated by quantity. Elementary array formation. 100 million inner Dao array formation restrictions. Mid-grade formations. 1 billion formations. Advanced formations. 5 billion formations and restrictions. Grandmaster array formation. 10 billion array formations. Grandmaster array formation. 100 billion array formations. Divine array formation. Trillion array formations and restrictions. The basic formations were not difficult, but the difficulty of the mid-grade and low-grade formations was 10 times higher, not to mention the later formations. Lin Fei had set up a Grandmaster formation, which contained 10 billion formations. It was not easy to break it, unless the other side sent out experts and used violent methods to deal with it. After setting up 10 billion formations, Lin Fei was relieved. He was not worried that someone could break in. At the same time, he arranged for destruction warriors to hide in the periphery. In a short time, Lin Fei had set up an iron fortress around the World Wall battlefield. Even if a fourth-step expert came, they would not be able to break through the formations easily. Once he was free, Lin Fei took out the grinding stone. Huang Xiaolong had mastered 7 stages of the Fortune Gates cultivation technique, which made him realize how extraordinary the fortune art was. As long as one cultivated to the 6th stage, the Fortune Gates people would possess the ability of immortality. There was a heaven-defying treasure in the Fortune Gate called the Fortune Pool. It was a very powerful treasure. The Fortune Gates elders would hang their condensed grand daos inside the Fortune Pool. As long as the Fortune Pool was not destroyed, they would not die and would be able to recover in an instant. The Fortune Gate had never been defeated, and the Fortune Gate's role could not be overlooked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of cultivation method, which was equivalent to full resurrection, could become one of the top 10 cultivation methods. Lin Fei planned to release the sealed space within the millstone. He found out from Hishan that the treasure in his hand was called the Good Fortune Disc, and it was one of the ultimate treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Open! Lin Fei opened the space between his eyebrows, and his divine sense entered the millstone. Inside the millstone there were layers of powerful formations, and there were at least 100 billion of them. The strength of a treasure was also related to the arrangement of spirit formations and restrictions within it. The more spirit formations and restrictions it contained, the stronger the treasure would be. Passing through the layers of formations, Lin Fei easily arrived at the bottom of the millstone. With the system's analysis, Lin Fei was certain that the 100 billion formations did not hinder him. Here! Lin Fei saw a black bead at the bottom of the millstone, but there were no formations around it. Thinking about it, there were 100 billion formations in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to enter even if they spent 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The existence of this bead was very safe. The cultivation method's chant is on the black bead? Lin Fei couldn't help feeling suspicious. Whether it was real or not, Lin Fei decided to give it a try. His divine sense turned into a giant hand and grabbed the black bead. Swish! When the divine sense giant hand got close to the black bead, the originally motionless black bead suddenly emitted a destructive light. A powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Fei's divine sense into the bead. The inside of the black pearl was not empty. Instead, there was a huge green lotus flower growing inside. Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After learning the Fortune Gate's 10 great cultivation methods, Lin Fei had learned that the Fortune Gate was able to stand tall in this world because of a single lotus. This lotus was called the Lotus of Fortune, and it was a unique existence between heaven and earth. The Lotus of Fortune in front of him was not the Lotus of Fortune at its peak. It had 8 petals, and as its name suggested, it was a grade 8 Lotus of Fortune. Every layer of the Lotus of Fortune was condensed into a chant. That elder is really smart. He condensed his lifetime's worth of cultivation methods on the Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei was in a good mood as he focused on the 8th layer's chant. Compared to the first 7 layers, the 8th layer was on a completely different level. What a good cultivation technique! As expected of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Life and indestructibility. So from the 8th level onwards, this cultivation technique can absorb all the life essence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, reaching the realm of indestructibility. What a tyrannical ability to plunder and devour. Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a tyrannical cultivation method. This cultivation method is equivalent to having 2 lives no matter where it is placed. It also says that if one's cultivation is lower than the others, they can use the devouring ability. Even if it is a super expert, if they don't die after the first time, they will definitely die the second time. After obtaining the cultivation method, Lin Fei transferred it to the system. Going back and forth, the 8th layer of the cultivation method that required deep comprehension was instantly grasped by him. The 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune allowed one to absorb life essence. With Lin Fei's current cultivation, he could only absorb life essence once a day. In order to test the power of this cultivation method, Lin Fei came to the netherworld's small sacred world and entered a forest. As soon as he circulated the 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune, the towering trees in his field of vision withered, and endless life essence entered his body. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had eaten honey, very comfortable. So cool. The 10,000 li radius around Lin Fei turned into a dangerous place without any life aura, and this was because he had deliberately limited the absorption range. Master, do you want to store this life essence? Can I store it? Of course you can. The little demoness said, that fortune ancestor is indeed a powerful guy, to be able to create such a cultivation method. He is worthy of being an overlord. If this kind of person doesn't die, Master will definitely face a powerful enemy in the future. Lin Fei did not deny this point. Who cares if he dies or not? I still have several hundred years to prepare. When the time comes, who knows who will kill who? Chapter 2335. Nether Realm. Lin Fei returned to the Nether Realm after setting up the World Barrier battlefield. Lin Fei did not hesitate to clean up the forces that had been secretly causing trouble. In less than 10 days, there was no longer any noise in the Nether Realm. All that was left was Lin Fei's voice. After taking complete control of the Nether Realm, Lin Fei began to ignore the spatial transmission array. His target was naturally Heaven Wasteland domain. Unknowingly, he had secretly taken control of 2 small sacred domains. Every day, Lin Fei could obtain a lot of origin energy units. This was because the fragments of the last 2 small sacred domains were relatively small and could not produce much origin energy. Lin Fei was very envious of the top 10 small sacred domains. For the time being, Lin Fei would not go against them. The exploration of the ethereal flame secret realm lasted for a year. In the end, the 5 top forces removed the transmission array. Those who could come out alive had a great harvest, and their wealth had become rich. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Even if the other party had turned off the teleportation formation, he could still locate it through Little Devil. He was prepared to find the Void Flame secret realm, where there was still a powerhouse trying to resurrect. Fortune Gate. The creator of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Although the Fortune Gate's prestige was not as good as it was in the past, it was still a first-rate force with a 4th step expert. Xianxia returned without any results and was criticized by some elders. If it was any other time, he might have argued, but it was different now. He was not a Fortune Gate member, so he did not defend himself. In the end, Xianxia was labeled as incompetent. His authority in the Fortune Gate shrank, and his influence in the Fortune Gate became negligible. Their Fortune Gate is really full of experts. Unknowingly, a restriction array was set up in Xianxia's courtyard, which could isolate all auras. Lin Fei was sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup. Xianxia was indeed angry at those people's faces. He had only lost some people, but they gritted their teeth and refused to let it go. It was quite a bitterly disappointing matter. Everything went according to Master's plan. They didn't suspect anything at all. Xianxia relaxed. Following a powerful master might not be a bad thing. Their internal strife is what I like to see the most. A powerful sect usually collapses because of a power struggle. This is beneficial to us secretly controlling the Fortune Gate. Lin Fei was interested in the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong secretly arranged a space transmission array. With the Little Devil's powerful concealment ability, there was no need to worry about being detected. Entering and exiting the Fortune Gate was as easy as entering an uninhabited land. I wonder what Master plans to do next. Lin Fei chuckled. You've said it before, the Fortune Gate is divided into 3 factions. What if a 4th force emerges to fight for control of the Fortune Gate? Xianxia didn't understand. No, there are only 3 forces inside the Fortune Gate, the eldest young master, the second young master, and the deputy chief. How could you forget yourself? Lin Fei pointed at Xianxia. Master, you must be joking. With my strength, I can be considered as one of the top characters in the Fortune Gate. Wanting to subdue them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xianxia shook his head. Isn't that simple? You just need to be stronger than them. Lin Fei tossed out a chant. This is the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art. As long as you learn it, they naturally won't be able to do anything to you. Xian was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had misheard. The 8th level of the sex cultivation technique was for him to learn? I can learn it, the 8th stage? Why not? Lin Fei said, you are one of my people. As long as you do your job well, in the future you will be the good fortune Holy Lord. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I do. I definitely do. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the eyes of others, the Fortune Palace was a mystical existence, but he didn't place much importance on it. After all, it was only average, and he didn't rely on it. As the Fortune Gate was fighting for power, Lin Fei decided to support Xian. Once he grasped the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Even the strongest master in the Fortune Gate would be helpless against him. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Xian some purification equipment to purify the source energy. In the holy world controlled by the Fortune Gate, it was ranked in the top 10. After Lin Fei arranged for Xian to establish a new mountain within the Fortune Gate, he no longer paid attention to the holy world. Instead, he set his sights on the 31st ranked Flying Stone world. Of the 5 top powerhouses, 2 had died and the other 3 were severely wounded. They would need time to recover. Others might not be able to see this, but Lin Fei was well aware of it. In any case, the holy world would fall into chaos in the future. Lin Fei planned to accumulate his strength ahead of time. Only when the entire holy world was in chaos could he fish in troubled waters. The Flying Stone world was his first target. The Flying Stone world was controlled by a family surnamed Tai, and the patriarch was Tai Haoqing. He was a 3rd-step powerhouse and originally came from one of the small saint worlds. Afterwards, he came out to fight for the small saint worlds and successfully moved into Flying Stone world. In a short period of time, the family's strength rapidly expanded. Those that needed to be subdued had already been subdued, and the rest only needed to quietly develop. Tai Haoqing was very satisfied with his current development. For better or worse, he had become an independent family and successfully controlled a small saint world with countless resources. The future of his family was limitless. After waiting for such a long time, the Tai family had finally obtained what they wanted. For this day, they had waited for countless years. Boom! Tai Haoqing was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and enjoying a rare moment of contentment. A terrifying and tyrannical aura swept through the entire Flying Stone world. Crack! Tai Haoqing's seat was the first to bear the brunt. The entire pavilion collapsed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Who is it? Such terrifying power. It's at least the aura of a 4th-step powerhouse. Tai Haoqing could not care less about his sorry state. He was shocked, and his body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. For a moment, he could not move. If I were you, you'd stay still or you'd die. A black figure walked out of the lake, and with every step, he appeared in front of Tai Haoqing. You are the leader of the Avengers. When Tai Haoqing heard this voice, he did not think much of it at first. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his mind, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. He had actually encountered the leader of the Avengers. This was a fellow who dared to slap the faces of the 5 top forces in public and came out unscathed. Since you know me, then it couldn't be better. The black figure sat down. Don't worry, I have no interest in your Flying Stone world. Tai Haoqing was a 3rd-step powerhouse, but compared to the leader of the Avengers, he was far inferior. The power in the other party's hands could easily cause great damage to the Tai family. Leader, if you have anything, just tell me. Tai Haoqing was not willing to offend such a mysterious person. It was fine to lower his head temporarily. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Chapter 23:36. Just when everyone felt that the holy world was about to face a new situation, the controlling faction of the Flying Stone world, the Tai family, launched a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They annihilated the local factions and occupied an important mining area on the 30th layer of the small saint world. The entire holy world was shocked. Many of the upper echelons knew that the chaotic clouds world was secretly controlled by the myriad sun world, one of the 5 major factions. That mining area was very heavily guarded. No one had expected the Tai family to occupy it. Although the small saint world had been ranked and many factions had left the stage of history, that was not the case in reality. Those that were ranked at the top still had influence and could not be wiped out so easily. As for those that were ranked at the bottom, they had secretly sided with a powerful faction. Otherwise, they would have a headache dealing with all sorts of tricks in the dark. The Chaotic Clouds world was like this. Compared to other factions, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world came from the Wan family. It could be said that it was because of the Wan family that they could easily take control of the Chaotic Clouds world. This time, the Tai family suddenly attacked. No one expected them to be so bold as to occupy an important mining area in one night. The Chaotic Clouds world immediately organized a counterattack to teach the Tai family a deep lesson. The overall strength of the Tai family was inferior to the Chaotic Clouds world. After all, the Chaotic Clouds world had the backing of the Wan family. They could deal with whoever they wanted. The result was unexpected. Not only had the Tai family blocked the Chaotic Cloud realm's counterattack, but they had also defeated them. They had even killed the leader of a second-step expert. That was not all. The Tai family had been attacking continuously for several days, seizing important resources and suppressing the Chaotic Cloud realm's controlling forces. After losing several supreme experts and 1/3 of the resources of the Chaotic Clouds world were taken away, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world had no choice but to complain to the Wan family. Another reason was to ask for reinforcements. Once the experts of the Wan family attacked, the Tai family definitely could not stop them. Everyone knew that the strongest expert of the Tai family was only a third-step expert. They were not even at their peak. Tai Haoqing had to surrender when the Wan family came. There were many factions secretly watching the Flying Stone world. Offending the Wan family would not end well. They might even have a chance to occupy a territory in the Flying Stone world. Everything was as everyone had expected. The Wan family had sent out a third-step expert. He wasn't at the peak, but he was famous enough that no one could ignore him. This expert from the Wan family led his men to the Tai family's territory. Tai Haoqing led his men to fight. Just as everyone thought that Tai Haoqing was going to be defeated, his helpers erupted with shocking strength. The three of them joined forces and killed a third-step expert from the Wan family. The remaining people were all killed. The entire Saints world was thrown into an uproar. Had Tai Haoqing taken the wrong medicine? How could he dare to kill the people of the Wan family? What happened next was even simpler. The Wan clan was enraged and sent out their experts again. They were much stronger than the last time and swore to destroy the Flying Stone world's Tai clan in one fell swoop. This time, Tai Haoqing once again defeated the experts of the Wan clan. Other than a few who managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Tai Haoqing became famous once more. After losing 2 unparalleled experts in a row, even if the Wan clan was wealthy, they would still lose some strength. What infuriated them even more was that Tai Haoqing had publicly declared that the Tai clan would welcome the Wan clan at any time. Tai Haoqing changed and revealed a domineering and mysterious expert beside him. Many people guessed that someone might be supporting Tai Haoqing. Just as everyone thought that the Wan clan was unwilling to take this lying down, the Wan clan didn't attack again. Instead, the two sides started bickering. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed wrong. Just as everyone was feeling doubtful, a rumor spread through the Saints world. No one knew where it came from. However, while everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. The rumor pointed to the 5 top forces. In less than half a day, the entire Saints world knew about this. The 5 top forces had been heavily injured in the Void Flame secret realm. Among them, the Wan clan and Sacred Lord Luo Xing of the Black Water world had both died on the spot. The other 3 had used secret techniques to escape and needed a long time to recover. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it caused an uproar in the Saints world. If the news was true, perhaps the situation in the Saints world would change. The positions of the 5 top forces. After the news spread through the Saints world, the Luo clan of the Black Water world and the Wan clan of the Myriad Sun world announced that the news outside was false and that everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, they would fall into the other's trap. There were still some people who didn't take what the Luo clan and the Wan clan said seriously. From the matter of Tai Haoqing fighting against the Wan clan, there were still some clues. The matter of whether the strongest sacred lords of the 5 top forces were injured continued to ferment. Immediately send a group of people to probe the Luo clan. No matter what, we must know whether that person has really died or not. In a dark secret room, an azure-clothed person summoned his trusted aide. After whispering in his ear, the trusted aide left and summoned more people. Activate the spies in the Luo clan and the Wan clan. It doesn't matter even if their whereabouts are exposed. We must confirm the truth of this matter. The azure-clothed person continued to order. Very soon, the secret room quieted down. As long as we confirm the truth of the news, the positions of the 5 small sacred worlds will change. Similar things continued to happen in the dark. After the news spread out, there was a commotion in the 5 small sacred worlds. If the strongest sacred lord had died or been severely injured, it would be a huge matter. The lower forces wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Yan clan. Yan Zixing's face was pale. At this moment, he was clearly very angry. His roar echoed in the secret room. It must be that Avengers Alliance leader who spread the news. Apart from him, no one else knows about this. After returning from the Void Flame secret realm, Yan Zixing had been healing his injuries. He had paid a huge price that time. He had almost died in that stone room. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun had been killed in one move. He remembered it clearly. In these days, Yan Zixing had been making arrangements for the Yan clan to prevent the news from spreading. If it really did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He didn't expect it to still spread in the end. Yan Zixing knew that the Luo clan and the Wan clan were fighting fiercely. Once the news spread, it would be a big problem for the 2 clans. Yan Zixing was very angry with that Avengers Alliance leader. A piece of news had caused their 5 top clans to fall into a huge trouble. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. What puzzled him the most was that even now, they had never seen the Alliance leader's true appearance. It was not a good thing for such a mysterious person to remain hidden in the Saints' world. Instead, he was like a venomous snake in the darkness. No one knew when he would leap out and bite you. Father, are the rumors true? Yan Zi frowned slightly. This was the first time she came here. Her elder brother didn't come. Little Z, you are the smartest one in the clan. What do you think that alliance leader wants to do? Yan Zixing didn't dare to spread the news of him being injured. The competition within the clan was also very intense. Although Yan Zixing had the most authority, the people of the other clans were also eyeing him. They might make a move at any time. Chapter 23:37. Yan Zixing valued his daughter very much. His eldest son paled in comparison to his daughter. They were not on the same level, be it in terms of methods or the way they handled things. Fishing in troubled waters. Yan Zixing nodded. That alliance leader is so vicious. Once the news gets out, the entire sacred world will be shaken. We will also have to face the probing and pressure from all the major forces. From the moment he left, Yan Zixing knew that this day would come. No matter who had such a good card, they would not hide it. They would play it out directly. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon. Father, don't be sad. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Yan family. Yan Zi did not think so. I feel that the entire sacred world will definitely change after this incident. Our Yan family can also use this opportunity to expand our strength. A strange look flashed across Yan Zi's eyes. Even Yan Zixing did not notice it. A good thing. Yan Zixing knew that his daughter had her own thoughts, but he did not think of it that way. Tell me about it. Yan Zi began to analyze. Father, our 5 great clans control the 5 largest small sacred worlds. In the past many years, our 5 clans have always maintained a common strategy against outsiders. In reality, that's because we can't destroy each other. But this time, our chance has come. The Blackwater world has lost Luo Xing, and the Myriad Sun world has lost Wan Taijun. Soon, those direct descendants will come out to fight for power. Every time we fight for power, we lose our internal forces. Our Yan family is different. If Lin Fei was here, he would be very surprised. This Lady Yan Zi was far more powerful than he had imagined. She could see the benefits of the sacred world with just a few words. Back in his room, a figure appeared out of nowhere and sat in front of Yan Zi. Master. No one knew that Yan Zi had a powerful master. To be able to enter the heavily guarded Wan family so easily, one had to be at the peak of the 3rd step at the very least. To not be detected by the experts of the Wan family, one had to have unfathomable strength. I didn't expect the sacred world to be in chaos so soon. Your elder brother probably can't hold back anymore. The black figure said calmly. And that Avengers Alliance leader. Just one move is enough to ignite everyone's ambition. Xianxia sat down. Master, my elder brother will definitely be bewitched by someone. Who knows, he might cause trouble. That's fine too. It'll save me a lot of trouble. That alliance leader, on the other hand, is worth paying attention to. The moment he makes a move, the entire Saint world will be thrown into chaos. The black figure laughed. Little Z, the alliance master, said he's capable, but he's just trying to fish in troubled waters. As long as he dares to show himself, the 5 top forces will fight him to the death. He can only hide in the dark forever. Xianxia was very clear about her master's words. She knew that whatever she said would not be too far off the mark. Master, you're knowledgeable. Don't you know the origins of this alliance leader? Xianxia also wanted to know when such an expert had appeared in the Saints' world. That alliance leader is very mysterious. That day, I personally went to investigate. Unfortunately, the alliance leader did a good job and didn't leave any traces. However, from the side, I can tell that this alliance leader is definitely one of the best in terms of concealment techniques. This kind of person can't be found unless he reveals his whereabouts. The black figure said in a deep voice. Little Z, you don't have to worry. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. The Saint world is in chaos, and it's also your chance. More than 10 days later, the 5 top forces were being probed by various forces. They sent out second-step experts right from the start. Moreover, they were the best among them. They were used to test the authenticity of the news. At the same time, the spies in the 5 top forces began to move and spread the news. Among them, the Luo family and the Wan family spread the most news. They also began to fight internally for power. The authenticity of the news was gradually torn apart piece by piece. Everyone was finally sure that the news was true. The forces under the Luo family and the Wan family began to move. The few powerful forces ranked below the 5th began to take action against the Luo family and the Wan family. As for the Xie family, the Yan family, and the Bai family, no one dared to make a move for the time being. In just 1 month, the Luo family and the Wan family suffered all kinds of attacks. The territories in their hands kept shrinking, and they lost control of the small sacred worlds that they controlled. Without the 2 strongest sacred lords, it was really difficult for ordinary third-step experts to suppress the forces outside. The 5th and 3rd ranked small sacred worlds, which were rich in resources, were in chaos. The small sacred worlds controlled by the other 2 big families also began to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to take a big bite out of them. Ever since a few third-step experts took the risk to break into the Luo family and the Wan family and defeated the experts of the 2 families, everyone realized that the mountain at the top was gone. Although they couldn't swallow the Luo family and the Wan family, they at least found out that the Luo family and the Wan family were no longer the overlords. As the mastermind behind all this, Lin Fei just sat and watched the situation develop without doing anything. The sacred world began to fall into chaos. The territories controlled by the Luo family and the Wan family were the first to be in chaos. One by one, the small sacred worlds left the Luo family and the Wan family. The 2 big families had a strong foundation, but without their strongest experts, it was good enough for them to defend their own territories. The chaos continued to spread. The forces that were originally dissatisfied with the ranking of the small sacred worlds began to secretly take action. Even if they couldn't control a small sacred world, they wanted to control an area and plant a nail in it. All the major forces and sects worked together. The large-scale upheaval spread across the entire Saints world. Even the Netherworld and Heaven Wasteland worlds that Lin Fei controlled were affected, but they were suppressed very soon. Everyone had witnessed what he was capable of. Lin Fei still made a big move this time. He mobilized the Destruction Warriors and carried out a violent massacre. He wiped out all the restless fellows and finally made everyone feel a terrifying chill. For a time, no one dared to enter the 2 small sacred worlds. The Heaven Wasteland domain announced that it had joined the Nether domain. This was like throwing a small stone into the chaotic sacred world, causing ripples. No one was interested in the 2 insignificant small sacred worlds. Only when the small sacred worlds had a high ranking and abundant resources could they cultivate quickly. No one had any objections to DT taking over the Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 2338. The sacred world was in chaos for 50 years. Ever since the sacred lords of the 5 top forces were heavily injured and killed, a chain reaction occurred in the sacred world, and chaos spread across the entire sacred world. 3 years after the chaos of the sacred world, the little sacred worlds ranked 6th to 15th secretly teamed up to fight against the 5 forces. Since they were caught off guard, the 5 peak forces were heavily injured. 3 peak sacred lords took action at the critical moment and barely managed to suppress the combined forces, but they also showed signs of being heavily injured. 5 years after the chaos, the entire sacred world was in chaos. First, the small saint worlds controlled by the 5 top forces broke away and formed their own factions. Whoever broke away today would break away tomorrow, and it didn't stop. Afterward, the 5 top forces started to pull back their forces and gave up their territory. They pulled back their defenses and tried to stabilize the only small saint world in their hands. The Luo family and the Wan family had internal conflicts, and they fought for power. 4 years later, the entire small saint world was split into 2. Both sides kept arguing and fighting, forming a stalemate. The Black Water World and 10,000 Sun World were completely crippled, and they didn't have the time to care about the outside world. 10 years later, the Small Saint World Alliance was formed to fight against the Yama's Death World, the Yanhuang World, and the Breaking Wave World. The 3 top forces couldn't stop them and could only watch as the alliance succeeded. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, the 3 sacred lords chose to go into seclusion to heal their injuries, and their influence started to weaken. 30 years later, the Sacred World Alliance's influence was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, several sacred lords reached the peak of the 3rd step and cultivated secret techniques, which greatly increased their strength. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The day has finally arrived. In the air of the wild sacred mountain, a figure descended in the air. A terrifying demonic black wind blew past him, but the black-robed figure didn't move at all. "Go in." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a tunnel appeared, and the person walked in. Void Flame Secret Realm. "I'm here again." Standing in the secret realm, Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. 50 years have passed, and it's time for the harvest. The Void Flame Secret Realm was the same as it was in the past. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into it and perish somewhere else. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, there was nothing to fear from the spatial cracks. If there were any experts here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. In these 50 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased extremely quickly, reaching a terrifying level. Over the past 50 years, he had barely made a move. His strength kept increasing. He was at the early stage of the giant realm, but now he was at the late stage of the giant realm. His aura became more stable, like an endless mountain. Nothing has changed. After passing through the dangerous place, Lin Fei easily arrived at the entrance of the cave, just like in the past. At the entrance of the stone room, the densely packed array formations were still exerting their remaining power. Almost none. In 2 hours at most, the person in the sarcophagus will be resurrected. At that time, the other party's strength will be at its lowest and weakest. It will be the best time for Master to make a move. The little devil smirked. If you meet Master, no matter if you are an expert or not, you are doomed to be unlucky. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had not relaxed his monitoring of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. Until now, the skeleton in the sarcophagus had regrown flesh and blood, and the great Tao Yuan heart had merged into one. The day of awakening was not far away. For this day, Lin Fei had waited for 50 years. Lin Fei let the little devil hide his aura and sat outside. His physical body was clearly visible, but it was as if it did not exist. The system's shielding ability was so powerful. 2 hours passed in a flash. Crack, crack, crack. In the stone room, the sarcophagus cracked. Cracks spread all over the sarcophagus, and the cracks grew larger and larger. In less than a moment, the sarcophagus completely cracked, and a pile of gravel appeared on the ground. The person who was originally lying on the sarcophagus opened his eyes without warning. A terrifying gaze, cold and fierce, cut open countless holes in the void. The astral wind whistled, and the array formation's restrictions shattered. Countless years have passed, and I have finally returned. After this person stood up, he looked very young. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. His body was like warm jade, and the fierce light between his eyebrows vaguely showed that this person was definitely a tyrannical existence in the past. Master, the opportunity is here. Lin Fei had been keeping his thoughts in check. From the moment the other party had awakened and opened his eyes, He knew that this person was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse of that era. If not for the system concealing his aura, the other party would definitely have noticed him right away. Kill. Lin Fei, who had not made a move for 50 years, finally made a strong move. In the next second, he appeared above the stone room, folded his hands and pressed down. Blood Sky Seal. With a loud bang, the entire void collapsed. The blue light on the Wenyu prince's body surged, forming a protective barrier that blocked the other party's attack. Lin Fei's Blood Sky Seal was blocked by a tyrannical and terrifying power, and it was difficult for him to move forward. He realized that the other party's strength was deep and terrifying. The Wenyu prince was furious. His cold eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. You dare to attack me? Tell me which old ghost sent you here. 2 rays of cold light shot out from between Lin Fei's eyebrows. He knew that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, to be able to determine life and death with a glance. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Master, his energy is running low. This is his strongest attack. As long as Master can block it, his combat strength will fall limitlessly. When Lin Fei came, he had calculated in advance that the other party's first attack should be the most terrifying. The Blood Sky Seal attack was nothing more than a test. If it succeeded, it would be best, but if it didn't, it was fine. Destruction Warrior, block it! Lin Fei retreated, and the Destruction Warrior blocked in front of him. The cold light pierced through the Destruction Warrior's body, and the incomparably hard bones were completely shattered, turning into powder. Master, this guy's Tao should be decomposition, and it belongs to a very powerful type of Tao. 1 Destruction Warrior, 2 Destruction Warriors, 3 Destruction Warriors. The 2 rays of cold light were extremely terrifying, surpassing any attack that Lin Fei had seen before, reaching the level of determining life and death with a glance. There is still 70% power left. 60% power. 30% power. The power of the cold light continued to weaken, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people would die countless times, and Lin Fei also experienced the crisis of life and death. After the power weakened, Lin Fei punched out with the power of a 4th-step expert, without any Tao attribute, and shattered the 2 rays of cold light. Eat my fist. Chapter 2339. Young Master Wen Yu's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. He was indeed qualified to say this. Back in the day, he was also an overlord, and a 4th-step expert was nothing to him. Lin Fei punched out domineeringly. A disc flashed above his opponent's head, and the terrifying Endless Plunder was instantly activated. The attacks from the front and back were completed in an instant. Young Master Wen Yu stretched out his jade-white finger and pointed at Lin Fei's fist. A terrifying force surged, and Lin Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand became a bloody mess. Creation's Plunder Great Tao? Young Master Wen Yu was surprised. Aside from that person, no one could match this terrifying plunder ability. Back in the day, that person was one of the peerless experts that he could not afford to offend. Scram! If he was at his peak, young Master Wen Yu would not care and could kill his opponent with 1 finger. However, it was different now. He had just fused his great Tao and was at his weakest. He could only use less than 5% of his strength. With a roar, the entire stone room collapsed on the spot, including the cave abode. The 2 of them were exposed in the void of the wild sacred mountain. The disc was still hovering in the sky, unmoved. Many 2nd-step experts appeared around young Master Wen Yu. At the same time, there were more than 100 3rd-step experts who attacked together. In addition, every time Lin Fei pushed the power of a 4th-step expert to the limit, Qi Lin was also a 4th-step expert and had recovered a portion of his power. His great Tao spirit was like a long sword that kept stabbing at young Master Wen Yu. One after another, he forced young Master Wen Yu to defend, which put a lot of pressure on him. Boy, your arrangement is not bad. I am not that easy to deal with. Young Master Wen Yu's great Tao protected his body. Before the attacks could get close, they were immediately shattered. He looked invincible, but in reality, that was not the case. The energy in his body was constantly being consumed, and he could not last for too long. Great Tao decomposition. Young Master Wen Yu hesitated. He had never thought that he would be ambushed as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, it was an insect-like character who caused him so much trouble. Young Master Wen Yu cultivated in the decomposition Great Tao, which was an extremely powerful Great Tao. According to its quality, it could be classified as a 5th-grade Great Tao, and it could decompose all matter. The blue ripples spread out with young Master Wen Yu as the center. As the blue ripples spread, everything that was covered by the blue ripples disintegrated into nothingness. The second-step destruction warriors that had been besieging him were disintegrated until there was nothing left. Start data analysis. Name it decomposition. What young Master Wen Yu didn't know was that the moment he used his Great Tao, the invisible surveillance immediately began to analyze the data and create a document. If young Master Wen Yu knew about this, he would probably regret it. You fell for it. Using the power of the Great Tao once consumed a lot of young Master Wen Yu. The surrounding destruction warriors were all disintegrated. Young Noble Wen Yu's figure rapidly retreated, escaping into the void. A faint feeling told him that if he continued to stay, there would be trouble. As soon as he entered the void, young Master Wen Yu was ejected. You actually set up a great restrictive array around us, sealing off the void. What a good method. Lin Fei had indeed set up a large formation around them. It's too late to realize it now. Lin Fei waved his hand again, releasing the destruction warriors, the disc, and Qi Lin's mental attacks. Wave after wave, he continuously consumed his opponent's energy. Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, continue. Let's see who consumes who. After another wave of decomposition, young Master Wen Yu's face turned cold with a trace of paleness. He realized that he had encountered a big problem. What was worse was that he was not at his peak strength. He couldn't display the true power of the Great Tao. With his current Great Tao primordial heart, the power he could display was at most 4th-step power. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Young Master Wen Yu tried to kill his opponent several times, but his opponent seemed to have eyes. The traps he set up were not effective, and instead, they were a waste of energy. Submit to me, or die. Lin Fei was constantly monitoring his opponent through the system. All of young Master Wen Yu's information was being monitored, including the specific data of his energy consumption. This was equivalent to exposing everything to Lin Fei. In such a battle, young Master Wen Yu was at a complete disadvantage. You're courting death. Young Master Wen Yu was an overlord who had cultivated a 5th-grade Great Tao. In the past, he was one of the top experts. It had always been others who submitted to him, but when had he ever submitted to someone else? In a rage, young Master Wen Yu attacked again and again, destroying wave after wave of destruction warriors. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. His opponent's reaction was too fast. Young Master Wen Yu began to panic at this shameless method of fighting. What? You don't have enough energy. That's right, in order to fuse with the Great Tao primordial heart, you've used up almost all of your energy. You barely managed to preserve a portion of it, and in order to deal with me, you've used up a large amount of energy. You're now an arrow at the end of its flight. Hua hua hua. Cracks appeared on young Master Wen Yu's jade-like skin. His blood essence was being plundered by the treasures above. If it wasn't for the Great Tao primordial body, he would have long since collapsed. After activating the Great Tao primordial body without enough energy, young Master Wen Yu's life essence began to leak out. The Great Tao primordial body seemed like a simple move, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. Constantly maintaining the Great Tao primordial body was not a small burden. Let me guess, how long can you keep this up? An incense stick of time is too long. Maybe a few dozen breaths? Lin Fei continued to attack. In order to deal with this fellow, he was throwing caution to the wind. 50 years of accumulation was also an enormous amount. In the chaos of the holy world, Lin Fei had successfully taken advantage of the chaos. He had secretly set up equipment in every small holy world to plunder the source energy. They themselves were in endless trouble, so they had no time to pay attention to it. Lin Fei had really succeeded in taking advantage of the chaos. Young Master Wen Yu's heart shook. Only he knew how long he could last. Now that he had been exposed, he was truly shocked. Even in the past, no one would have been able to see through it. Could it be that this fellow condensed to support Great Tao, the kind used to investigate the other party's information? Young Master Wen Yu thought as he attacked. His current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Did I say I was right? In order to deal with this fellow, Lin Fei had prepared for a long time. Everything was under his control. In just a little bit more time, young Master Wan Yu would fall into his hands. His mood improved. Brat, you are indeed strong, but don't push me too far. I would rather die than submit to you. Instead, I will drag you down with me. Young Master Wan Yu was completely anxious. As long as you let me leave, I can promise you one thing. Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will help you accomplish it. Chapter 2340. Then you can try and see who will die first. Lin Fei lightly said. The attack continued. Young Master Wan Yu was completely flustered. An unnatural expression flashed across his face. After surviving with so much difficulty, no one was willing to die like this. He was the same. Bastard brat. You are too hateful. If this continues, there is a high chance that I will die. Why don't I lure him into giving up and take advantage of him being unprepared? Young Master Wan Yu's thoughts moved. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. Stop, I surrender. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, young Master Wan Yu had no other choice. After being trapped in an array formation, his great Tao of decompositions might have been weakened. If this continued, he would be the one to suffer. This brat really had a heart of stone. Drink this. Lin Fei stared at the other party. The other party's resistance had actually been calculated by the system. It could be said that from the very beginning, young Master Wan Yu had fallen into a situation of certain defeat. Brat, don't go too far. Young Master Wan Yu coldly snorted. Then you can continue. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Fei's counterattack was very sharp. Let's see if you drink it or not. If you don't drink it, you can choose to die. Young Master Wan Yu's heart turned into anger from shame, but he didn't care. Humph, in this world, there are only a few things that can control me. This brat is too naive. Moreover, when the wild continent was destroyed, those few things had long since disappeared without a trace. He can forget about obtaining them. You win, I will drink it. Young Master Wan Yu sneered in his heart. Once he calmed down, it would be the other party's death. At that time, he would torture him until he hovered between life and death. Lin Fei also laughed in his heart. Humph, you will lose for sure. A tube of medicine was thrown over, landing in front of young Master Wan Yu. Young Master Wan Yu's powerful divine sense swept over it and found that it was a very ordinary liquid. He felt even more disdain in his heart. Truly naive, wanting to use poison to control me, ha ha ha. After young Master Wan Yu saw through the medicine, he didn't directly drink it. Instead, he persisted for several breaths of time. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be hesitating. Keep pretending, keep pretending. When he couldn't hold on any longer, Prince Wan Yu drank the potion. Lin Fei's attack stopped, and the disc left. The surrounding destruction warriors were recalled, and Qi Lin returned to his side. Finally, just as young Master Wan Yu let out a sigh of relief, an endless pain came from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The liquid that seemed to be decomposing rapidly grew and multiplied in his sea of consciousness. Oh no, I've been tricked. It's too powerful. Lin Fei was filled with emotions. In order to control the other party, it took a total of 8 days. In the end, the special creature from the depths of the universe won. In the end, young Master Wan Yu was still controlled. His sea of consciousness was controlled by the puppet worm. Even the core of his sea of consciousness was occupied by the puppet worm. The other party was utterly defeated. You win. Young Master Wan Yu was completely speechless. After 8 days of resisting the torture, Wan Yu Gongzi had experienced the terror of the young. This was the first time he knew that there was such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Actually, if you had continued to persevere that day, you would still have lost in the end. Lin Fei said indifferently, because your great Tao body protection already has a weakness in my eyes. Lin Fei waved his hand and pointed. A strange energy shot out from his fingertip. The void was rapidly decomposed. Young Master Wan Yu was shocked. This is great Tao decomposition. You actually mastered it. How is this possible? No one understood this aura better than him. Great Tao decomposition. The great Tao that he had cultivated for his entire life was now displayed by a second person. This was definitely a shocking thing. The higher the level of the great Tao, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. It required a lot of luck. No, your great Tao decomposition is wrong. Good eyesight. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is not the complete great Tao decomposition, but it is about 50% of your great Tao decomposition. Before long, I will be able to completely grasp your great Tao decomposition. When the time comes, I will use your great Tao decomposition to deal with you. Do you think that your great Tao protective body will be able to withstand it? Young Master Wan Yu was like a deflated balloon. He opened his mouth but was unable to speak. Lin Fei smiled. In these 50 years, the only thing that was worth Lin Fei's interest was the job analysis simulation. In order to complete this new attribute, he spent a full 3 years to complete the task. Now it seemed that this attribute function was very useful. All along, how to display great Tao attacks had always been Lin Fei's shortcoming. Using origin energy to activate an attack, it could not be transformed into a great Tao attack. Only by combining it with the great Tao could his combat strength truly increase. Savage Sacred Mountain. Inside a cave dwelling. Young Master Wan Yu was completely convinced. He considered himself unlucky to have encountered such a monster. Even in the past, anyone would be shocked. To be able to secretly learn someone else's great Tao, even if it was only 30% to 40%, was something to be proud of. Moreover, the other party meant that he had a 100% success rate. This kind of ability could only be described as monstrous. After young Master Wan Yu was convinced, he answered everything Lin Fei asked, including his origin, background, and so on. He did not hide anything, and at the same time, he described the great battle in the past. Compared to Qi Lin, Ouyang Ba knew more secrets than him. Ouyang Ba's status was very high. Before he died, he was already a 7th-step expert. With the great Tao in his hands, he quickly made a name for himself. After the great battle affected the entire continent, Ouyang Ba made preparations in advance, just in case. Fortunately, he obtained some unknown secret techniques and was resurrected successfully. His strength was greatly reduced, and he could barely display the combat strength of a 4th-step expert. Ouyang Ba was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who was waiting for him. When this matter was mentioned, he felt extremely depressed. What the hell is this? Prophecy? That should be the work of the top prophecy master in the savage land. Lin Fei asked about the prophecy again. Ouyang Ba obviously knew more about it, and immediately said that it was the work of the top prophecy master. The top prophecy master? Could it be that old man Qianji? Qi Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. Master, old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the savage land. He is proficient in all kinds of predictions and has never failed. The top prophecy master. A few simple words proved his identity. He was a top existence in the continent. If such a person was released, the possibility of his prophecy coming true would be very high. In that case, they will really be resurrected. So what? The savage land will no longer exist, and only the sacred world formed by the broken worlds will be left. Lin Fei said. Ouyang Ba said, Old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the world. The prophecy he left behind must be reasonable. Perhaps, it is not impossible for the savage land to reappear. For example, the savage sacred mountain under us has never been broken. Lin Fei was deep in thought. Maybe it really makes sense. A month later, in the same cave abode on the savage sacred mountain. Chapter 2341. Great Tao. Decomposition. Lin Fei was not in the unparalleled realm. Instead, he had mastered a complete 5th-grade Great Tao, causing his strength to skyrocket. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin could only say, what a crazy master. No one had ever been able to learn another person's great path from another person's hands. How talented was that? Of course, they did not know that Lin Fei had spent a large amount of heaven points to analyze and replicate a complete great path. They simply thought that he had grasped a powerful talent. Perhaps not many people in the sacred world knew about it. However, people from Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin's era knew how important talent was, especially talent skills. However, all powerful races were born with the ability to activate their innate skills. By relying on their innate skills, their cultivation would be smooth sailing. For example, the innate skills retentive memory, seeing through the essence eyes of illusion and so on. Both of them thought that their master had activated a powerful talent skill. For example, replication? Such talent skills were extremely rare, as if they did not exist. If someone said that it was impossible for replication to exist, the two of them would definitely beat the crap out of the other party. After mastering Great Tao decomposition perfectly, Lin Fei had a ready-made mentor. Master, Great Tao protection is actually a skill that only experts in the fourth step can master perfectly. Although experts in the third step can condense a Great Tao, in order to master it perfectly, one has to reach the fourth step of Great Tao. Ouyangba began to guide him. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei did not return to the Invincible Palace. With someone guiding him, it was much faster. Within an hour, Lin Fei had mastered Great Tao protection. Great Tao decomposition formed an absolute space around him. Any matter that entered would be instantly decomposed. Lin Fei did not have a Great Tao origin heart, so it did not affect him from performing Great Tao decomposition. Every time he performed it, it would consume a huge amount of destiny points and origin energy. Great Tao protection is just a defensive technique for unparalleled experts. To improve your strength, you have to cultivate Great Tao skills to increase the level of your Great Tao. First move: 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Ouyangba began to teach Lin Fei the moves. Although the names of the moves were ordinary, after using them, their power would increase imperceptibly. Among the moves given by Ouyangba, there were long-range attacks and close-range attacks. All of them were extremely terrifying. Lin Fei learned very quickly. The system was constantly analyzing the moves. In less than a day, he had grasped all the moves and executed them to the point of perfection. No one could have imagined that he had done this in just a day. After returning to the Invincible Palace from the wild sacred mountain, Lin Fei heard a shocking piece of news before he could sit down. Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yan Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang have all broken through to the fourth step within 3 days? When Lin Fei saw the news from the spy, he was indeed a little surprised. Back then, they had returned with heavy injuries. In 50 years, not only had they recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also risen to the fourth step. Their improvement was extraordinary. The alliance of small saints is going to be unlucky. When the bad news of the 5 top forces spread and the alliance of small saints was established, both sides had become a thorn in each other's side. In the past 50 years, both sides had been fighting incessantly, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Unparalleled experts had also fallen. Now that the 3 of them had reached the fourth step, the first thing they would do would be to seek revenge. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 3 of them have advanced, but they won't be able to do much. The quality of their Great Tao is too low. They are either Grade 7 or Grade 8 Great Tao. Once you use your Grade 5 Great Tao, they won't be able to resist at all, Qilin said flatteringly. Ouyangba was expressionless. 3 mere fourth-step experts were nothing to him. Their strength had not recovered yet. With just his Grade 5 Great Tao, he could easily injure them and kill them. After the turmoil in the sacred world, Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. The warriors of destruction from the center of the World Wall battlefield had become his powerful trump card. At the very least, they could fight to a draw. Now that he had mastered a Grade 5 Great Tao, he was even less afraid. The sacred world is getting more and more interesting. In the past few days in the sacred world, the news that the 3 divine lords had advanced to the fourth step spread everywhere. The Yama's Massacre Realm, the Yen Huang Realm, and the Broken Wave Realm, the 3 small saints' realms, had all undergone a large-scale internal cleansing. Those forces that had been pretending to obey but secretly opposed were eliminated overnight. Many experts had been purged, including some unparalleled experts. The 3 divine lords used such a ruthless method to tell those forces. They were back. In the past 50 years, the 5 top forces had not had a good time. Their territory had shrunk, and their reputation was not as great as before. The younger generation only knew about the alliance of small saints, but they did not know about the 5 top forces. After the internal cleansing, the 3 divine lords took action again. The 3 of them divided the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm, and their forces increased greatly. In the past few years, the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm had been struggling, so it was only natural that they would be annexed. When the news spread, the sacred world was in an uproar again. These 2 small saints' realms had been occupied by various forces, and they had been taken out overnight. Smart people immediately realized that the 3 divine lords were taking revenge on the alliance of small saints' realms. Ever since the alliance of small saints' realms had been established, its reputation had reached its peak. It had suppressed the 5 top forces and taken over their territories. Its strength had increased greatly, and it would launch attacks from time to time. The three divine lords had advanced to the fourth step, and the pressure on the Alliance of Small Saints realms had increased greatly. Alliance leader, what should we do now? They are coming at us aggressively. With the strength of the Alliance of Small Saints realms, we might not be able to resist them. The fourth step is too strong. I heard that several experts at the third step were killed within 30 moves. It's too terrifying. Why don't we join forces with the other Small Saints realms to deal with the three divine lords together? The Alliance of Small Saints realms was in a mess. In the meeting hall, the unparalleled experts of status had lost their arrogance. They were arguing, just like in the market outside. Shut up! A fierce murderous aura engulfed the entire conference hall like a dark cloud, exploding in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Everyone stopped and looked at the gray-clothed man at the top. He was the alliance leader of the Alliance of Small Saints realms, 7 Evil Divine Lord, who was ranked 6th in the Small Saint realm. 7 Evil Divine Lord had established the Alliance of Small Saints realms with strong means. In 50 years, the strength of the Alliance of Small Saints realms had increased more than 10 times. 7 Evil Divine Lords' prestige had become stronger and stronger, and the entire Alliance of Small Saints realms had almost become the law of the land under 7 Evil Divine Lords' command. There had been several Alliance elders who were dissatisfied with him, but they had died quietly when they went out. It was widely rumored that 7 Evil Divine Lord had taken the initiative to kill them. Shui Yu and the others have advanced to the fourth step, but they are not invincible. I have secretly contacted several experts from the alien races. As long as they dare to appear, they will definitely die without a burial place. The elders of the Alliance of Sacred Lords in the meeting hall were all delighted. Although they did not like the experts from the alien races, they had to stop the attacks of the three divine lords. The Alliance of Small Saints realms could stand firm and fight against the three divine lords. Chapter 2342. In the vast and boundless starry sky, a gigantic flying beast with no end in sight appeared, blotting out the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. Its gigantic wings soared into the sky, and terrifying shockwaves pulverized the starry sky one after another, leaving behind shattered spatial cracks. This was an ancient starry sky green one whose strength had reached the 5th step. It was born as a first-step expert, and its talent was speed. It was one of the few fastest birds in the world. This kind of fast bird was invincible at the same level. Even if it was a level higher, unless it was a special great path, it would still be helpless. On the back of the primordial starry sky blue Luan, there was an area the size of a plane. At this moment, there were more than a dozen of these energy light clusters exuding a terrifying aura. They were incomparably overbearing. Deacon Li, the barbarian continent was destroyed by that person. Although it later condensed a small world, it was no longer as glorious as before. Why are we going to this place this time? A ball of purple energy said disdainfully. Yes, we are also curious. A broken world that has been abandoned for many years. Why do we still need to go there? That place has lost its source of energy, and cultivating to the 5th step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If any of us went there, we would be able to suppress that world. A white ball of energy coldly said. The other balls of energy fluctuated. The person called Deacon Li was dressed in green and was sitting cross-legged on the blue Luan's back. His aura was not strong, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, like a sharp long sword. Once the long sword was drawn, it would decide the life and death of others. All of you are geniuses with first-class talents. You are the best in the world, and your futures are limitless. Deacon Li's voice was like a great bell, and his words were like mountains. However, it does not mean that all of you can reach that realm. This time, sending you to the broken world is actually a mission given to you by the higher-ups. Whoever can collect enough Great Path Primordial Heart in the broken world will be able to enter that place, obtain the strongest inheritance, represent judgment, and qualify to enter the Capital Institute. The dozen or so balls of energy fluctuated greatly, and they seemed extremely excited. Deacon Li, I have a question. The Great Path Primordial Heart can only be condensed after reaching the 5th step. There are only a few people in that broken world now. Even if we kill them, we won't be able to get many Great Path Primordial Hearts. Someone raised a question, and it was also a question from a dozen or so balls of energy. Deacon Li smiled and said, The incomplete world is not as good as it was in the past, but don't forget, in that battle, countless experts died and were injured. Among them, Some experts secretly used heaven-defying methods, trying to resurrect themselves in the future. So, this is your chance, a chance to increase your strength. The sacred world didn't know that the people from Judgment were far away. After taking over the Black Water World and the 10,000 Sun World, the strength of the three great sacred lords had increased greatly. In just a few days, the three great sacred lords descended above the seven fiend world where the alliance of small sacred realms was located. With a loud rumble, the three sacred lords descended upon the seven evil realm. They did not hide their powerful auras at all. The great path appeared behind them, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying waves of air swept towards the alliance of small saints. The experts of the alliance of small saints immediately felt a huge pressure. The air seemed to be compressed, creating a feeling of suffocation. They had to circulate their great Tao with all their might to barely resist the pressure of the three sacred lords. Too powerful. There's only one level of difference, but why are the auras of the three sacred lords so strong? The difference is like the difference between the sky and the earth. In the past, the pressure that the three sacred lords gave off wasn't this strong, and they had some confidence in dealing with them. But now, I don't have any confidence at all. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, get the hell out here. Sacred Lord Bai Lang harumphed coldly, and balls of water containing a thick aura of the great Tao rained down on the alliance of small saints. After a series of explosions, the arrays around the alliance of small saints were torn apart, and countless experts were killed or injured. After 50 years, they could finally hold their heads up high. As long as they killed Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the other sacred lords, the sacred world would once again return to their control, and they would truly rule over the 33 small saints. Sacred Lord Bai Lang's attack was shocking. He wanted to force Sacred Lord Seven Fiend out unless the other was willing to give up on the alliance of small saints. This move was extremely vicious. He's out. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and a strong power of the great Tao opened up the sky and blocked the attacks of the rain. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend also appeared not far away from the three sacred lords. At the same time, surges of powerful sacred lord auras shot out from the alliance of small saints. A while later, more than 50 third-step experts stood behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend. Many of them had reached the peak and were only a step away from the fourth step. They could break through at any moment. The three sacred lords were very calm while facing more than 50 third-step experts. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stepped forward and released a limitless pressure. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you were really good 50 years ago. You gathered all the forces to steal food from the tiger's mouth. You didn't think that this day would come so soon, did you? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and the 53rd step experts behind him also used their great Tao to block the pressure from the fourth step experts. The winner is the king, and the loser is the thief. It doesn't matter what method I used, only the results. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kick you guys out of the three small saints worlds in 50 years. Instead, you guys managed to reach the fourth step and stand above us. This sacred is very regretful. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, today is the day you die. Are you going to kill yourself, or are we going to do it ourselves? Yan Zixing hated Sacred Lord Seven Fiend very much. Back then, some of the genius disciples of the Yan family had been killed by the alliance of small saints. Ha ha ha, kill yourself? Do you think you're a ninth step expert? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed. Just because you guys have reached the fourth step doesn't mean that there aren't other fourth step experts in this world. Thorn, Leica, go greet them. A huge ripple came from heaven and earth as a passageway opened in the void. A terrifying pressure came from the other end of the passageway. Then, an expert wearing a golden beast hide walked out of the passageway. Three Saint Lords, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's eyebrows furrowed. Barbarian Leica, you've also reached the fourth step. There's still me. A huge commotion appeared in the air as a scorching aura swept over. Heaven and earth were covered in flames, and it was as if they had arrived in a kingdom of fire. Everyone felt the temperature rise, and their blood started to evaporate. They all circulated their great Tao to block it. Fire Tribe. Thorn. A flaming person descended from the sky and released a terrifying scorching aura. Chapter 2343. The Flame Tribe's Thorn and the Barbarian Leica were both foreign race experts and fourth step experts at the same time. The originally weak small saint world now had the support of two fourth step experts and had the strength to fight against three sacred lords. At the very least it would be a draw. No matter how strong a fourth step expert was, it would be very difficult for them to fight against a group of third step experts. After all, the 3 Sacred Lords' great Daos weren't very high. They were either grade 7 or grade 8. It was hard to determine the victor of this battle. So, it's you guys. I didn't expect you to reach the 4th step after escaping back then. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sneered. Do you think that you can fight against us with just the 2 of you and a group of 3rd step experts? Who said that there are only 2 of us? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed as his aura erupted. His 3rd step aura rose to the aura of a 4th step expert. He was a true 4th step expert now. In a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain, this sacred refined half of the great Tao origin heart and successfully reached the 4th step. Are you surprised? Now that it's 3 against 3, you have no chance of winning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other 2 were curious as to why Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had invited Thorn and Leica. It turned out that he was a 4th step expert. No wonder he could invite them. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you're very capable. You reached the 4th step without anyone knowing. You want to completely control the small Saint World Alliance and even unify the entire sacred world, right? A cold light flashed in Yan Zixing's eyes. Hearing what Yan Zixing said, the expressions of the 3rd step experts standing behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend changed. They didn't care about Sacred Lord Seven Fiend controlling the small Saint World Alliance as long as it didn't affect their interests. However, if Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wanted to unify the small Saint World, he would touch their bottom line. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was smart. Everyone, don't listen to Yan Zixing's nonsense. Do you think it's possible for a 4th step expert to suppress a group of 3rd step experts? However, Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others are different. 3 4th step experts can completely suppress us. They are our enemies, and the sacred world doesn't need to be unified. Everyone's expressions returned to normal. A few words had changed their minds. A single 4th step expert was very powerful, and it was very difficult to suppress them. It was normal for both sides to be injured. The 3 Sacred Lords were different. Fellow Taoist Seven Fiend, we have so many people on our side. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill them first. Leica had the temperament of a barbarian. His wild aura soared into the heavens. Destroy them. Thorn waved his hand, and flames filled the sky. Space was unable to endure the high temperature and began to split apart. Black holes appeared, and astral winds howled. Attack! Seven Fiend Holy Lord was also worried that his people would be persuaded. He wanted to defeat them first. The great Tao behind him surged forward. It's starting, Qi Lin said. Somewhere else, Lin Fei, Qi Lin, and Ouyang Ba were enjoying the show. At most, it'll be a draw, Ouyang Ba said calmly after taking a look. This kind of fight is just like playing house. Lin Fei laughed. Ouyang, not everyone is like you, condensing a 5th grade Great Tao. After mastering the decomposition of 5th grade Great Tao, Lin Fei started to compare their Great Tao. Just like the difference in grades, there was a huge difference in power. There was actually no difference between a grade 8 and a grade 9 Great Tao. The quality of Seven Fiend Holy Lord and the others' Great Tao was not high. The best was grade 8, and the others were grade 9. When they used their Great Tao, it was very rough. After all, the sacred world was not the wasteland continent of the past. There was a complete set of cultivation techniques, and they had the guidance of ancestors. Now, everyone was just testing the waters, so it was normal for them to have rough control. After observing for a while, Lin Fei was not interested. With his strength, a grade 5 Great Tao could completely suppress them. It might be difficult to kill them, but it was easy to injure them. The 6 4th step experts fought, and the sky and earth shook. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air. Seven Fiend Holy Lord escaped into the void to fight. If this continued, the Seven Fiend domain would be completely destroyed, and then it would become a wasteland. Overall, Seven Fiend Holy Lord's side was very strong. Apart from the 3 4th step experts, there was also a group of 3rd step experts. Their Great Tao attacks were slightly weaker, but they could still affect the 3 Holy Lords. This time, the 3 Holy Lords were too arrogant. If they had brought 3rd step experts, it would have been much better. It would not have been like this, where it was very tiring. Holy Lord Bai Lang, what do you think of this punch? Caught off guard, Holy Lord Bai Lang was sent flying by 7 Fiend Holy Lords punch. Lightning Toxic Dragon Drill. 7 Fiend Holy Lord followed up with another attack. His great Tao turned into a long black spear. With a turn of his arm, the frequency of heaven and earth formed a line, and a terrifying killer move was executed from 7 Fiend Holy Lord's hand. This move was very strong. 7 Fiend Holy Lord had obtained it from a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. It was very powerful. Holy Lord Bai Lang had not advanced for long, so he did not have many powerful killer moves. 7 Fiend Holy Lord's spear pierced through his opponent and destroyed one of his arms. Holy Lord Bai Lang was severely injured. I have to help them. Now that Holy Lord Bai Lang was injured, his strength was affected, and the 3 Holy Lords were at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would definitely lose and might even die. Lin Fei decided to help the 3 Holy Lords. They couldn't just die like this. He didn't want his sacred world to be controlled by the small Saint World Alliance. The pressure on Yan Zixing and company increased dramatically, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang was pushed back. 3 Holy Lords, today is the day you die. Thorns circulated his flames, and flaming giants walked out and surrounded Sacred Lord Blood Prison. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao of Blood Sea was greatly affected. Under the influence of the Tao of Fire, Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao started to evaporate, and his strength was affected as well. Sacred Lord Bai Lang, you can go down now. 7 Fiend Holy Lord used another lightning toxic dragon drill. This move was extremely weird and hard to defend against, which was why Sacred Lord Bai Lang was hit. The tip of the spear stabbed towards Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and an aura of death rose from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's heart. His great Tao protection was instantly destroyed. Death also arrived at this instant. What's the point? A light sigh sounded in everyone's ears. 2 fingers grabbed the spear an inch away from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and the terrifying power was devoured by a blue light. In just an instant, the spear formed from Tao completely melted in front of him. The smile on 7 Fiend Holy Lord's face froze, and a part of his Tao started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. Who are you? 7 Fiend Holy Lord's heart ached after losing a part of his Tao. The person in black that had just appeared made him wary. Alliance leader of the Avengers. The person in black said. 7 Fiend Holy Lord's pupils contracted as if he had been hit in the head. Unease appeared in his heart. The alliance leader of the Avengers that had disappeared for 50 years had appeared at this moment. Chapter 2344. Why do we have to listen to you? Thorn sneered. He wanted to oust the 3 Holy Lords from their positions. How could he be willing to be stopped? That's right, the 3 Holy Lords aren't qualified to control the small saint world. You want us to let them go with just one sentence? Unless you are stronger than us. Leica followed up. 7 Fiend Holy Lord had heard about the Avengers Alliance Master. Back then, he had caused a huge commotion in Yanhuang City. Even the 5 Holy Lords were helpless. The news had spread 50 years ago. Later, it was speculated that the one who spread the news was the Avengers Alliance Master. If it wasn't for this mysterious person, no one would know that the 5 Holy Lords were injured or even died. Blood Prison Holy Lord and the other 2 Holy Lords had strange expressions. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they wouldn't be in such trouble. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they would have been able to control the small saint world, and the forces they relied on wouldn't have rebelled. Just as they were about to lose, the Avengers Alliance Master appeared once again and stood on their side. This was truly shocking. The 3 Holy Lords had complicated emotions. They knew that if this continued, they would lose without a doubt. However, they couldn't bring themselves to thank the Avengers Alliance Master. It could be said that the Avengers Alliance Master was their greatest enemy. You 2 from the foreign races are really arrogant. Then take one of my moves. Back then, the foreign races didn't dare to behave atrociously in the wild continent. Now, you 2 don't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the sacred world. A cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In the sky, a giant palm appeared without any warning. As soon as the palm appeared, it covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire sky was covered, and a huge pressure shrouded them. Thorn and Leica didn't think much of the palm. Wanting to defeat them with just one hand was too simple. They were the 2 strongest 4th step experts of the foreign races. The 2 of them activated their Grand Tao. Barbarian Thorn punched the sky with a powerful aura. The berserk aura seemed like it was going to pierce through the giant palm. Leica activated his Grand Tao of Fire. A flame giant appeared with a long flame saber and slashed at the giant palm. The saber radiance was as bright as the sun. Seven Fiend Holy Lord didn't make a move. If Thorn and Leica fight, they can test the strength of the Alliance Master. Seven Fiendish Holy Lord wasn't that afraid of the Avengers Alliance leader. A person who hid in the dark all the time had limited achievements, so there was no need to worry about him. The strength of the two experts from the foreign races was still very strong. Seven Fiend Divine Lord would have a hard time dealing with any one of them in a one-on-one situation. He didn't believe that the Alliance Master had the ability to fight two of them at once. It would be a pretty good thing if he could even fight to a draw. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company all had different thoughts. They subconsciously hoped that the Alliance leader of the Avengers would be able to block the attacks of the two non-human experts. Without the two non-human experts, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wasn't much. With their strength they could easily kill him. Without Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, the others wouldn't be able to take a single blow. At this moment, their thoughts were the same. The giant hand slowly pressed down. Thorn and Leica's attacks rushed up, but they stopped before they could even get close to the giant hand. They couldn't advance an inch and started to disintegrate into nothingness in front of everyone's shocked eyes. With a loud explosion, the giant hand pressed down. Thorn and Leica circulated their Grand Taos to the limit, but they were still unable to block the terrifying power of the giant hand. With a loud explosion, the two non-human experts were smashed deep into the ground. Too strong. Even the Grand Taos have been disintegrated. This is an invincible attack. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, and company all took in a cold breath. Just now, they had clearly seen that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it entered the range of the palm, it would be disintegrated into nothingness. What a terrifying attack! A Grand Tao that was even higher than theirs. The Sacred Lords didn't dare to make a sound. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face turned pale. Feeling it at such a close distance, he realized just how terrifying the power of the Grand Tao was. How can he be so strong? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend lost his voice. The other party had injured two of the fourth experts with a single palm. He didn't attack again, and the giant hand disappeared. Traces of the power of the Grand Tao continuously stimulated them. The sacred world isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. If you come to the sacred world again, I will definitely kill you. Thorn and Leica came out of the ground with pale faces. The power of the Grand Tao around them was much weaker. At this moment, they didn't dare to say another word and turned to leave the Seven Fiend world. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. They had been defeated in one move. Just how strong was the other party? Their Grand Tao attacks were strong, but compared to the other parties, they were on a completely different level. Sacred Lord Blood Prison felt the other party leave and finally revealed a happy expression. With the non-human experts gone, the scales of victory were tilted towards their side. He cupped his hands towards the sky and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for helping out. We three Sacred Lords are extremely grateful." Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face sank. Was he trying to rope in the Avengers Alliance Leader? Things weren't looking good. The three Sacred Lords took the initiative to thank the mysterious Avengers Alliance Leader. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, at the very least, the Avengers Alliance Leader had helped them greatly. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. "Avengers Alliance Leader, I think this is a misunderstanding. Those two non-human experts weren't invited by me. They were greedy for the resources of the sacred world. After the two non-human experts left, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend seemed to have lost both his arms. He no longer had the strength to fight against the three Sacred Lords. If the Avengers Alliance Leader continued to support the three Sacred Lords, then he would really be done for. The small Saint World Alliance behind him would also become a thing of the past. You are guilty of colluding with the non-human experts." A cold voice sounded from the sky again. However, the sacred world isn't the wasteland continent of the past. If you continue to fight, the heavens and earth will collapse. The sacred world won't be able to withstand your torment. Let's just stop here. The sacred world needs peace. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, also felt that he was being hypocritical. If it wasn't for the chaos of the sacred world, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the chaos and accumulate a large amount of origin energy. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never felt that the other party's voice was so pleasant to listen to. He hurriedly followed, "Alliance leader is right. The sacred world has been in chaos for such a long time and indeed needs peace. The Seven Fiend World Alliance and the Small Saint World Alliance will fully support Alliance leader's words." When the three sacred lords heard this, they cursed the other party for being shameless. At the same time, they couldn't understand why the Avengers Alliance leader would let Sacred Lord Seven Fiend go. The two non-human experts weren't a match for the other party. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other two sacred lords didn't have any confidence either. The quality of the Great Tao was higher than theirs. It was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. We are willing to stop. Chapter 2345. A battle that wasn't a life-and-death battle ended just like that. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out that there was still an expert in the sacred world that suppressed 6 fourth-step experts by himself. The Avengers Alliance Master's strength spread across the sacred world. At the same time, some people pushed the Avengers Alliance Master to the position of the #1 expert. Just how strong was he to be able to suppress 6 sacred lords? Lin Fei had become the #1 expert by pretending to be the Avengers Alliance Master. Of course, this would happen later. Lin Fei suppressed 2 non-human experts with his strength, giving Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the 3 sacred lords a deep and terrifying impression. They knew that it would be difficult to deal with Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, so they might as well leave a good impression in case the Avengers Alliance Master had other thoughts. The battle ended just like that. The 3 saints also returned to their respective small saint worlds as soon as possible. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions, and they even felt a bit regretful. They had almost been killed by someone. What do you guys think the Avengers Alliance Master wants to do? Sacred Lord Bai Lang asked with a frown. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yan Zixing were at a loss. 50 years had passed, and they still couldn't see what the other party was thinking. Under normal circumstances, if the other party really wanted to do something in the sacred world, he would have made a move 20 to 30 years ago. There was no need to wait until now. Today was a chance, so why did he give it up? The Avengers Alliance Master is far more mysterious than we imagined. We still can't see what he's planning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. Yan Zixing's eyes flashed coldly. However, we can't let Thorn and Leica go. We must teach them a lesson. Terrifying killing intent shot out of the 3 sacred lords' eyes. If the non-human experts hadn't interfered, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The 2 of them were the main culprits. They had to teach them a lesson no matter what. Does this count as me controlling the sacred world now? Lin Fei's goal was to prevent them from disturbing the balance of the sacred world. As long as this balance was maintained, he could continuously absorb the origin energy without anyone noticing. Using such a method to increase his strength and replicate the Great Tao, if news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was even to the extent that some old monsters would make a move against him. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei used the chaos of the Saints' world to conceal the ripples of origin energy in the surroundings. No matter who it was, no one would be able to link it to this. Congratulations, Master. The entire sacred world is in your hands. Qi Lin said flatteringly. Once Master's Great Tao is revealed, who dares to challenge him? Even if there are more than 10 of them, Master will still be able to suppress them. Ouyang added. When he mentioned the Great Tao, his face was filled with pride. In the past, when the barbarian continent was filled with experts, Ouyang was also an overlord. Because of the tyrannical energy of the Great Tao, many people were unable to break through the defense of the Great Tao. This special Great Tao was too terrifying. It's best for the Saints' world to maintain the current situation for now. I believe that after this, they'll all settle down and stop fighting each other so easily. I can finally relax for a while. Lin Fei did not like the chaos of war in the sacred world, and he disliked being controlled by others even more. Peace returned to the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers also became the top expert in the sacred world. All kinds of rumors spread, and in a short time, all the information about the leader of the Avengers was dug out. The 3 great sacred lords and the others did not say anything about this. At least for now, the leader of the Avengers fully deserved to be the top expert. He had mastered a tyrannical Great Tao, so he had a very obvious advantage. As the leader of the Avengers rose in the sacred world and became the top expert, the sacred world entered a period of peace. Although there were small-scale battles between the alliance of small sacred realms and the three great sacred lords from time to time, it was generally very peaceful. 3 months later, a shocking piece of news came from the foreign races outside the sacred world. The three great sacred lords had joined forces to deal with 2 fourth-step experts from the foreign races, but they were injured and fled back to their lair in the sacred world. This caused a huge uproar. In the beginning, everyone did not believe it was true. The foreign races were not as good as they used to be. It was already quite incredible that they could produce 2 fourth-step experts. When the 3 great sacred lords joined forces to attack, everyone thought it would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was an unforeseen event. The 3 great sacred lords fled back to their lair with serious injuries. Just when everyone thought it was impossible, the 2 experts from the foreign races said that they would welcome the 3 great sacred lords as guests at any time. The news reached Lin Fei's ears immediately. The foreign races have fourth-step experts? Lin Fei was not interested in the foreign races. Ever since he had learned about their existence, he had not tried to understand them. The foreign races outside the civilization could not achieve anything great. Master, it's hard to say. Maybe the foreign races have some trump cards. Qilin said. For Master, it's fine as long as they don't enter the sacred world. No matter how much trouble they cause, they won't be able to do anything. Lin Fei had the same thought. Outside the sacred world, the foreign races outside the civilization. These foreign races occupied a very small continent. They did not build cities and always maintained a tribal way of living. However, the strength of the foreign races was obviously several times stronger than that of the human race. Because it was a foreign land outside the civilization, the foreign races that lived here needed to face tyrannical vicious beasts and constantly temper their strength. In life and death battles, the strength of the foreign races could not be underestimated. Now, in a forbidden area of the foreign races were shrouded by a terrifying Great Tao's power. The previously injured Thorn and Leica were sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored stone. Traces of blood-colored power entered their bodies, and their complexions became more and more rosy. Thank you, Ancestor, for your reward. The 2 opened their eyes and looked at the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on another stone with reverence. This white-haired old man was very old. His body was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was very rosy and his eyes were very spirited. If anyone ignored this white-haired old man, they would be the unlucky one. I didn't expect that in the declining sacred world, there would still be someone like the Avengers Alliance Master who grasped a powerful Great Tao. The white-haired old man sighed. Luckily, the 2 of you were able to return. The foreign races cannot be without you. Facing the white-haired old man in front of them, the 2 of them had a very proper attitude. Even now, they still couldn't forget the scene of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company killing their way over. Originally, their injuries hadn't healed yet, and as time passed, they were defeated. At the critical moment, the Ancestor appeared and forced them back in 3 moves. The only regret was that he wasn't able to keep them here. Ancestor, the Avengers Alliance Master is very strong. We suspect that he cultivates a grade 6 Great Tao at the very least. Our attacks can't affect him at all. Chapter 2346. Ever since the 3 Saint Lords returned from the alien world, they hadn't appeared for 100 years. With the number 1 expert in the sacred world maintained a rare peace. In the past 100 years, everyone guessed that the number 1 expert would control the sacred world, but it didn't happen. Since then, the number 1 expert, the Avengers, had never appeared again. After 100 years, he only left behind a shadow of a legend. In the endless starry sky outside the sacred world, a huge bird flew through the starry sky. Large areas of the starry sky collapsed. The uninhabited continent didn't even last for a second before it was smashed and finally stopped. We're here. The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a mountain that covered the sky. The dozen or so energy balls were very eye-catching. Deacon Lee stood up and released an invisible aura. The dozen or so energy balls felt a great pressure. According to the map, it will take about 5 or 6 days to reach the sacred world. You guys go there by yourselves. As for how to get the Great Tao Origin Heart, there is no need for me to say it. You all know it. The higher-ups have calculated that after 300 or 400 years, those experts will be resurrected. The dozen or so energy balls broke through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Deacon Lee looked at the starry sky. You are all geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Don't disappoint me. The alien world. Since the beginning of the alien race's inheritance, the alien world was the alien world. It never had a complete name. Ever since that battle, Leica and Thorn had basically stayed in the foreign race's world and hadn't left at all. They had constantly increased their strength in hopes that one day, they would be able to kill their way into the holy world and take the lives of the 3 holy lords. There was also the Avengers Alliance Master, whose whereabouts were always unknown. If it weren't for that person, the holy world would have long since fallen into their hands, and the power of the foreign race would have reached its peak. In the past 100 years, the 2 alien race experts had been cultivating and going into closed-door training. Noon of this day. A terrifying aura shrouded the sky of the alien world. In front of this aura, the alien race experts felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if the other party could kill them with a single thought. This intense feeling kept rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in the alien world? One after the other, 2 sharp auras soared into the sky. As the protectors of the alien world, Leica and Thorn were the first to come out. 2 terrifying attacks tore apart the other party's aura, allowing the experts from the foreign races to catch a breather. 4th step realm. 8th grade Great Tao. What a piece of trash. A cold snort came from above the 2 of them. A huge finger shot through the air. No one knew where it came from, but it heavily hit the 2 of them. An unimaginably terrifying force pressed down on them, and they were immediately sent flying into a mountain. They were on the verge of death. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the Alliance Master has taken action? The 2 of them were on the verge of death. They were 4th step experts, but they couldn't even take one move from this person. They felt extremely sullen, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. To be able to heavily injure them in one move. How terrifying was the person who came? Your Excellency, aren't you being too vicious and merciless? This is the outsider's world. How can you? Another tyrannical and terrifying aura shot into the sky. Halfway through his words, a finger stabbed down from the void. You half-dead old things, scram to the side. A massive boom rang out, and the towering aura was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The entire forbidden region of the outsider world was shaken. Too weak, too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The voice in the void was filled with endless disappointment. Leica and Thorn revealed frightened expressions. The old ancestor wasn't this person's opponent and was suppressed by a single finger. This person's strength was unfathomable. The 2 of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom. From today onwards, the 3 of you belong to this young master. A powerful force attacked them. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor were pulled over by a young man. They were thrown together, and the other party's icy voice echoed in their ears. Your strength is too weak. You can consider yourselves lucky. I don't need trash by my side, otherwise how could I compete with those people? The young man's body was shrouded by the power of the Great Tao, so his appearance couldn't be seen. The only thing they could feel was his arrogance. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor didn't turn around for a moment. Once they did, they were overwhelmed with shock. A mysterious person had easily defeated them, and now there was more than one such powerhouse. Could it be that the holy world was going to change? The assassin world. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I want to control. There was an underground world outside the holy world. Normally, very few people would come to this place, but in this underground world, there was a terrifying power, the assassin world. The assassin world was overseen by a 4th step powerhouse who had broken through 50 years ago. If this was a normal time, the master of the assassin world, Black, might make a move against the holy world. But what happened 50 years ago mercilessly told Black that with his strength alone, he was far from being able to strut around in the holy world. From then on, Black gave up on the idea of being a hegemon. With the mysterious #1 expert above his head, who knew when he would come looking for him? It was better to be a local tyrant in his own territory. Black cultivated in the secret room as usual. After 50 years, his strength had stabilized. Sometimes he would turn into a black room, and sometimes he would turn into a human. He kept changing back and forth. This was one of Black's powerful das. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates the 6th grade Great Tao. This Great Tao is not bad. Without any warning, a sound came from the secret room. Black's expression changed, and the black room surged out, covering the entire secret room. Get out. A bright light, like the dawn before darkness, appeared. The black fog that covered the sky seemed to have met its nemesis. It kept evaporating and dissipating, and a series of groans came from the black fog. Stop, stop. Black was so scared that his scalp went numb. After returning to his human form, his face was full of horror. He cultivated a 6th-grade Great Tao, and he did not have to worry about facing the 3 great divine lords and the others. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mysterious person today. Black did not need to doubt that the other party's strength was so strong that he could not compete with him. Sir, your strength is impressive. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely complete it for you. Black lowered his head, having no intention of fighting back at all. Someone who could target his Great Tao must be a Great Tao above his own. A Great Tao countered a Great Tao, and his strength would be reduced by more than half. Black had no chance at all, so he might as well just admit defeat. You are very smart. The person smiled and said, I have taken a fancy to your assassin world, and I can even help you advance to the 5th step. Black knelt on one knee without hesitation. Black greets young master. Chapter 2347. Master, several places in the sacred world have detected a powerful force that exceeds the strength of a 4th step expert. It is suspected that some experts have invaded the sacred world. Nether Realm, Wild Sacred Mountain, in a cave abode. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly heard the little fiend's reminder. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. If I burst out with the power of a 4th step expert, wouldn't that be equal to the power of a 5th step expert? Ever since Lin Fei had shown his strength 100 years ago, he had become the top expert in the sacred world. He did not care much about it as he felt a sense of accomplishment for using a mysterious identity to deal with the sacred world. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had basically stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the origin energy and search for experts who were trying to resurrect. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. There were very few people like Ouyang Ba. According to Ouyang Ba, there were many hidden spaces and secret realms in the wild sacred mountain. Perhaps they were all hiding in those secret realms. Lin Fei tried to find the secret realm, but these secret realms were not ordinary. At the same time, they were closed. It was not easy to detect their specific location. Over the past few decades, Lin Fei hadn't gained anything. Those spatial secret realms were tightly hidden. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered any secret realms during this period, but they had long been destroyed by others. There was no value in them at all. Lin Fei could only give up on the idea of searching for them. However, it did not mean that he had given up on searching. Instead, he made arrangements. No matter when, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation in the wild sacred mountain, the little devil would know immediately. He would definitely be one step ahead of others and would not be afraid of being occupied. Yes, according to the force that erupted, it is indeed at the 5th step realm, said the little devil. According to my analysis, Master's enemies should have a new backer. Lin Fei had not done anything in the past 100 years, but he had actually gained complete control over the Saints' world. He was not particularly interested in the territory, resources, and authority that other people had. Compared to origin energy, they were nothing. They were nothing. They were all unpresentable. Could it be that those experts from back then have returned, or? Lin Fei furrowed his brows. If they're really being controlled by someone, I'm afraid those people will come looking for me. I have to make some arrangements. Unable to guess their origins, Lin Fei realized that the sacred world would no longer be peaceful. Master, we've overlooked a certain force. That mysterious judgment organization. There's an 80% chance that these people are from that force. Imp said. The little devil had a strong analytical ability, so there was an 80% chance that he was from Judgment. Judgment! Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If there was anyone who had the opportunity to send such a strong person, it would be the Judgment Organization. Even though the Judgment Organization had disappeared for such a long time and was almost forgotten by people, no one really believed that the Judgment Organization had disappeared. It was very likely that they were hiding from the world. Hey, someone is looking for Sung Shengtian. Through the connection between them, Lin Fei immediately sensed the movements on the other side. Turn on the surveillance. Be careful. The image on the system changed to a palace in Heaven Wasteland domain. A tyrannical power was wreaking havoc, but it was perfectly controlled in a very small area, indicating that this person had an extremely deep grasp of his own strength. This person is very strong. Just this aura alone has reached the peak of the fourth step. His great Tao power is also extremely terrifying. Are they big shots who want to control the sacred world? Lin Fei was suspicious. In the palace, the Xianxia brothers were both third-step experts. In the past 100 years they had progressed extremely quickly. However, in front of the person who had come, just the terrifying pressure of the great Tao made it hard for them to breathe. You people of the sacred world are really weak. I haven't even made a move yet, but you can't stand it. How disappointing. In the original position of the city lord, there was a ball of red energy. One could vaguely see the figure inside. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you live, or you die. The Xianxia brothers relied on Lin Fei to control a small sacred world and restore the former glory of the Zhong clan. They had never had any thoughts of betrayal. They knew very well that without Tion's help, they most likely would not have reached this step today. Facing the tyrannical person in front of them, the Xianxia brothers hesitated. One side was death, the other was life. This was the most difficult choice in a person's life. Once they made the choice, it would be a betrayal. The Zhong clan disdained to do such a thing. If they chose to die, the glory of the Zhong clan would never return, and they would forever become smoke in history. Why are you willing to choose to die? In the city lord's position, the ball of energy revealed a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Xianxia did things in an open and above-board manner. The thing he was most unwilling to do was to betray. Even if Tion did not ask the Zhong clan to do anything in these 100 years, Xianxia had always insisted that he was one of Tion's people. Without Tion behind him, even if he controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain, without a strong backing, he would not be able to stop the surrounding people from spying on him. Xianxia, agree to that guy. There's nothing for me to worry about. When Xianxia could not make a decision, a familiar voice sounded in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Xianxia was also a powerful guy, and did not reveal any strange expression. He believed that as long as he revealed a trace of strange expression, the mysterious person would definitely be able to see it. Sir, it's not impossible for us to rely on you, but do you have the confidence to face the siege from the invincible palace of the Nether Domain? Xianxia said hesitantly. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. That's great. I've never been stingy to my own people. As long as you work for me, a mere invincible palace and the Nether Domain are nothing. I might as well tell you, I'm from the mysterious judgment organization in your eyes. Do you think the forces of the sacred world can go against judgment? The unlimited arrogance of the words directly caused the hearts of the two brothers, Xianxia, to tremble. On the other side, after hearing these words, Lin Fei finally confirmed that the mysterious judgment had finally made a move. They had arranged for young disciples to control an overlord of the sacred world the moment they arrived. I didn't expect it to really be them. But what exactly is their goal? Lin Fei frowned. We're willing to be your subordinates, Xianxia said after struggling for a while. The younger brother beside him had always followed his older brother. Little did he know that at this moment, Xianxia was also very shocked. That Tion's strength was so terrifying, and the people from the judgment organization actually did not notice it at all. How strong was that person? Xianxia secretly rejoiced that he did not rely on the other party right from the start. Otherwise, if he offended Tion, there would be no place for him in the sacred world. Chapter 2348. The Judgment Organization. Lin Fei heard it clearly. The power that had disappeared for a long time had appeared once again. They had sent a powerful member of the younger generation to oversee it, and there were many similar people. Lin Fei connected the dots and confirmed that it was the work of the Judgment Organization. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the person from the Judgment Organization had never noticed that he was being monitored. After receiving the Xianxia brothers' surrender, he began to understand all the information from the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers? The #1 expert in the sacred world? The mass of energy knew all the information about the sacred world, such as the distribution of power. However, when it heard about the leader of the Avengers, it had some doubts. To be able to single-handedly suppress several fourth-step experts, his strength was indeed impressive. What the other party was most concerned about was the mysterious origin of the leader of the Avengers. Until now, No one knew his true identity. It was as if he had never appeared before. All right, from now on, the only thing you need to do is to collect information for me. Everything about. The mass of energy said unhurriedly and threw out 2 elixirs. These are grade 5 Tao pills. They contain a rich and special energy. As long as you refine them, you will be able to smoothly advance to the 5th step realm. The Sung Shengtian brothers were shocked by these words. 1 elixir could advance from the 3rd step to the 5th step realm? It was too terrifying. The other party's aura disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Sung Shengtian could no longer sense the existence of the other party, but he did not think that the other party had left. He had just changed his way of existence. Big brother, are we dreaming? For a moment, Sung Shengtian wondered if he was dreaming. The 2 grade 5 Tao pills floating in front of him told them that it was not a dream. We are not dreaming. That person is indeed very powerful. We just need to do as he says. Sung Shengtian was not naive enough to think that they were dreaming. They could not afford to offend such an expert. They could not afford to offend Dtian either. Could they not see that the other party had not sensed it? This was the most terrifying thing. Sung Shengtian did not want to tell his brother. He was the only one who knew. Scanning the 5th grade Tao core, in the dark, Lin Fei activated the scanning function. It was analyzed and tested. Ding! Level 5 Tao pill. A special type of pill. It contains the power of the Great Tao and can help increase one's strength. It is a one-time consumable. Ding! Do you want to replicate? Lin Fei had been paying attention the moment the other party took out the pill. The judgment organization is so high and mighty. They have mastered such a method to increase their strength. Now, they have taken out a grade 5 Tao pill. Perhaps above this, there is a grade 6 Tao pill, or even a grade 7 Tao pill. Lin Fei thought to himself. Copy! Ding! 1/10 of the energy unit will be consumed to replicate the Tier 5 Tao pill. Replication begins, estimated to end in 3 days. 1/10 of the consumption, Lin Fei's heart ached. This consumes too much energy. 1/10 of the origin energy was indeed a huge consumption, reaching a terrifying figure. Master, the effects of the grade 5 Tao core replicated by the system are more than 5 times that of an ordinary grade 5 Tao core. That's why it consumed so many units of origin energy. 5 times. Lin Fei's heart did not ache so much anymore. A 5 times increase was still understandable. Sung Shengtian, this pill is not bad. You can take it. From now on, don't contact me. Do whatever you want, lest you get exposed. Lin Fei sent a thought over and ended the call. Although the other party did not know that he was being monitored, Lin Fei still had to be careful, lest he was discovered. At that time, he would be the bird that stuck out. Lin Fei ended the call with Sung Shengtian. He had been paying attention to the situation after taking the pill. He had to admit that the other party's grade 5 Tao core was very powerful. Within a few days after taking it, the 2 brothers, Sung Shengtian, had advanced to the 4th step and mastered the Great Tao body protection. The speed of their advancement did not stop. It was still slowly increasing. It seemed that they could really advance to the 5th step. After some observation, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of grade 5 Tao cores. They were good stuff. If not for the arrival of the judgment organization, Lin Fei really did not know that there was such a good thing. From the tip of the iceberg, he could see how powerful the judgment organization was. A group of mysterious people came to the sacred world. Lin Fei did not manage to grasp all of them. He barely knew that there were 10 of them in the sacred world. He did not know if there were more outside. Lin Fei believed that there were. He could also guess their purpose. Perhaps it was for those who were preparing to resurrect in the near future. After the people from the judgment organization came and secretly controlled them, they disappeared. In fact, they were hidden in the depths of the small sacred world. If not for the powerful system, it would be difficult to find them. There's another one? Just when Lin Fei thought that the people from the judgment organization would not find him, they came. Sealed world. Invincible palace. A young man from the judgment organization came. Sealed world that could suppress people's strength. He did not manage to suppress the other party's strength and broke into invincible palace just like that. Lin Fei usually stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the drifting origin energy. However, he also arranged for an expert to keep watch. That was Ouyang Ba. His great Tao decomposition could decompose everything. He was enough to keep watch. The netherworld was guarded by Qi Lin. A powerful mind was also a rare great Tao, and its attacks were more incisive. This young man from the Judgment Organization wanted to control Invincible Palace as soon as he arrived. However, he was attacked by Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba used his powerful great Tao and caught him off guard. With his powerful decomposition ability, no matter could escape from decomposition. Ouyang Ba was still very confident. Although he was only at step 4, he could make up for all his flaws with his strong advantage. This young man from the Judgment Organization was quite shocked. A great Tao of this level was also a very amazing great Tao in the Judgment Organization. He did not expect it to appear in the sealed world. The two of them fought. The great Tao that Ouyang Ba was proud of failed to defeat his opponent for the first time. Instead, his opponent left. Ouyang Ba told Lin Fei immediately. It's not good to be too famous. Lin Fei did not come back. He turned on the projection and complained in his heart. Master, did you say that they are the genius disciples of the Judgment Organization? Ouyang Ba raised his head in surprise. Yes, there's more than one person like him. There are at least 10 of them. Ouyang Ba lost his cool. Chapter 2349. His opponent was trying to subdue him. Furthermore, he was in his own territory. Lin Fei set up a surveillance camera and found the footage of his battle with Ouyang Ba. It's indeed an impressive treasure. Lin Fei noticed that the young expert from the judgment team had mastered the Wind Dao and was an expert in speed. At the same time, when combined with the treasures in his hands, he weakened the power of the Great Dao disintegration. A 100% attack would be weakened by at least 50%. This was definitely one of the most frightening things to do. If that guy didn't have the treasure, he would not stand a chance against me. Ouyang Ba was unwilling to admit defeat. It's my first time seeing such a treasure. If my strength recovers to the 5th step, he would not be able to stop me with his treasure. Have you heard of Dao pills? Lin Fei asked all of a sudden. Ouyang Ba wore a confused look. He soon recalled something and said in astonishment, Master, do you have a Dao pill? Rumor had it that it was a special pill that could be used to break through to the next realm. Back when the Wild Holy Continent was at its peak, Dao pills were extremely rare. It was said that Dao pills were refined using the Great Dao Yuan heart. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A trace of understanding flashed in Lin Fei's heart. Perhaps, Dao pills are really refined using the Great Dao Essence heart. The person who came up with such a method is not simple. Not yet. Lin Fei said, I'm not sure about it in the future. Ouyang Ba pondered, Master, as long as I can reach the 5th step, I'll be able to defeat any expert from the judgment team in a one-on-one battle. Soon. After the young expert from the judgment team disappeared, no one in the sacred world knew about it. During this period, there was a huge change. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally received the good news that the 5th grade Dao pill had been successfully replicated. Ever since Sung Shengtian and Ouyang Ba consumed the pill, they had broken through their bottlenecks and reached the 4th step. Lin Fei was shocked when he found out about it. With such a pill, it was not difficult to control the authorities of the sacred world. In the face of threats and increasing one's strength, no matter who it was, they all knew how to choose. So this is a 5th grade Dao pill? In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, Lin Fei took out the pill. This was a green medicinal pill that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it was taken out, a thick aura of the Great Dao spread out. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up a formation to isolate all auras. Otherwise, just this aura alone would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Fei did not believe that he was alone in the wild sacred mountain. This is indeed an extraordinary pill. It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder it can improve one's strength so easily. No one can resist it. Lin Fei sighed. If they knew that they contributed a method to increase their strength to me, their faces would probably turn black. Lin Fei was in a very good mood after spending 1/10 of his energy to replicate a 5th grade Dao pill. Furthermore, it was a pill that had been increased by 5 times. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. It melted in his mouth and a strong energy swept through his body, as if it wanted to explode Lin Fei's body. What a tyrannical medicinal effect! Lin Fei was shocked. He used Tianming's energy to suppress it. Fortunately, Tianming's energy was incomparably huge. Furthermore, he was not afraid of consumption. After suppressing the energy, all that was left was to slowly refine it. This refinement took Lin Fei an entire month to completely refine the special energy in his body. Unparalleled realm, third step small realm. In a short month, Lin Fei broke through the bottleneck and successfully became a peerless expert. After Lin Fei successfully advanced to the unparalleled realm, he finally condensed a great Tao in his body. It was not an ordinary great Tao, but one of the rarer great Tao in the space series. It was not an active attack type, but an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. The space great Tao was a huge great Tao. It contained all kinds of small Taos. The one that Lin Fei condensed was an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. It was actually a kind of passive defense. It formed a space collapse around Lin Fei. No attack would be able to touch Lin Fei's body. This great Tao defense was not inferior to the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. As long as he did not encounter a powerful expert, he would be invincible with this great Tao. Lin Fei did not only have this great Tao. At the same time, he had mastered another great Tao, decomposition. One for attack and one for defense. His strength had increased several times. Great Tao protection. Lin Fei shouted. The great Tao protection that could be used at the fourth step was easily used. The surrounding space collapsed as if it had turned into nothingness. In this nothingness, Lin Fei's body seemed to have left this layer of space. It was folded by countless layers of space. Compared to the previous space bloodline, the power of the great Tao was above. In the future, when I copy a wind attribute speed great Tao, it will be perfect. Others might only be able to master one great Tao in their lifetime. However, this was not the case for Lin Fei. With the existence of the system, he could control a large number of great Tao. He could switch and use them without any trouble. It was perfect. That's right. I have to copy Qi Lin's mind great Tao. This is also a good attack method. Lin Fei thought to himself. Little devil, if I continue to use the grade 5 Tao pill, will I be able to successfully break through to the fifth step? Theoretically, yes. 1/10 of the consumption was still very painful for Lin Fei. That's right. I will copy 2 ordinary grade 5 Tao pills. It should not use much origin energy. This is very economical. It is only about 1/3 of your elixir. Lin Fei could still accept it. After the elixir was copied, Lin Fei left the wild sacred mountain. He first went to the Netherworld Palace and called Qi Lin over. He copied Qi Lin's mind great Tao and left behind a grade 5 Tao pill. Qi Lin was shocked. That's great, master. With this, I might be able to restore my strength to the fifth step. My mind power attack will also be more powerful. I can easily affect any experts below the fifth step. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had spent 1/3 of his origin energy. Ouyang Ba of the Invincible Palace was shocked when he saw that Lin Fei had advanced to the third step of the martial Tao realm. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After knowing that Lin Fei had consumed a 5th grade Tao pill, he was so shocked that he was almost speechless. This is for you. The people from the Judgment Organization are coming aggressively. Your strength is still not enough. You have to improve. Chapter 2350. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the movements in the Holy World, the entire Holy World was strangely calm. It was as if a storm was brewing and could erupt at any time. In the dark, all the forces were restraining their subordinates, and there were no more local battles. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To any cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. It was the same for the Holy World. Everyone thought that the Holy World would calm down and a new era would slowly begin. Holy Lord Blood Prison, Holy Lord Yan Zixing, and Holy Lord Bai Lang all advanced to the 5th step in less than a month. The entire Holy World was shocked. The first to advance to the 5th step was Holy Lord Blood Prison. The Yama's death domain was filled with a sea of blood, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the Holy World. All the top experts in the Holy World, whether they were in seclusion or not, stopped and looked at the Yama's death domain. After a long time, a 5th step expert was finally born in the Holy World. There was a huge gap between the 5th step and the 4th step. Just when everyone thought that a new era would begin in the Holy World, Yan Zixing from the Yanhuang world advanced to the 5th step. Once again, everyone was shaken. Shocking news came one after another. In less than a month, The three holy lords had all advanced to the fifth step and displayed terrifying strength. A huge pressure shrouded the small Saint World alliance. Holy Lord Seven Fiend didn't disappoint. After the three holy lords advanced, he followed closely and successfully advanced to the fifth step. Originally, it was difficult for fifth step experts to appear in the holy world. As the three holy lords began to advance, they appeared one after another like mushrooms after the rain, stimulating everyone. Many people cried tears of joy and thought that a new era had begun in the holy world. The third step, the fourth step, and the fifth step were no longer out of reach. When the news that two experts from the alien world had advanced to the fifth step spread, it was undoubtedly more convincing. The future cultivation era had begun. One by one, they advanced to the fifth step successfully. The situation in the holy world immediately changed. The original third step masters of the small saint world started to have a headache and secretly sought refuge with the fifth step experts. They didn't want to be massacred. With the appearance of the fifth step experts, everyone's strength increased greatly. Especially with the fifth step experts, ordinary third step and fourth step experts were no longer a deterrent. They felt great pressure in front of the fifth step experts and didn't dare to have any temper. Nether Realm. After the situation in the holy world began to change, Divine Lord Seven Fiend came with him. He wanted to subdue the netherworld and make it a part of his power. In the past, he might have been afraid of Tion, but now, he was a fifth step expert. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. A mere small sacred world without a fifth step expert was a piece of cake for him. Tion, I've taken a liking to your netherworld realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend said arrogantly. Ever since he joined the mysterious person, his strength had increased greatly. After confirming that the other party was from the Judgment Organization, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord no longer had any desire to compete. He just wanted to complete his mission. He wanted to hug the other party's thigh tightly. Back then, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord had used his full strength and Lin Fan had nearly killed him with one finger. Now, he didn't have any temper at all and was completely convinced. As soon as Sacred Lord Seven Fiendish spoke, the aura of the fifth step crushed toward Nether Palace. The pressure was like 10,000 mountains that made it hard for everyone to breathe. The fifth step was so terrifying. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, this is the Nether Realm. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? A disdainful snort came from the Nether Palace. As soon as he said that, an invisible force surged over. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's eyes were filled with fear. His body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was injured in one move. Scram! There was a thunderous explosion. The subordinates that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had brought were all experts, but they all fell from the sky. In an instant, only Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was left. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was completely terrified. Why hadn't he thought of this? The Nether Realm also had hidden experts. He had taught them a deep lesson right from the start. Humph, an ordinary great Dao dares to be arrogant in the Nether Palace. Qi Lin laughed coldly in a secret room in the depths of the Nether Palace. 10 years had passed and he had returned to the fifth step. His use of the mental energy great Dao had reached an extremely deep level. The mental energy great Dao was untraceable and the hardest to block. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never investigated it before. He had suffered a huge loss. I believe that after this, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and those people won't dare to act rashly. There is a fifth step expert in the Nether Realm. The news that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a huge loss in the Nether Realm spread throughout the holy world. Everyone was shocked. Tion had secretly created a fifth step expert and avoided the eyes and ears of many people. His methods were impressive, and he had dug a big hole. In the end, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was unlucky. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a loss in the Nether Realm. The people in the secret of the holy world re-evaluated Tion. He had a fifth step expert in such a short time. Who knew how many fifth step experts he had by his side? The Nether Realm and the sealed world had become powerful forces that couldn't be offended. While everyone was shocked by Tion, shocking news came from another small saint world. It turned out that a fifth step expert had appeared in the Curse Palace. Cursed Huan had become a fifth step expert and overturned the small saint world. He had destroyed the original force and taken control of a small saint world. This was a sensational news. Cursed Huan, who had become a fifth step expert, used a powerful curse Dao, and his combat power was extremely powerful. A fourth-step expert was defeated in less than 3 moves. The situation in the Holy World changed very quickly. Some unknown forces broke through realms without any warning and reached unimaginable realms, blinding everyone. While the storm was raging outside, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He stepped into the endless starry sky. He had something very important to do. Not long ago, Little Fiend had monitored a trace of spatial fluctuations in a mystic realm and suspected that there was a mystic realm there. There might be experts trying to resurrect there. 10 years. Lin Fei figured out some of the ins and outs. The Great Dao Origin Heart in the mystic realm might be what they were after. Thus, Lin Fei came to try his luck and see if he could use this opportunity to obtain the Great Dao Origin Heart. 10 years had passed since he had taken the Grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei's realm had improved very quickly and he had now reached the 6th step. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Fei didn't need to comprehend anything. He took the Grade 5 Dao pills one by one and kept accumulating, breaking through to the 6th step. This cultivation speed was considered fast even in the Judgment Organization. No one could keep taking Grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei could keep replicating them, and the effect was 5 times that of ordinary pills. It wasn't difficult for him to reach the 6th step. Chapter 2351. Lin Fei was basically monitoring the inside and outside of the sacred world. He could even record the slightest spatial fluctuation. It could be said that there was really nothing in the sacred world that Lin Fei didn't know. On an uninhabited continent outside the starry sky, Lin Fei made a few spatial translocations and arrived at the place where the spatial fluctuation was generated. This is it. This spatial fluctuation was very obscure. If not for the system recording it, it would be very difficult to discover it. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, just a slight fluctuation would suffice. Open! Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The Great Dao decomposition rampaged and shattered all concealment. A spatial entrance appeared. No matter could stop the power of the Great Dao decomposition. Scan. Lin Fei was used to using the system to scan. If he used the system to scan, he wouldn't miss any suspicious places. If he used his divine senses, the effect would be much worse. Master, you are in luck. In the center of this uninhabited mystic realm, there is a fluctuation of life aura. There is a complete Great Dao Essence Heart. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. After a few decades, he finally found another Great Dao Essence Heart. This time he could study it properly. After locking onto the location, Lin Fei moved over and came to the center of the mystic realm. This mystic realm seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no life in it. He didn't let his guard down because of this. Good technique. I might not even be able to discover it with my divine senses. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above an uninhabited pile of rocks. If it wasn't for the little fiend, there wouldn't be any mistakes. He was about to suspect that he was in the wrong place because there wasn't any aura leaking out. Come out. He advanced to the 6th step. Lin Fei grabbed down with one hand. The power of the Great Dao decomposition spread out. All the rocks and even the ground were decomposed into nothingness. A huge pit appeared. The array formations and restrictions all collapsed in front of the powerful Great Dao decomposition. A huge cave abode appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The violent destruction continued. Everything in the cave abode all turned into nothingness in front of the Great Dao decomposition. A huge green coffin appeared. The coffin was covered with array formations and restrictions, isolating all auras from leaking out. One palm. Lin Fei shattered all the formations and restrictions. He opened the lid, and a black Great Dao Origin Heart appeared. When this Great Path Essence Heart appeared, Lin Fei's eyes felt as if they had encountered something terrifying, feeling a trace of pain. It was as if he continued to look, he would be hurt by the bright light. What a domineering Great Dao Origin Heart. This person must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. I only took a glance at it, and my eyes were torn apart. The pain was unbearable, as if they were about to shatter. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. His great path surrounded him. When he looked at his great path primordial heart again, it was not as sharp as before. However, there were still traces of power that cut through the Great Dao's protection. This should be a type of metal Grand Dao, and it contains a terrifying sharp aura. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an overbearing sharp aura. Lin Fei felt that his great Dao decomposition was very impressive. Compared to the great Dao in front of him, it didn't seem to have any advantage. This feeling was very strange, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Come out. Lin Fei realized the extraordinariness of the great path essence heart. He activated his spiritual Grand Dao and condensed a large hand. As he reached out, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to fall into the world in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spiritual hand approached, the great path essence heart shot out countless sharp sword chi. The spiritual hand that ordinary people couldn't break was easily pierced through by the sword chi. The entire hand was like a sieve, and finally collapsed in the void. Sword chi, this is sword chi. The sword chi that shot out finally made Lin Fei realize what it was. There was actually such a sharp sword chi in the world that could pierce through his spiritual hand. No wonder his eyes hurt when he stared at it. It was that invisible sword chi that was causing trouble. This is definitely a high-grade great path essence heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be a 5th-grade great path essence heart here. And it's a metal Grand Dao that focuses on attack. This is great. In the void, laughter came. A green jade hand reached out, trying to grab the great path essence heart on the copper coffin. Trying to snatch it? Lin Fei was furious. A high-grade great path essence heart had great research value. Someone actually dared to snatch it in front of him. Did they really think he didn't exist? How dare you, sir? Who allowed you to take it? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed at a place in the void as fast as lightning. He slashed at the green jade hand that reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. This blade came fast and ferociously. Coupled with the power of the great path disintegration, anything in front of this blade would be overshadowed. An unexpected scene appeared. The tyrannical great path disintegration met its match this time. The green jade hand seemed to be disintegrating, but it still stubbornly resisted. Traces of power burst out, and actually blocked the attack of the great path disintegration, maintaining the undefeated situation. Ha! A voice came from the void. I didn't expect there to be another expert. You are probably not from the Judgment Hall. There is no great path of the Judgment Hall like yours. Unfortunately, you met me. The green jade hand shook, and in the dazzling green light, it shook off Lin Fei's attack. Once again, it grabbed at the great path essence heart on the copper coffin, displaying its extraordinary strength. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met a worthy opponent. Ever since he cultivated 3 great paths, the experts in the sacred world had become so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. Today, he had met an expert from the Judgment Hall, and he wanted to compete with him. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of his body. The terrifying power of disintegration spread out, forming a forbidden zone around him. Although the green jade hand was strong, it could not withstand this kind of attack. In the disintegration, it turned into nothingness. The power of the great path essence heart rapidly weakened, and the power of the sword chi was not as strong as before. Good chance. Lin Fei did not plan to use his hands to grab the great path essence heart. He did not doubt that if he really used his hands to grab it, his body would be riddled with holes by the great path essence heart. Capture. Although he could not use his hands, it did not mean that he could not use them. Once the system was activated, everything in the surrounding area could be captured. The great path essence heart struggled instinctively. The sword chi was like rain. If it was a normal great path, it would have been pierced through. However, the great path decomposition was different. It was not that easy to break. When the system began to capture the great path essence heart, the green jade hand reached in again. Compared to the last time, the hand was covered with a layer of scale-like substance, blocking most of the power of the great path decomposition. You are not bad. I didn't expect someone to be able to force me to use this in such a backward place. The green jade hand was fast, but it was still not as fast as the system. The moment the green jade hand grabbed the great path essence heart, it was as if it had disappeared from the world, leaving no trace of its aura. The green jade hand grabbed thin air. Chapter 2352. Lin Fei had collected the great Dao origin heart at lightning speed, giving the other party a huge shock. In the end he had failed. The great path origin heart disappeared. Bastard! Hand over the great path origin heart. An angry voice came from the void. The green jade hand attacked again. Compared to the last time, the attack was much sharper. An invisible sense of danger enveloped the area. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had not used the power of the Great Path. It was purely an instinctive attack. Come and get it yourself if you can. After Lin Fei knew how extraordinary the Great Path Origin Heart was, he naturally would not hand it over. Even if his opponent was from the Judgment Organization, he would not be intimidated. Moreover, Lin Fei really wanted to see how strong his opponent was against an expert from the Judgment Organization. Such arrogance! How dare you! When the green jade hand was about to approach, it split into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of green jade hands. The real and fake hands were indistinguishable. Master, the green jade hand in front of you is real. Lin Fei used his hand as a blade again and slashed at the green jade hand closest to him. Sparks flew again, and the power was weakened again. If one slash doesn't work, again. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let it go? His origin energy surged, and every saber strike landed on the green jade-like hand. This kind of continuous attack was not something anyone could handle. Spirit Rush. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Lin Fei activated the Great Path of Spirit. The boundless Great Path of Spirit rushed towards a certain direction. A muffled groan came from the void, and a green figure fell out. The opponent was injured. From the beginning, Lin Fei had been looking for the opponent's traces. The Great Path of Spirit used a spirit rush to force the opponent out. I didn't expect you to cultivate two great paths. A place like the sacred world actually produced a talent like you. The azure-clothed person's bright eyes flashed with shock. Unfortunately, your attacks are too ordinary. The azure-clothed person knew very well what kind of place the sacred world was. This was a place abandoned by the Judgment Organization. The continent had collapsed, and the origin energy was no longer complete. It was extremely difficult to produce one or two experts. This was also why the higher-ups had arranged for them to come here. No one could threaten their lives. But today, there was someone who could affect their lives. The tyrannical power of disintegrating matter, if placed on their side, would definitely be an honored guest of the various powers. In the face of the great Tao of decomposition with great destructive power, only one would appear every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Both of them would receive the attention of the Judgment Tribunal. The green-clothed man threw down a sentence. Now I'll let you experience what a real attack is. As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei and slapped toward Lin Fei's chest. I forgot to tell you that my great way is the ultimate speed. This was the first extreme speed that Lin Fei had encountered. It was indeed fast. Invincible defense and body of 10,000 curses were instantly activated. Still, a tyrannical and terrifying force landed on his body. The huge force directly sent Lin Fei flying. Not bad defense, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. The azure-clothed man's movements were beyond the range of Lin Fei's spiritual sense. He basically could not see any traces. He only felt the opponent's punches land on his body one after another. The Great Tao body protection was shattered after a few hits. When one's speed reached a certain level, experts of the same level would not be a match for him. Lin Fei could not resist the opponent's attack now. The moment the Great Tao body protection was shattered, the opponent's fists landed on his body. Furthermore, it was not just one punch. Hundreds of fist marks landed on his body, almost causing his body to explode. Powerful. He is indeed powerful. This was the first time Lin Fei had been in such a sorry state. With the invincible defense, the body of incantations, and the Great Tao body protection, Lin Fei looked like he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. However, he also realized that the people from the Judgment Organization were tyrannical and terrifying. The fourth step and fifth step experts in the sacred world would definitely lose if they encountered this azure-clothed man. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that the opponent had underestimated him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to snatch the Great Tao Origin Heart. In front of me, your attacks are too slow. Since you snatched my Great Tao Origin Heart, let me strip it from your body. Only on my body can your Great Tao decomposition shine. Lin Fei kept moving through space, but he was still one step slower than the opponent. Just as he had said, in the same realm, the opponent was the king of speed. The difference was that the opponent could attack once and the opponent could attack 100 times. This was the situation that Lin Fei was facing now. Have you calculated the opponent's movement traces? Lin Fei could only adopt a defensive stance. The great Dao decomposition unfolded and formed a forbidden zone. However, the azure-clothed man had a treasure that could greatly resist the attack. The destructive power of the great Dao decomposition was infinitely suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not alone. He had the little devil and the powerful system. So what if it was the ultimate speed? Almost there. Just a little more. Lin Fei continued to resist. Even so, his destiny energy and origin energy were being consumed very quickly. Moreover, it was the fastest in history. The opponent's attack was too overbearing. Not everyone wanted to meet this kind of enemy, especially when his methods were restricted by the opponent. Lin Fei became more and more serious about the mysterious trial organization. Did they recruit all the geniuses? Unbeknownst to him, the azure-clothed man was also very shocked. This was the first time he met someone who could resist his attack. In the outside world, almost no one could last for such a long time. Humph, even if you can resist, so what? So what if you have grasped the spiritual great Tao? You can only say that you are unlucky to meet me. Who asked me to control the ultimate speed? In every realm, I am invincible. The azure-clothed man pushed his speed to the limit. All right, I have calculated the opponent's movement data. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little devil sent good news. That's great. Help me figure out my next attack and movement route. Lin Fei had not felt so sullen in a long time. It was the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He basically couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he was different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Not to mention standing here. It's here. The opponent's next position appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Blade. Capturing the opponent's position in advance, the spiritual great Tao quickly penetrated. At the same time, a blade slashed at the position of the azure-clothed man. The spiritual great Tao couldn't be used because the opponent was constantly moving and could avoid being captured by the spiritual great Tao. But this time, the opponent was obviously going to be disappointed. The azure-clothed man felt his body tremble. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered yet. A blade light slashed over, forcing him to put his hands together to block the opponent's blade. He can actually discover my position. Chapter 2353. The man in green didn't think that Lin Fan could see his position. Ever since he condensed his extreme speed, every time he advanced, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he met someone with a higher realm than him, he would still be invincible. It must be a fluke. The man in green told himself that no one would be able to pinpoint his position in advance. Lin Fan was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was just once. There won't be a second time. The man in green changed his position again. His body was pierced by his spirit once more. Even if there was a treasure to reduce the power, it was still very uncomfortable. Following closely, another saber slashed over. I was hit again. The man in green changed his position again. Without exception, he was hit again. Impossible. This was the first time the cyan-clothed man had encountered such a strange situation. As he lost his advantage in speed, the other party's attacks landed on him every time, forcing him to be unable to get close to the other party. He was completely blocked outside. Once, twice, thrice. 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, the man in green's face was a bit pale. He was about to collapse. He couldn't understand why his extreme speed would lose its effect. Lin Fan was able to hit him every time. Unable to display his speed advantage, the man in green felt very sullen. Dealing with Lin Fan had become a joke. How did you find out where I was? The man in green pulled away and didn't attack anymore. He wasn't in a good state. If he continued, it would just be pointless. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Fei smiled. The man in green was startled. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Why would Lin Fan tell him? This was his secret. If he told him, how would Lin Fan suppress him? You are strong today. Let's wait and see. Next time, you might not be able to break my speed so easily. The man in green was unwilling, but he knew that if he continued, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well leave now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He is really straightforward. He said no and he left. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's face turned solemn. Such a straightforward person was the hardest to deal with. Although the man in green left, Lin Fei didn't relax. Little Devil had been monitoring him. After confirming that the man had left, Lin Fei left. At the same time, he concealed his aura. Is that person the legendary leader of the Avengers? The azure-clothed man stood on an uninhabited mountain peak, revealing a trace of doubt. If it weren't for him, the Saints' world would be far more extraordinary than I imagined. There's actually someone with this ability. The azure-clothed man had been in the Saints' world for a very long time now. He had always been searching for the Heart of Ways. He had used a treasure to find the Heart of Ways in the past, but he never thought that it would be snatched away right before his eyes due to underestimating it. He returned empty-handed in the end. I wonder what their expressions will be like now that the greatest expert of the Saints' world has appeared. Perhaps it'll be extremely interesting. Ha ha ha. The azure-clothed man turned around and left. Lin Fei returned to the wild sacred mountains cave dwelling. Along the way, Lin Fei had been very careful, concealing his aura and erasing all traces. After exchanging blows with the azure-clothed man, Lin Fei realized something. The experts of the judgment hidden in the sacred world should not be weaker than this azure-clothed man. It should be said that all of them were geniuses. If a prodigy was already this strong, then the others were even more obvious. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the little fiend calculating the opponent's position, he would definitely be the one who lost. This point, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That azure-clothed man should be at the 6th step. If he advances by another minor realm, even if the little fiend can calculate the opponent's position, my attack speed will not be able to keep up, and my ability to restrict the opponent will be greatly weakened. Then, it will really be difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about this matter. He arranged an array formation around the cave mansion, isolating the aura from leaking out. For safety's sake, he ordered the little fiend to shield it and monitor the cave mansion's surroundings. Lin Fei didn't want to do it again. The battle with the azure-clothed man had consumed 20% of his origin energy and 40% of his heavenly mandate energy. Fortunately, he had snatched the Heart of Ways this time. In comparison, it was still very worthwhile. The Heart of Ways was taken out, and sharp sword chi burst out. Lin Fei was already prepared. The great Tao decomposition formed a forbidden zone. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was instinctive and had limited power. It was easy to suppress it. Seeing the Heart of Ways activate the sword chi to shoot randomly, Lin Fei's eyes also felt a stinging pain. Little fiend, analyze and replicate. Lin Fei couldn't miss such a high-level great Tao. He had to master it. With the existence of the system, he didn't need to worry about having too many great Tao. It was just a matter of switching. It will take about 10 days. Lin Fei could wait for 10 days. However, 10 days wasn't long. It could be done in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Lin Fei opened his eyes. The little fiend had sent good news. The Heart of Ways had been replicated, and there was a complete great Tao in the system space. Even through the system space, Lin Fei could still feel the sharp sword chi. It was indestructible, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was comparable to the great Tao decomposition. Great. Another great Tao is in my hands. It's a 5th grade great Tao. Its power must be extraordinary. The great Tao decomposition was very powerful. With another sharp great Tao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Refine grasp. Lin Fei directly grasped it. With the existence of the system, it was very easy for Lin Fei to refine the great Tao. A stream of light entered his body. Lin Fei's entire body released traces of sharp aura. They were like sword chi that shot through the void. The array restriction was also shot through by the sword chi. Fortunately, the little fiend kept repairing and setting up layers upon layers of arrangements. It didn't leak out. Done. Not long after, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he shot out 2 sharp sword chi that tore through the void. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. Ordinary people would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes if they looked at him. Those who were weaker would be blinded on the spot. A branch of the great Tao under the metal attribute, the Tao of Benefits. After completely refining it, Lin Fei knew the name. At the same time, the memories contained in the Heart of Ways were controlled by Lin Fei. Relying on the powerful ability of the system, he erased the consciousness of the Heart of Ways, leaving behind pure memory fragments. Lin Fei knew the origin of the Heart of Ways. The previous owner was an 8th-step expert in the Wild Continent. Relying on the Tao of Benefits, he was at the top among 8th-step experts. I originally planned to master the use of the Tao of Benefits, but it seems that I don't need to anymore. Some of the sword techniques left inside can come in handy. This was the benefit of completely refining it. Chapter 2354. 4th and 5th step experts appeared one after another. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the peaceful sacred world, causing a huge ripple. The era where 3rd step experts dominated was gradually gone. A 4th step expert was enough to suppress them, let alone a 5th step expert. That was an unreachable position. They could deal with them with one hand. The sacred world was only so big. There were only so many small saint worlds. As some people advanced, the situation began to change. The 3 great sacred lords, who had always maintained a cooperative relationship, began to crack, and they began to fight for control of the sacred world. In less than a year, the 3 great sacred lords had fought several times. The tyrannical strength of 5th step experts quickly roped in a large number of forces, and their influence expanded rapidly. In the next short period of 150 years, there were constant battles in the sacred world. One force after another was swallowed, and it almost never stopped. All the forces, big and small, sought refuge with the powerful sacred lords. 150 years later, the forces of the sacred world became a situation where several forces fought for supremacy. The first force, Yama's Death Domain. The second force, Yanhuang World. The third force, Wave-Breaking Domain. The fourth force, Seven Fiends Domain. The fifth force, Foreign Race Tribe. 150 years later, there were only 14 powerful forces left in the sacred world. These 14 forces controlled the 33 small saint worlds of the sacred world. The other forces, including the sacred lords, either sought refuge with them or disappeared from the sacred world. Now, there were only 14 powerful factions left. Among them, the 5 major factions were the most powerful. Each faction had at least one 5th step expert overseeing it. After dividing the forces, the 14 forces remained united and did not make a move. The sacred world entered a temporary period of peace. Although it was peaceful, the saints' world was filled with a large number of spies. They filled the entire saints' world. At the same time, there was an uninhabited continent below space. Spies would appear in places where no one would normally appear. Even they could not understand the reason behind this. They constantly repeated the same thing. On an uninhabited continent, the entire continent was filled with ravines, and there was no sign of life. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. Why did they send us to such a place? Be careful with your words, kid. Don't say such things. The higher-ups want us to keep it to ourselves. If someone hears it, everyone will be in trouble. On the continent, 2 figures landed in the sky above a desolate valley one after the other. Uncle Lee, I was just joking. A slightly childish young man said with a hollow laugh. Alas, we've come here for nothing again. There shouldn't be any special activity in this place. Another middle-aged man shook his head after looking around, appearing very disappointed. The 2 of them were sent here by the higher-ups. Their mission was very simple. They were to search for some special places on the continent. At the same time, the higher-ups would bestow them with treasures to examine them. Uncle Lee, it's better to check if it's clean. If there's nothing, we'll change places. Uncle Lee took out a treasure that looked like a disc. He activated his Heaven's Will energy, and the disc released a special energy that spread out with them at the center. Just when the 2 of them thought that they had made a wasted trip, a slight vibration came from the disc without any warning. Something good. Hurry up. This was the first time the 2 of them had met, and their faces lit up with joy. Once they discovered the commotion and reported it, it would be a great merit, and the reward would be very generous, enough to make people salivate. It's here. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the location. As they got closer, the vibration of the disc became more intense. Above a lake on the uninhabited continent. The 2 of them were very excited, as they had finally made a great contribution. Uncle Li, it seems to be under the lake. Is there a treasure buried under it? The middle-aged man, Uncle Li, was very excited. He knew that almost everyone in the sacred world was looking for it outside. This was something that had never happened before. You'd better not think about it. Uncle Li was very knowledgeable, and he knew very well that he should not be curious about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Before he finished speaking, the lake under him moved even though there was no wind. Splash! The lake turned into a human face, which opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them. Even though the two of them had the strength of a first-step expert, they were still very weak in front of this human face. Everything happened too quickly. Uncle Li and the young man did not even notice that they were eaten by the human face. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire lake moved, and a blue-clothed man walked out of the water. The lake water turned into a water dragon, which appeared under the blue-clothed man's feet. There was not a single drop of water left in the huge lake. However, the bottom of the lake was covered with bones. I'm back. The blue-clothed man looked at the sky, and an ancient aura filled the entire continent. In the endless starry sky, Deacon Li, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. It's finally starting. It's a little earlier than the higher-ups predicted. Deacon Li had never left since he sent the geniuses of the trial hall here. He only needed to bring them back at the end. I don't know how many of those experts from the wasteland continent will return. In order to arrange this, the higher-ups have put in a lot of effort. Deacon Li closed his eyes once again. It's finally here. Those experts are starting to return. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's time to exercise. Don't disappoint me. In some dangerous places in the sacred world, groups of energy woke up one after another. They revealed a look of joy, and then closed their eyes again, waiting for those experts to return. Master, on an uninhabited continent, there is a fluctuation of the great Tao primordial heart. In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, a black-robed man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Sharp sword chi revolved around him, and anyone who saw him would feel terrified. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes pierced through the void. Turn the surveillance screen. It was a plan that took nearly 200 years. Lin Fei controlled every movement in the sacred world, and there was almost nothing that he couldn't know. The secret actions of those forces were all monitored. When the screen turned, Lin Fei seemed to be at the scene. He could clearly see the conversation between Uncle Li and the young man, until they came to the sky above the lake. The lake water turned into a human face, swallowed them, and then the blue-clothed man appeared. Those fallen experts are starting to return. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt an ancient aura from the other party. The strength of the fifth step. Controlling the power of water. Lin Fei quickly analyzed and realized that the returning experts were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Chapter 2355. Damn, are you sure? An eighth-step expert? Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. 150 years ago, in order to seize the great Tao primordial heart, he had fought with the azure-clothed man and realized how powerful the people of the Judgment Organization were. Now, an eighth-step expert had appeared. What kind of joke was this? I'm not mistaken. It is indeed an eighth-step expert. He should be escorting the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Turn around. The scene changed again, and an endless starry sky appeared. This bird. The huge bird that covered the sky gave Lin Fei a great shock. When he looked at the bird's realm, it made him feel ashamed. Many people might not be able to reach the height of the bird even if they cultivated for a lifetime. That was not all. On the back of the unknown bird sat a middle-aged man. He did not release any great Tao, but he gave people a shocking feeling that they could not surpass him. So far, the middle-aged man on the back of the bird was the most powerful person Lin Fei had ever seen. The Judgment Organization controlled the sacred world for a reason. It was just a figure, but Lin Fei felt immense pressure. However, it was only pressure. In the past 150 years, no one had improved faster than him. He had continuously taken Tier 5 Tao pills, but the effects were weak. He could not take them for 150 years. Lin Fei was now a 7th-step expert. With the grade 5 Tao pills, Lin Fei had taken a step forward. However, Compared to the person on the back of the bird, he was still lacking. After years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of the great Tao. It was difficult to defeat someone with a gap of a small realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. An eighth-step expert acted as a healer. The judgment organization was rich and overbearing, and ordinary people could not compare. The sacred world has become a testing ground for them. The return of those experts must be related to the arrangements of the judgment organization. Lin Fei understood the cause and effect. Decades ago, Lin Fei had a guess, but he was not sure. After seeing the eighth-step expert on the back of the big bird, Lin Fei was sure that the holy world seemed to have become a testing ground. The cyan-clothed man he had fought before should be a genius of the judgment organization, or a disciple with a bright future. Continue to monitor that guy. It's best to be careful. With such an eighth-step expert around, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had to keep an eye on him at all times. He believed that that person wouldn't make a move. She was here to be a nanny and be responsible for his safety. It won't be easy to kill them. Luckily, I didn't arrogantly attack them when I reached the seventh step. If I really did, this person would definitely attack. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he did not act rashly that day. Who would have thought that there was a hidden expert of the judgment organization in the distant space outside the sacred world? Knowing that the enemy's nanny was overseeing the starry sky, Lin Fei knew that it would be troublesome to kill them and take the Dao core from them. Since 20 years ago, Lin Fei no longer took the Tier 5 Dao pill because it was no longer effective. He was able to reach the seventh step because the quality of the Tier 5 Dao pill was several times better than ordinary ones. This was the main reason why Lin Fei could advance. After the Tier 5 Dao pill lost its effect, Lin Fei wanted to find a higher quality Dao pill. Even if it was just one, he could rely on the system to replicate it. Now, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The judgment organization could arrange for an eighth-step expert to come over and keep watch, so they wouldn't pretend that a genius was killed. Once it was a matter of life and death, the eighth-step expert would definitely make a move. Lin Fei planned to continue watching. The resurrection of the blue-clothed man from the uninhabited continents seemed to open the door to the resurrection of experts. After that day, there were constant movements in the uninhabited continents and even some mystic realms. Anyone who had reached the first step could clearly sense the huge movements. The sacred world was in an uproar. The prophecy has come true. Those experts have resurrected and returned. The sacred world is going to change. The patriarch is coming back. Some of the forces in the sacred world sensed something was up. After all, this was not a small matter. Instead, it was a big matter that no one could ignore. The prophecy had come true. The experts that had fallen in the battle on the wild continent had actually resurrected and returned. This was definitely a shocking matter for everyone. It could be said that the forces in the sacred world were basically the ones that had survived after the wild continent had shattered. Some forces were starting to become restless. Perhaps there were experts from their ancestors among the returning experts. From everyone's point of view, it was time to bring glory to their families. While everyone was waiting, a shocking piece of news spread. Yama's Death Domain's Sacred Lord Blood Prison and his subordinates had killed a newly resurrected fourth-step expert on an uninhabited continent and seized his great Dao origin heart. Everyone was dumbfounded when the news spread. The resurrected expert had been killed? Was Sacred Lord Blood Prison this strong? While everyone was still in shock, a piece of explosive news spread. Sacred Lord Yan Zixing had also led a group of people to kill a fourth-step expert. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The experts from back then had been killed? The great Dao origin heart had been taken as well? After Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yan Zixing started to kill the resurrected expert, the other forces also started to take action against the resurrected expert. At the same time, in the distant space, there was a giant bird that was about the same size as the starry sky green one. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it silently approached the sacred world. The back of the bird was like a plane, and 5 experts with powerful auras sat on it. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. One of them was at the 8th step, and the rest were at the 7th step. This was a very powerful lineup. Elder, the fallen experts have started to resurrect. The judgment's plan has come true. 4 of the 5 people looked at one of the gray-clothed men. The person in gray seemed to be very old, and his face was covered in scars. He looked very fierce. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. The person in gray said coldly. We're going to the sacred world this time to secretly support some forces and use them to fight against the judgment. We can't let them achieve their goal. Elder, they were the ones who started the wild continent back then. In the end, the wild continent was destroyed, and the sacred world that was rebuilt became a weak existence. Now, they want to obtain the great Tao origin heart of those people and raise them into disciples so that they can join the empire. We must stop this. Chapter 2356. The commotion in the sacred world grew. The prophecy left behind in the past had come true. Some fallen experts had been resurrected, blinding everyone. It turned out that there was a chance of resurrection when one cultivated to an extremely high realm. The return of the experts caused quite a commotion, but they were also besieged by the factions in the sacred world. The newly resurrected experts were not as strong as they had been in the past, so they were besieged. The craziest ones were the 5 major factions, who besieged the resurrected experts. Often, the resurrected experts would be killed before they could accumulate much strength, and their great Tao origin heart would be taken away. This situation lasted for a whole month. In the first month, the resurrected experts suffered heavy losses. They were besieged and killed before they could make a sound. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. In the second month, there was a huge commotion in a secret realm. A blood-colored power soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attacks of 7 or 8 factions. They tried to destroy the blood-colored power and seize its great Tao origin heart. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-colored power was extremely powerful as soon as it was resurrected. A sea of blood surged into the sky, causing the 7 or 8 factions to retreat. I'm the Yellow Spring Sect Master. I'm not someone you can covet. The blood-colored power was the famous Yellow Spring Sect Master. The Yellow Spring Sect Master controlled everyone's blood and killed a large number of people from the inside out. He calmly escaped the pursuit of a group of people, leaving behind an elegant figure. The sacred world was in an uproar, and the legend of the Yellow Spring Sect Master was brought up. I didn't expect the Yellow Spring Sect Master to be alive. It said. The Yellow Spring Sect Master was an 8th-step expert at his peak. The Yellow Spring Sect Master seems to cultivate the bloodthirsty Great Tao. It's a 6th-grade Great Tao, infinitely close to a 5th-grade Great Tao. There was more and more information about the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Those who didn't know about the Yellow Spring Sect Master were shocked. Everyone realized why the Yellow Spring Sect Master was so powerful. It turned out that he cultivated the bloodthirsty Great Tao, which specialized in devouring people's blood. If a person lost all their blood, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the Yellow Spring Sect Master's trump card. The appearance of the Yellow Spring Sect Master made everyone realize that the powerful experts of the past were resurrected. What should they do? A few days later, a small sacred world in the Saints' World was attacked by the Yellow Spring Sect Lord. He devoured the lives of several 100,000 people in an entire city, recovering his strength to the 6th step. On this day, when the Yellow Springs hierarch was wreaking havoc, he was attacked by 7 or 8 experts through the air. They heavily injured him, but it was a pity that he still managed to escape. The Yellow Spring hierarch had not only mastered the great Tao of bloodlust, but he had also cultivated a powerful escape technique called the blood escape technique. He could mix the real with the fake, and the fake with the real. No one could tell the difference. Even though the Yellow Spring Sect Master had escaped, everyone noticed it for the first time. So, it turned out that the sacred world was still hiding such an expert. The aura of his attack from a distance was suffocating. 14 forces? In a remote place, the red-robed Yellow Spring Cult Master was digesting all the information he had devoured. His face was not as rosy as before. Judgment Organization. What a great plan. The Yellow Spring Cult Master looked like a middle-aged man, but he was furious. In the battle back then, no one had gained the upper hand. Instead, they had all fallen into the opponent's trap. After the city was bathed in blood, those who attacked me must be from the Judgment Organization. Using our great Tao primordial heart to increase their strength is indeed a good plan. I won't let you get away with it so easily. Boom! Boom! The Yellow Spring Sect Master's location was attacked by several experts. Yellow Spring Sect Master, you're quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Hand over your great Tao primordial heart obediently. 8 people came out of the void and locked 8 positions, blocking the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. At the same time, 8 tyrannical Great Dao locked onto the Yellow Spring Sect Master. "You guys are so fast." The Yellow Spring Sect Master snorted coldly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. "Yellow Spring Sect Master, if we don't move quickly and let you continue to devour, it won't be easy for us to deal with you. Your bloodthirsty Great Dao is to drink human blood. Once you lose your qi and blood, your combat strength will plummet. Back then, you relied on this move to become famous in the wild land. Everyone knows about it. Everyone, let's attack together. A grade 6 Great Dao is still worth our time." The 8 people did not dare to underestimate the Yellow Spring Sect Master, even though he was only at the 6th step. After all, he had been famous for a long time, so no one dared to look down on him. The 8 genius experts of the Judgment Organization attacked like lightning, not giving the Yellow Spring Sect Master any chance. The bloodthirsty Great Dao was a well-known Great Dao in the Judgment Organization. In the past, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had dominated the wild land and was infamous. Experts of the same level were no match for him. Apart from some 8th-step experts with special Great Daos, the rest were defeated by him. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had met his match. All of them were very talented. After joining forces, they sealed the sky and locked the ground, cutting off the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. As soon as they attacked, the Yellow Spring Sect Master was defeated. The bloodthirsty Great Dao, which he was best at, lost its effect. It turned out that the 8 people were wearing a set of armor, which blocked the bloodthirsty Great Dao's devouring ability. Now that he had lost his greatest support, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any treasures in hand, his strength was greatly affected. These should be the experts of the Judgment Organization who sneaked into the sacred world. On an unknown continent, the scene of the 8 experts of the Judgment Organization besieging the Yellow Spring Sect Master fell into someone's eyes. The azure-clothed man did not appear. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, Lin Fei knew that his heavenly blood seal contained a treasure belonging to the Yellow Spring Sect Master. After completely refining it, it still reacted. A grade 6 Great Dao, the bloodthirsty Great Dao. No wonder they are so interested. I'm afraid they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the expert's resurrection, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress of the matter. He was not very interested in the Great Dao primordial heart. Lin Fei was very interested in the Yellow Spring Sect Master. If he could learn some more secret information from the Yellow Spring Sect Master, it would be quite a good thing. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, he entered Lin Fei's vision. The entire sacred world was under his control. No one knew the Yellow Spring Sect Master's whereabouts better than him. I'm going to lose. I wonder what trick the Yellow Spring Sect Master will use this time. This feeling of control was very good. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. In any case, the people of the Judgment Organization would always be a big trouble. Chapter 2357. Although the Netherworld Sect Master was powerful, he could not withstand the siege of tigers and wolves. Most importantly, his strength was not at its peak. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect Master was unlucky. The bloodthirst Great Dao could not exert its power and was suppressed by the opponent. Soon, the Netherworld Sect Master was covered in wounds, and the energy supporting the bloodthirst Great Dao was consumed rapidly. Just as the Netherworld Sect Master was about to use the blood escape again, the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were attacking him stopped for a moment. Their movements began to slow down, and they all fell to the ground. Gravity. A terrifying gravitational force pressed down on them. The Netherworld Sect Master heard a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. I didn't expect you to help me. The Netherworld Sect Master looked at the void with complicated emotions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all have a common enemy. If you die in their hands, we will have one less expert on our side. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a black-robed man appeared. Even through his clothes, one could see that the black-robed man was burly like a mountain, full of a heavy aura. The black-robed man looked at the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were suppressed by gravity. Help me tell your superiors that what happened back then will not end like this. The Judgment Realm must pay the price. A hand stretched out, a pitch-black palm pressing down, and with a huge rumbling sound, the 8 geniuses on the ground all fled into the ground. Let's go! The black-robed man and the Netherworld Sect Master tore the void and disappeared. When they left, 8 people rushed out from underground. Right now, they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Even though they had some understanding of the experts that had fallen back then and had made some preparations, they didn't expect to still meet their match. That person should be Chen Junshan from back then. He cultivated the gravity great Tao and is very terrifying. He is indeed powerful. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. They are all my prey. The few people snorted and left one after another. A bloodthirst great Tao and a gravity great Tao. How interesting. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the whole process. As the expert who used gravity appeared and crushed the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm, Lin Fei was shocked. He did not know about this expert. He realized that the system's monitoring of the sacred world was not perfect, and there were loopholes. Chen Junshan. Although there was a great distance between them, Lin Fei could still sense the terrifying gravity that the other party had exerted. No matter how the 8 geniuses tried to resist, their physical bodies were unable to withstand the crushing gravity that came from the other party. Lin Fei did not doubt that Chen Junshan would have killed them if not for the 8th step expert in the cosmos. From some of their words, Lin Fei obtained some clues. The war on the wild continent back then might have been orchestrated by the Judgment Organization behind the scenes. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was established later, but now it seemed that it was clearly someone else's arrangement. In the short span of a month, those resurrected powerhouses had become their spoils of war. One by one, their great Tao origin hearts were taken away. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this method of collecting. He said, "Good plan." The sacred realm was huge. There were many uninhabited continents near the Saints' world. When the war on the wild continent had broken out, the large and small continents outside had also been affected. It could be said that a fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the moat. Countless continents had been destroyed. Therefore, there were now many uninhabited continents. Some continents even had traces left behind by some powerhouses after the war had broken out, which had turned into killing intents. This place should be safe. The black-robed Chen Junshan brought the Netherworld sect master to an uninhabited continent and sneaked into a broken mystic realm. I didn't expect that we would have to hide here and there now. The Netherworld sect master's eyes revealed a trace of regret and unwillingness. The black-robed man was the Chen Junshan that the Judgment Organization's elite had mentioned. He sat cross-legged on a rock and said, "It seems that you are all so old. You are starting to recall the past and become sentimental." The Netherworld sect master said angrily, "Nonsense. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. Even if you didn't come, I could still leave." Chen Junshan said with a smile, "You are powerful. Why didn't you kill them? You made them look like stray dogs that were being chased by them. I advise you to hurry up and recover from your injuries if you have time. Who knows when those elite geniuses will attack?" The Netherworld sect master was very angry. He knew that if it wasn't for Chen Junshan's help, he would have definitely died. His great Tao origin heart would have been taken away and become someone else's wedding dress. It is easier said than done to recover from injuries and restore strength. The Netherworld sect master was unwilling. "If I have a Tao pill, it won't take long for me to restore my original strength." A trace of despair flashed in Chen Junshan's eyes. Tao pill is easier said than done. Back then, the Judgment Organization scheme caused our wasteland continent to suffer a crushing defeat. Why would they leave a Tao pill for us to restore our strength? As long as we don't restore our strength, those people from the Judgment Organization will always be a threat to us. The two of them sighed subconsciously. Tao pills were not easy to obtain. Kill the elite geniuses of the Judgment Organization? Who could guarantee that without the Judgment Organization's elites, they would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they made a move? Seniors, why worry about Tao pills? If you don't have anything else, I happen to have it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears. Both Chen Junshan and the Netherworld sect master were shocked. Someone had actually quietly approached them, and their expressions turned ugly. Who is it? Chen Junshan activated the Great Path of Gravity, and the area around him became a special zone. Even if it was a powerhouse, their strength would be suppressed infinitely within this Great Path domain. But this time, Chen Junshan's Great Tao of Gravity lost its effect. There was no one. The Great Tao of Gravity did not find the other party's whereabouts. Seniors, why do you have to do this? If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't even need to speak to you. I only need to inform the people of the Judgment Organization. The two thought about it and felt that it made sense. Now, these elites were no longer as prominent as they were in the past. Instead, they had become dogs in the water. Not to mention the Netherworld sect master. Even Chen Junshan had been ambushed several times after his resurrection and almost died. Since you are looking for us, why don't you show yourself? Hiding your head and tail is not a hero. The Netherworld sect master said sinisterly. It's because I am worried that the two of you will attack me. My small arms and legs may not be a match for you. There were no fluctuations in the space. A black-robed man wearing a mask appeared and looked at them with a smile. I am the Avengers Alliance Master. Chen Junshan and the Netherworld sect master had not been resurrected for a long time, so they knew about the current changes in the sacred world. They especially knew that the top expert was called the Avengers Alliance Master. You are the Avengers Alliance Master, the top expert in the sacred world. Chen Junshan has heard of this person. He is the top expert in the sacred world. He was once suspected to be a fourth-step expert or even a fifth-step expert. Now, it seemed that his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 2358. Be it Chen Junshan or the Yellow Spring sect leader, neither of them felt good. Back then they had fought for it. In the end, they had lost to the Judgment Organization. They would never forget that day. After being resurrected, they were still pawns of the other party. No one hated the Judgment Organization more than they did. Why should I believe you? The Yellow Springs sect leader said angrily. Just because of your words? That's ridiculous. Do you know what a Dao pill is? Have you seen it? Being chased by a group of juniors, the Yellow Springs sect leader retorted. Chen Junshan did not say anything, seemingly waiting for the other party to answer. Who didn't want a Dao pill? They were well aware of the importance of a Dao pill. If they had a Dao pill, they could recover a portion of their strength in a short period of time. I don't have a high-grade Dao pill, but I do have a fifth-grade Dao pill. Lin Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out a fifth-grade Dao pill. Once the seal was undone, the aura of a Dao pill spread. This was naturally an ordinary fifth-grade Dao pill. It really is a fifth-grade Dao pill. The Yellow Springs sect leader's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of joy. Other Dao pills might be good, but they were far inferior to a fifth-grade Dao pill. Because this was the most suitable Dao pill, it was easier to refine. Chen Junshan was also moved. If not for the lack of Dao pills, would he be chased by juniors and live a life of peril? This was not the life that Chen Junshan wanted. He wanted to break free. Vengeance, if we want a fifth-grade Dao pill, what price do we have to pay? Chen Junshan hit the nail on the head. Snatch. The two did not have the confidence. The other party could follow them silently. It was not as simple as they thought. The sacred world was full of enemies. There was almost no place to hide. The Vengeance Alliance leader in front of them was not easy to offend. It's simple. I don't need anything else. I just need a trace of pure Dao power from the two of you, and I can give you 10 fifth-grade Dao pills each. To be able to make Lin Fei come. Actually, it was for the other party's Dao, which was more valuable. That's impossible. The Yellow Springs sect leader reacted subconsciously. This was a part of the great Dao's power that had been stripped off. There was no consciousness at all, and it was completely blank. No one was willing to hand it over. Who knew what the other party would do? Lin Fei smiled and said, Seniors, I only want a sliver of your great Dao power. Do you think it will affect you? If we weren't on the same side, I can guarantee that no one would be willing to give you a grade 5 Dao pill for free. The two of them were shocked and speechless. Old Ghost Junshan, do you think we should agree? The Yellow Springs cult master grew worried. Do you think we have a choice? As he said, it's just stripping away a trace of the Great Way's power. It won't affect us at all. As for what his purpose is, we don't have to worry about it. What we need to do now is to restore our strength. Chen Junshan got to the point. Strength. That was their key. Without strength, he might be killed at any time. We promise you. Chen Junshan made a choice. They could afford to pay such a small price. In front of him, Chen Junshan and the cult master of the Netherworld extracted a trace of pure Great Dao from the Great Dao. They did not carry any imprint, and they were clean and swift. Grade 5 Dao Pill, keep it well. They gave it straightforwardly, so Lin Fei naturally gave it straightforwardly. The value of this thing was not as great as the value of these 2 traces of pure great Dao. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master were indeed worried that the other party would go back on his word. In the end, they had worked hard for nothing. The blow was very big. Your Excellency Vengeance, you are very straightforward. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Chen Junshan kept the grade 5 Dao pill and finally smiled. To have someone provide them with grade 5 Dao pills, and he just realized that the quality of the grade 5 Dao pills was very good. Back then, it was also a very top grade one. Don't look at the difference between an ordinary grade 5 Dao pill and a top grade 5 Dao pill. In fact, the effect was like heaven and earth. If they knew that there was an enhanced grade 5 Dao pill, they would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, they did not know. I think we can cooperate on another matter. Lin Fei suddenly said, I am very interested in the great Dao. If you can help me get more great Dao power, I don't need a lot each time, just a trace will do. I will pay you 10 grade 5 Dao pills. Of course, only people of your level are worth it. I believe you will be able to see the benefits. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master immediately realized that this was an opportunity. A chance to recover their strength. They were not the only ones who had returned. Don't look at how they were being chased by the younger generation. They were the ones who were not being chased. They believed that they would be very willing to cooperate. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei explained briefly. According to the levels of the Great Dao, each level was a few grade 5 Dao pills, all the way to the grade 5 Dao pill. When Lin Fei finished explaining, the two's eyes lit up. Even if they suppressed 1 or 2 pills, it would still be a huge harvest. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master did not know the real background of the other party for the time being. They were very grateful that the other party was willing to help them. The Judgment Organization was aggressive. The Sacred Realm had become their chessboard and they had become their pawns. Those who could help them at this time, no matter what their motives were at least on their side. This time, Lin Fei did not chat with them for too long. They needed to do it step by step. If they were impatient, they would not be able to eat hot tofu. We have not truly failed yet. As long as we get enough grade 5 Dao pills, even if we cannot fully recover our strength, those bastards of the Judgment Organization will not be able to take advantage of us. A chill flashed in Chen Junshan's eyes. Now, let's find a place to cultivate. It is best if we go together. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization are not easy to deal with. If they are blocked, we will be in big trouble. That's a good idea. The Yellow Springs cult master did not want to cultivate alone. If they were besieged again, they might not have the chance to leave. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization would not let them go easily. The two left the Mystic Realm and decided to find another place to cultivate. If those geniuses of the Judgment Organization know that they have recovered their strength, and not just 1 or 2 of them, they will probably have a headache. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. The reason the Judgment Organization could bully them was because they could not recover their strength. Once they recovered more than half of their strength, they would be like ferocious tigers coming out of their cages. In a 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 situation, they would no longer have any advantage. This was the confidence of the veteran experts. Chapter 2359. Lin Fei didn't know about the influence of giving the 5th grade Dao core to Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader obtained the rank 5 Dao core and spent a month absorbing and refining it. Their strength increased greatly, and they attacked a minor sacred world in the sacred world. They killed the big boss of the minor sacred world and even fought against a genius who was secretly in charge of the trial. They suppressed him and almost killed him. This was quite a big commotion. The genius of the Judgment Division couldn't take this lying down. He swore to kill the two to tell the resurrected experts that they were all pawns in the sacred world. The geniuses of the Judgment Division fought with Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch again. There were fewer people than last time. Only 5 attacked the two. The result was unexpected. They lost. Chen Juanhe and the Yellow Springs Patriarch's strength increased greatly. The Great Tao of Gravity and the Great Tao of Bloodlust suppressed the 5 of them. In the end, they couldn't stop them. Chen Juanhe and the Yellow Springs Patriarch defeated the geniuses of the Judgment Division. The aftermath was not small. The experts who were chased by the major forces in the sacred world chose to join Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch after hearing the news. They saw hope after defeating the geniuses of the Judgment Division. In a short time, Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch had many experts around them. After discussing, they established a force to recruit the resurrected experts in the sacred world. The sacred world had one more force, the Anti-Judgment Alliance. Everyone could tell from the name of the organization that they were going to fight the Judgment Organization to the end, and it was the kind of organization that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. The people in the sacred world also learned of the existence of the Judgment Division for the first time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. These rumors basically discredited the Judgment Division. For example, the chaos of the Wasteland Continent back then was actually a conspiracy of the Judgment Division to overthrow the Wasteland Continent, and the Judgment Division was the mastermind. All kinds of rumors against the Judgment Division spread everywhere. Although the local forces of the sacred world had submitted, they still remembered the chaos of the Wasteland Continent. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the continent, it wasn't impossible to cultivate to the unparalleled realm. Everyone began to feel resentment towards the Judgment Organization, especially some rumors that accused the Judgment Organization of secretly manipulating the sacred world and so on. All of these were spread by people. For a moment, the Judgment Division was at the heart of the storm. All of this. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know. After obtaining the 2 great Daos, he immediately went to the cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. After almost 200 years of preparation, this place had long since become an impregnable fortress. Even if the prodigies of the Judgment Organization were to come, they wouldn't be able to barge in a short time. This place was safer than any other. 1 month later, Lin Fei duplicated the Bloodthirst Great Dao and the Gravity Great Dao. If Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring Sect leader knew about this, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. For the sake of a 5th grade Dao pill, this loss was huge and completely irreparable. No one knew that Lin Fei only needed a trace of the energy of a great Dao to replicate a great Dao and use it for himself. Gravity. The Gravity Great Dao enveloped the cave abode. Under the cover of the Gravity Great Dao, the gravity was as heavy as a mountain, incomparably heavy. Any expert's physical body was an inseparable part of their body. As long as they had a physical body, they would be affected by the Gravity Great Dao. The Gravity Great Dao is really amazing, specifically targeting the physical body. No wonder the Judgment Division's geniuses suffered a loss before the Gravity Great Dao. Lin Fei released the Destruction Warrior. Even without a physical body, it was immediately restricted, unable to move. Without even needing to make a move, the Destruction Warrior had already lost the ability to fight. First step, second step, third step. Lin Fei took them out to experiment. The results were the same. Before the Gravity Great Dao, he was in an invincible position. Bloodthirst Great Dao. After the Gravity Great Dao was replaced, the Bloodthirst Great Dao followed suit. This frightening plundering ability was no less than the Fortune Gate's treasure, possessing frightening plundering ability. Blood essence was one of the essences of a person. It was normal for the Yellow Spring Sect leader to have such a fierce reputation. However, there is still a flaw in the rotation. Lin Fei currently possessed 5 types of Great Daos. It would be an abnormal thing for anyone else, but for him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I have to think of a way. For the first time, Lin Fei had a headache. Having too many Daos was also troublesome. Little devil, come up with a feasible method immediately. After refining the Great Dao, Lin Fei once again began to plan for the 5 Great Dao, trying to find the best method. It would be best if the power of the Great Dao could be increased. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei's expectations. In 5 days' time, he came up with a feasible method. During this time, he eliminated countless methods. Fusion. Lin Fei was confused. There's such a thing as fusion? Why haven't I heard of it before? The little devil rolled his eyes. That's because you don't know. Do you know that Deacon Li in space? He should have gone through the fusion. The aura he exudes is terrifying. Even if Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring Sect leader join forces, they won't be his opponent. Lin Fei blinked. Then why didn't you tell me about this before? Aren't you afraid that I would make a move on that guy? I know Master's temper very well. I guarantee you won't come knocking on my door. Lin Fei said. Then I'm convinced. No wonder I felt that guy was terrifying when I first saw him. So, He has mastered a new power. Have you studied the power obtained after the fusion? Profound, the little devil said. After the fusion of two Daos, the power grasped is the profound power. That Deacon Li should have a rank 1 profound power. Then how to fuse them? I don't know anything about it. Any one of the 5 Daos was powerful, and it was troublesome to use them back and forth. In the eyes of experts, it was a flaw. Lin Fei did not want to leave any flaws. The fusion of Daos, Lin Fei had learned something new. It's not difficult to fuse them. I just need to consume energy. As for the profound power obtained from the fusion, it depends on luck. Lin Fei had advanced to the 7th step, but he knew it himself. The realm was illusory, and strength was the real deal. Profound power obtained from the fusion? Lin Fei wanted to give it a try. He opened the system and began the fusion. All Lin Fei had to do was to use his destiny power. Each fusion would consume 100 million destiny points. The first time, failure. The second time, failure. The third time, failure. 10 failures, 50 failures, 98 failures, 150 failures, 200 failures. Lin Fei was numb. What a scam. Fortunately, Lin Fei was rich now. The consumption of 100 million energy was not a big deal. Chapter 2360. 387th time. Lin Fei was about to go numb when he finally heard the system's voice. Fusion successful. The path of fusion is really not easy. Lin Fei wasn't a fool to know that he had fused nearly 400 times in total. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people. He had relied on the system to fuse more than 300 times before succeeding. This showed how difficult this path was. After fusing 5 great Daos, Lin Fei soon discovered that the original 5 great Daos had disappeared, leaving only one great Dao. Lin Fei's heart stirred. An unfamiliar great Dao aura surrounded him. It was on a completely different level from the previous great Daos, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. So this is level 1 fusion. As soon as this great Dao appeared, a dangerous aura filled the air. If the previous great Daos were like hungry wolves, then level 1 fusion would be like a ferocious tiger, a very ferocious kind. Lin Fei himself could feel the power of the level 1 fusion. It was a brand new power that he had never seen before. By the way, do you know what my level 1 fusion is called? Lin Fei was very confused. If Lin Fei's words were to spread, many people would probably be dumbfounded. Not knowing about the fusion power would definitely make them laugh their heads off. You can actually call it level 1 fusion power. Moreover, it's the fusion of 5 great Daos. If Master wants to fuse level 2, he has to fuse all 5 great Daos and then fuse them together. Lin Fei gave it a try. He sent a palm strike into the air, and a huge explosion rang out. The original formation seemed incredibly weak in front of this palm strike. The Immortal's cave was split open, and boundless demonic black wind howled. What a terrifying attack! In order to set up the cave abode, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. He didn't expect that it would be so easily swept away by level 1 fusion power. It was definitely unimaginably terrifying. The demonic black winds howled, but before they could even get close to Lin Fei, they were completely melted by the terrifying power. Little devil, use the system's numbers to calculate how much my current strength can match up to. Lin Fei wanted a comprehensive understanding. Create a database. Begin analysis and calculation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this. His combat strength could be calculated using numbers. Data establishment successful. Master's current battle power can be regarded as 10 million battle power. Lin Fei frowned. That doesn't seem right. That's not how the data was divided. The little devil rolled her eyes. Master, are you the same as you are now? It was completely different. The data analysis will also change. Only by doing so will we be able to better classify your strength. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The bigger the number, the better. It had to be in line with himself. Deacon Li in the starry sky. What is his combat power? Lin Fei wanted to know Deacon Li's level of strength. Deacon Li's combat power should be around 5 million. Lin Fei blinked. That can't be. Didn't you say at the start that he was dangerous? Why is it only 5 million? His fusion can't be compared to Master's at all. Master, you have fused 5 great Daos. That guy has fused 2 great Daos at most, and his grade isn't high either. Ha ha ha, so I am so awesome. Originally, he thought that 10 million battle power was nothing. But now, it seems that he is very awesome. Then what was my previous battle power? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Must I say it? The little devil was humorous. Of course. Master's previous battle power was 2 million. Lin Fei was still shocked. No wonder, one with 2 million battle power and the other with 5 million battle power, it's a complete crushing. No matter how many people go, they will be destroyed. After fusing 5 great Daos, his combat power soared from 2 million to 10 million. Then it seems that I can do something else. After his battle power reached 10 million, Lin Fei can do a lot of things. In the starry sky. The starry sky blue wand stopped in the starry sky. This aura. Deacon Li, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes without warning. A trace of fear flashed across his face. This is a rare thing. How can there be such a terrifying aura in the sacred world? This is clearly a fusion of great Daos. Could it be that those people have fused great Daos? Deacon Li stood up, completely not calm. Impossible. Fusing great Daos is difficult to reach the sky. Who can successfully fuse in a place like the sacred world? Could it be that those people have come? Deacon Li is very clear about how powerful a powerhouse who has fused great Daos is. Even if 2 ordinary great Daos are fused, their strength will immediately increase. It's okay, this elder has fused 2 great Daos. Even if the other party has fused great Daos, they will not dare to act rashly. No one dares to go against the judgment. In another place, a few people also stopped. Elder. The situation is not right. This aura seems to be. The leader stopped, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Fusion power. This is the aura after fusing great Daos. Could it be that someone in the sacred world has successfully fused the power of great Daos? They are not people of ordinary forces. No one knows better than them the difference between great Daos that have fused and non-fused great Daos. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth, a naked power crushing. Elder, could it be that someone else intervened? If there is really a fusion powerhouse, even if it is a first-stage fusion powerhouse, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. Lin Fei did not know that after he slightly displayed the power of fusion, it would cause such a big movement. The cave residence in the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, but Lin Fei did not care at all. It is all thanks to the Netherworld sect leader and Chen Junshan's great Daos. It turns out that after the great Daos fuse, the power is so terrifying that it can increase my data from 2 million to 10 million. Master, you can finally show your power. Why don't we go to the nearest place, catch a genius from the judgment organization, and interrogate him? The little devil waved his small steel fork. That's what I was thinking. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei did not know much about higher-level things, but he knew about the geniuses of the judgment organization. Even if he did it himself, that Deacon Li would not dare to do anything. After taking this step, Lin Fei was really unfathomable. 5 great Daos fused and failed more than 300 times. Ordinary people could not do it. Anyone who knew would be dumbfounded. The demonized black wind of the wild sacred mountain was no longer a threat at this time. In these 200 years, although the wild sacred mountain was not completely under control, 1/3 of the area was under surveillance. Coincidentally, there was a genius from the judgment organization hiding in the wild sacred mountain and opened up a cave residence. Unfortunately, no matter how well he did, he could not escape from the comprehensive surveillance of the little devil. After a while, Lin Fei came to the sky above a mountain peak and grabbed the void with one hand. Chapter 2361. Lin Fei, who was standing in the demonized black wind, casually grabbed with his hand. All the restrictions and formations seemed to have disappeared, and he reached the person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. Yi Long was a genius disciple of the judgment organization. He was now a 6-step expert and had mastered a grade 6 great path. He was extremely powerful. Ever since they failed to ambush the Netherworld cult master and Chen Junshan some time ago, Yi Long had been recuperating in the cave abode, thinking about where the problem lay. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld cult master or Chen Junshan, after they were resurrected, it was impossible for their powers to return to their peak. It would even be difficult for them to return to half of what they had been back then. In the previous encirclement, they had displayed half of their powers. Their great Tao had worked together and caught them off guard. Yilang's injuries were not light. Who is it? Yilang, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger enveloped him, and he was greatly shocked. He was the one who found this place, and no one knew about it. Could it be the Netherworld Hierarch and the others? Without waiting for Yilang to make the right choice, a hand reached into the cavern abode, and all the matrices that he had set up collapsed. Yilang was shocked, and he quickly retaliated. He soared into the sky and blasted out over 100 punches. Every punch contained the power of the Great Path. However, this time he had met his match. All of his attacks were unable to stop this hand. The other party grabbed lightly, and an unimaginably terrifying power enveloped his body. Yilang was shocked to discover that the power of the Great Path was suppressed, and his entire body was lifted up by the other party. This power! Yilang was still in a daze. Then, he saw a person standing in the void. The genius of the Judgment Organization is indeed not bad. Your fist technique is not bad either. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. According to the analysis of the Little Devil's data, the strength of this genius from the Judgment Organization had reached an astonishing 7 million battle power. This kind of combat power was very powerful. If Lin Fei wanted to suppress them at that time, he would need a certain amount of time. Who the hell are you? Yilang was very calm, but he was shocked inside. Since when did an expert like this appear in the Saints' world? There did not seem to be any in the past. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Avengers, the #1 expert in the sacred world according to your information. Yilang's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. You can't possibly be that powerful. This place is too conspicuous. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Fei carried Yilang and used spatial movement, arriving in a secret realm. He sliced at a tall mountain with one hand, and a platform appeared. Lin Fei casually tossed Yilang onto the platform. Don't have any other thoughts. A large hand slammed down. Yilang's small movement was only halfway through when he was slapped so hard that he vomited blood. The power of the Great Path in his body was extremely chaotic, and he was almost unable to condense it. You are a first transition fusion expert. Yilang had clearly seen a first transition fusion expert before, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even his eyes turned pale, as if he had never thought that a first transition fusion expert would appear in this place. I only used less than half of my strength just now. You should understand. Yilang came from a big place and was very clear about the power of a rank 1 fusion expert. With his strength, even if he encountered a 7th-step expert, the other party would not be able to defeat him. Only a rank 1 fusion expert could cause him to vomit blood and be seriously injured with just one palm strike. What do you want me to do? Lin Fei smiled. I'm very interested in the Judgment Organization. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything. I believe that as a proud son of heaven of the Judgment Organization, you should know many secrets. I hope you don't miss out on anything. If I'm not happy, I can't guarantee that I won't poke you to death. Facing a suspected first transition fusion expert, Yilang had to put away his pride. Yilang was not like those people who would stubbornly resist to the end after losing. He understood very well what he could not disobey, especially when he was facing such an expert. Lin Fei learned many secrets from Yilang. As long as he was interested in something, he would make Yilang tell him in detail, such as why he came to the sacred world and why he wanted to obtain the Great Path Origin Heart. For the first time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of the Judgment Organization from Yilang. It was far greater and more shocking than he had imagined. According to Yilang, the Judgment Organization was not a small force. Instead, they controlled hundreds of continents that were similar to the sacred world. The Judgment Organization was not like what Ouyang Ba had said. It was a force that was formed after the Wasteland continent was destroyed. It had been passed down for countless years and had many experts. Lin Fei also knew that the Judgment Organization, which was filled with experts, wasn't the strongest. It was only one of the powers in this empire. Above the Judgment Organization, there was actually a vast and powerful empire. It could be said that Lin Fei was also one of the citizens of this empire. This news was definitely shocking. Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was the strongest force. No one expected that there was another empire, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Judgment Organization could barely be considered as a first-rate force in the Empire. It was too terrifying. After Lin Fei finished asking about the Judgment Organization and the Empire behind them, he had a comprehensive understanding of them. They were a huge existence. I've already told you everything. How do you plan to deal with me? Yi Lang was fearful of the alliance leader of the Avengers. He did not think that the alliance leader would kill him. Attendant Li was just outside in the starry sky. If the alliance leader wanted to kill him, Attendant Li would definitely act. If one offended the Judgment Organization, even a first transition fusion expert would become a stray dog. The Judgment Organization had the confidence to do so. You're quite confident. Lin Fei had merged 5 great Daos and became a first transition fusion expert. In this region of the sacred world, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert. Seeing that you're tactful, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you work for me. A genius of the Judgment Organization was qualified to enter the Empire and be conferred the title of king. Lin Fei really did not want to kill such a talent. It was better to make the best use of him. A hint of anger flashed in Yi Lang's eyes. Yi Lang had no intention of relying on someone he did not know. He had the Judgment Organization behind him. They were the overlords of hundreds of worlds. His own clan was also a first-rate clan. That's a pity. Lin Fei slammed his palm down and Yi Lang was smashed into a pile of mud. Only the great Tao primordial heart remained intact. Lin Fei didn't mind sending a self-righteous person on his way. Before Yi Lang died, a sealing force erupted from his body. However, it was easily broken by Lin Fei. That should be the imprint left behind by Attendant Li. It can withstand at least 3 attacks from an expert. The moment Yi Lang died, the imprint's power erupted. Attendant Li, who was outside the starry sky, sensed it. His expression changed drastically. He disappeared from Yi Lang's back, his face filled with anger. How dare you kill a genius of the Judgment Organization leader? In the sky above the savage sacred mountain, the space was torn apart. After a few teleportations, he entered the secret realm. Attendant Li saw a black-robed man. With a flick of his slender fingers, over 10 streams of energy shot out. Chapter 2362. Deacon Li brought a group of geniuses to the sacred world. Not only was he here to lead the way, but he was also here to watch over the place and ensure that no accidents happened to the geniuses. The geniuses that could come along were all valued by the Judgment Organization. Each of them had a strong background. Now, the kid from the Yi clan was killed. The moment his imprint was broken, Deacon Li knew what had happened. The kid from the Yi clan had encountered an expert. Deacon Li passed through space and broke into the secret realm. He attacked without saying anything. Deacon Li didn't know how to explain the death of a genius from the Yi clan. The sacred world was a second-rate world. It was ranked at the bottom among all the continents of the Judgment Organization. Under such circumstances, Yi Lang was still killed. Deacon Li felt ashamed. Those people from the Judgment Organization would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Deacon Li attacked with lightning speed, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. With Deacon Li's 5 million battle power, no one could escape from his casual grab, even if the opponent was very strong. But this time, Deacon Li was wrong. Pang! Just as Deacon Li made his move, an unexpected scene appeared. The opponent's palm appeared in front of him. His hand. Deacon Li was sent flying, smashing through several mountains before finally crashing into a huge mountain. First-rank fusion power. No, this is at least a second-rank fusion power. In the ruins, Deacon Li's mouth was wide open. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. He was a first-rank fusion expert, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. Come out! This thought flashed through Deacon Li's mind. He was sent flying again. His body was instantly hit by hundreds of attacks. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Complete defeat. Deacon Li didn't even have the ability to resist. As soon as the opponent's power came out, he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. He was completely suppressed by the opponent's power. Cough cough cough, senior. I am an elder of the Judgment Organization. Do you really want to go against the Judgment Organization? Deacon Li couldn't move. The energy in his body was disrupted. He couldn't condense it. He had less than 10% of his strength left. Let me introduce myself. I am the #1 expert in the sacred world, the leader of the Avengers. You trespassed into my territory, yet you have the nerve to mention the name of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei kicked Deacon Li, sending him flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood. Deacon Li had never seen anyone in the territory of the Judgment Division who wasn't afraid of the Judgment Division. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Judgment Division was? The only thing I know is that your life is now in my hands. Do you think it's useful to bring up the Judgment Organization? Lin Fei grabbed Deacon Li and lifted him up. What you need now is to be obedient. The battle between Lin Fei and Deacon Li was completely one-sided. With a battle power of 5 million and 10 million, Lin Fei had a profound experience. It was a huge increase in quantity, and the opponent's attack could not tear his defense. Lin Fei carried Deacon Li and barged into a mystic realm. He was prepared to interrogate Deacon Li. He knew more than Yi Lung. After Lin Fei left, a few people broke into the secret realm where the battle had taken place. It's here. Li Guangming's aura. He's not here anymore. Could it be that it's over? As soon as they entered, they found traces of battle. The shattered mountains were the best proof. The leader frowned slightly. We're a step too late. Li Guangming seems to have lost. That person is more powerful than we thought. The leader's face flashed with a hint of uneasiness. How is that possible? Li Guangming has fused 2 great Das and is a first-profession fusion expert. His battle power has reached 5 million. Who can defeat him? The sacred world is the world that the Judgment Organization doesn't care about the most. Back then, the forces of the Wasteland continent tried to join forces to fight against the Judgment Organization, but they were suppressed by the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization. After that, they set up a trap for them. To be able to defeat Li Guangming, his strength must be at least at the peak of the first-profession fusion expert. That's a battle power of 8 million. I can't be wrong. Look here. This is Li Guangming's remaining aura. As an old opponent, I can't be wrong. The leader said solemnly. We made the right decision to come here. Next, we should get in touch with this mysterious expert. It's best if we can rope him to our side. Lin Fei did not know that someone had followed the trail. In a certain secret realm, Lin Fei used violent means. At first, Li Guangming was stubborn, but later on, he couldn't hold back in the face of Lin Fei's violent means and spilled everything he knew. During that time, Li Guangming tried to lie. With Little Devil watching from the side, any changes could be detected. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Fei, and his strength was suppressed. Li Guangming suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Fei restraining his strength, he would have died after being beaten up. From Yi Lung, Lin Fei learned many secrets of the Judgment Organization, including the shadow of the empire behind them. This time, Li Guangming could only explain to Yi Lung one by one. Li Guangming was afraid. To be able to defeat him so easily, the other party might have surpassed the first-profession fusion expert and reached the second-profession fusion expert level. That was something that Li Guangming could not fight against. Lin Fei also knew about the fusion expert. He explained in more detail than Yi Lang, and Li Guangming told him everything he knew. The first-profession fusion expert has a maximum combat power of 8 million? Lin Fei's face was unmoved, but his mind started to think, I didn't expect the strength calculation to be the same as the data established by Little Devil. This is very surprising. You use data to divide combat power? What is this? Lin Fei sneered. How can there be such a calculation in this world? Li Guangming wanted to ridicule the other party, but when he thought of the other party's violent means, he immediately felt numb. He really didn't dare to show a mocking expression, and could only say, Alliance Master Fu, I really didn't lie to you. Using data to divide combat power is actually the establishment of the empire. As for why it is divided by data, we don't really know. I reckon that only a few people know. It has been passed down for too long. Empire? Lin Fei moved slightly. Then, about this first-profession fusion expert, tell me in detail. Who asked a country bumpkin like me to not understand? I believe that Deacon Li will be happy to explain the origin of it. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Li Guangming regretted in his heart. Why did he come to the sacred world? Why did he meet a guy who didn't know anything, and who was much stronger than him? He was considered a first-class expert in the Judgment Organization, but he actually suffered a big loss in the sacred world. The first profession is actually the fusion of great Das. The first fusion is considered a first profession fusion. Once the two great Dao successfully fuse and become a first profession fusion expert, you can go to the branch palace established by the empire to be tested. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. Chapter 2363. Expeditionary Empire. The empire that Li Guangming spoke of was a very powerful empire. At the same time, it used data to calculate, and there was also the theory of integrating experts. Lin Fei felt as though a whole new world had opened up in front of him. The Expeditionary Empire became especially mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. From a small world to the current sacred world, he had never heard of an empire whose strength could be calculated by numbers. I'm very curious. How did you calculate combat strength? This seems to be an impossible matter. Lin Fei was very curious. He had the little devil to build a database, collect everyone's strength, and calculate combat units. Then, what exactly did the Expeditionary Empire rely on? Anyone would be curious, especially Lin Fei. Could it be that the Expeditionary Empire had an intelligent computer? Li Guangming smiled bitterly. I don't know about this either. The only thing I know is that the Empire's division seems to have installed a mysterious instrument. Rumor has it that it was created by a supreme expert of the Expeditionary Empire. There are also rumors that the great emperor of the Expeditionary Empire obtained a special treasure from a different world and created this system. Lin Fei didn't obtain too much useful information. Rumors and legends couldn't confirm how the Expeditionary Empire was divided. As long as you are a citizen of the Empire, as long as you pay a certain fee, you can go and test your combat strength. After the test, you will be able to know your specific combat strength. Li Guangming added. Lin Fei asked about another matter regarding the Expeditionary Empire. The most important thing was still the data. This was what he was most concerned about. He originally thought that he was the only one in the world who could create data. Now that an expeditionary empire had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an abnormally powerful one at that, Lin Fei felt a trace of worry in his heart. I heard that your judgment organization wants to select geniuses to participate in the Expeditionary Empire's assessment. What are the specifics? Lin Fei asked. Yilang's answer wasn't very satisfactory. Lin Fei hoped to get specific information from Li Guangming. It's like this. The Expeditionary Empire controls countless continents. In order to make it easier to manage, the Empire's master has divided the continents into 38 galaxies. Out of these 38 galaxies, we, the Judgment Team, are in charge of one of them. Every 5 years, the Empire will recruit geniuses. We, the Judgment Team, are prepared to use the great path origin hearts of the Holy Realm to train geniuses. At the same time, we will obtain a large number of great path origin hearts to nurture the strongest genius. We hope to successfully pass the preliminary selection, enter, and finally enter the Capital Institute. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out to be a selection for the Imperial College outside the Empire. No wonder the Judgment Division had to make arrangements. So this was what it was all about. What a good move. Lin Fei knew that the geniuses of the Judgment Realm were all very strong. Their combat power was about 1.5 million to 2 million. If they could improve their strength in the Holy Realm, it would be a good thing for the Judgment Realm. The powerhouses who were suppressed back then and resurrected now would undoubtedly become training targets for the geniuses. Perhaps only a powerful organization like the Judgment Union would be able to do something like this. In the end, Li Guangming was controlled by Lin Fei. He was a fusion powerhouse with a combat power of 5 million. In the entire Holy Realm, there was basically no one else who could suppress him except him. Master, someone has found us. He's very strong, with a combat power of about 4.6 million. The people around him all have a combat power of about 1 million. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave with Li Guangming, Little Devil's voice sounded. A screen was opened, and someone was walking towards the secret realm. Good heavens! Another fusion powerhouse has appeared? Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The Holy Realm is getting more and more lively. This person is probably not from the Judgment Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after the other. Come in. The middle-aged man who had arrived a step later carefully brought his people to the outside of the secret realm. He was about to find a way to enter when he heard the other party's voice. This person is more powerful than I thought. Mu Chu's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense later. When Mu Chu first arrived, he had concealed his aura. His technique was very mysterious, but he did not expect to be discovered. After giving some instructions, he led his people into the secret realm. "It's you." Mu Chu came to a platform in the secret realm, and Li Guangming immediately recognized him. "I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the holy realm. I thought you were going to hide forever." When Mu Chu saw Li Guangming, he cursed inwardly. The other party was not killed, and it seemed that they had reached some kind of cooperation, which gave Mu Chu a very bad feeling. "Li Guangming, the Judgment Division is amazing, but it's not easy for you to kill all of us. If you can come to the Holy Realm, why can't I come?" Mu Chu said, but his eyes fell on the black-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man in front of him did not emit any aura, but Mu Chu knew that this person was the one who defeated Li Guangming. "Okay, stop arguing," Lin Fei said lightly. From a few words, he knew that the person who came was from the Starfield, and it seemed that he was a sworn enemy of the Judgment Division. Li Guangming immediately became obedient. "Why are you looking for me from outside, or are you planning to cause trouble in the Holy Realm?" Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Chu, and the aura of 10 million combat power pressed down on him. Lin Fei did this deliberately. After the fusion of the Great Path, the Holy Realm was Lin Fei's territory in his eyes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble, especially people from outside forces. It was necessary to show the necessary power. Mu Chu felt a sense of suffocation on the spot. This aura was really too terrifying. How can there be such a strong person in a place like the Holy Realm? This aura is at least a second-stage fusion powerhouse. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't put on airs as soon as I came. Mu Chu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, we are not here to cause trouble." Mu Chu hurriedly explained. If this went on, he would not feel good, and his qi and blood would definitely be injured. "Humph, it's good that you are not here to cause trouble." Lin Fei snorted coldly. "Causing trouble in my territory, even if you have a powerful background, even if you are from the Judgment Division, you will still have to deal with me in this place." As Lin Fei withdrew his aura, Mu Chu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. In the face of the aura of a second-stage fusion powerhouse, Mu Chu really could not bear it. Mu Chu originally wanted to rope him in. After all, he was also a first-stage fusion powerhouse, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A second-stage fusion powerhouse also had a high position in their organization. Forget about roping him in. Chapter 2364. Mu Chu left the secret realm. "Elder Mu, what should we do now?" "I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss." Under the starry sky, Mu Chu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Mu Chu smiled bitterly. "What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person?" Everyone fell silent. What a joke. They only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert even if they were given 100 guts. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Mu Chu continued, "Moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain." They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. "Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail." That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Mu Chu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Mu Chu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Mu Chu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild sacred mountain. The savage sacred mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, this is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained, the Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page. What kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming, first job transition fusion occupation. First job transition swordsman strength. 150 speed. 110 endurance. 80 reflexes. 90 combat power. 5 million, shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or? An extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind. However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman. Isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman. First job transition assassin. First job transition, all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, the strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuanzhang. It is said that His Majesty Yuanzhang has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuanzhang seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, And he is the only ninth revolution expert in the empire. A ninth revolution expert, the only one. Lin Fei was very clear that the ninth revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one ninth revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. Ninth class advancement. A peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a ninth class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the four major attributes. Among the ninth class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the four major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the four major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a storm warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the four major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a storm warrior. Moreover, he was the only ninth class advancement expert. That was an existence that could casually kill 8th class experts. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th class advancement experts. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The Great Tao Primordial Heart could be refined into a Tao pill, which could be used to improve the four attributes. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed. The little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession, Nun strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million. Not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This Book of Life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, it will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the Great Daros, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th Grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th Grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th Grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao Cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can't. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild sacred mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Dao origin heart. The Yellow Spring sect master, Xianxia, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from the judgment all had a battle power of around 1.5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. Who asked them to not have Great Tao primordial pills? Back then, after the trial, the primordial Great Tao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial Great Tao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the Holy World. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished into thin air. The strong always like to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison. You have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook, and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid, in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1.5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang bang bang. On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bags. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them, and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the judgment. You can't offend the judgment. Let us go immediately. Deacon Li, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Spring sect master, Xianxia, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned, and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the judgment were all powerful, and at the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the judgment would always be their Dharma sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here, Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Spring sect master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the judgment organization had arranged for an 8th-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. I'll speak, you listen. Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Li arrives, you will all die without a burial place. A young man roared. You talk too much. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the Great Path Primordial Heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the judgment realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the Great Path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. I don't like it when people talk too much. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the Great Path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Li hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Li, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die. At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. Especially the prodigies of the judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. We're from the judgment. We won't submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the Great Path landed in Lin Fei's hand. Continue. The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. Submit or die. I'm willing to submit. I don't want to die. In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. I'm willing to submit. Me too. Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day, someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this Alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind: the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into two camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Spring Sect Master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, the geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Dao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The two sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the strength Dao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy units. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Dao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saint's world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the savage sacred mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Dao and replicating Dao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy units. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field. Chapter 2368. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The entire sacred world had always been under the control of the Avengers. The originally chaotic sacred world had also begun to flourish. All sorts of experts were constantly emerging in the sacred world. Those experts who had been resurrected had regained 60 to 70% of their original strength. This was only possible with the help of the Dao pills provided by the leader of the Avengers. During this period, it was inevitable that some experts who thought themselves infallible would try to express their own opinions. In the end, they were all suppressed. Within the Avengers, the two major forces suppressed each other and managed the sacred world very well. I really have to leave. There aren't enough resources. In these 5 years, Lin Fei could be considered to have lived in seclusion. He did not pay much attention to the matters of the sacred world. He was also not interested in the internal conflicts of the Avengers. As long as he existed, those people would not dare to raise any objections. The resurrected experts were not satisfied? Lin Fei would not pay any attention to them. Those geniuses from the Judgment Hall alone could easily suppress them. If they didn't want to stay, Lin Fei would not force them. The world was so big and they could go anywhere. He had no interest in stopping them. On a mountain peak in the wild sacred mountain, the demonized black wind whistled. However, the mountain peak had formed an independent space. The demonized black wind passed through both sides. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had explored some of the dangerous places in the sacred world and obtained many useful things. Lin Fei had plundered the White Bone Plain in the center of the World Wall battlefield several times and obtained many things that he wanted. It could be said that these 5 years were actually for Lin Fei to prepare to leave the sacred world. It's time to go. The resources were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fei could not sit still. Outsiders did not feel anything because they were not strong enough. Lin Fei had the leveling system. No one knew the amount of resources better than him. Lin Fei had already explained everything about the sacred world and left behind a trump card. As a trump card of the saint's world, Li Guangming was enough to block any attack. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Fei had created a perfect trap so that no one would suspect that Li Guangming had disappeared for some other reason. In 5 years, Lin Fei also increased Li Guangming's strength to the level of 6 million, which could be regarded as a great increase in strength. In the Expedition Empire, increasing 1 million battle power in 5 years was something that very few people could do. Li Guangming was even more loyal to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Li Guangming would be able to break the puppet bug. As it continued to strengthen itself, it became extremely powerful. With just a thought, even if Lin Fei was far away, he could still instantly kill Li Guangming. Lin Fei did not like the sadness of parting. After settling down, he left in the middle of the night. In the starry sky, the starry sky Blue Luan remained in the starry sky. This time, they would be relying on a powerful flying beast like the starry sky Blue Luan to head to the star field. If they wanted to reach that star field by relying on human strength, it would take at least 200 years. The starry sky Blue Luan was that powerful and heaven-defying. Compared to 200 years, 90 years was indeed a very long time. After controlling Li Guangming, Lin Fei controlled the starry sky Blue Luan. According to Li Guangming, the starry sky Blue Luan was also a very precious flying beast in the star field. In terms of price, it would cost more than 100 million energy blocks. In the star field, energy blocks were more popular than Dao pills. Energy blocks were controlled by the great forces and belonged to the Empire's resources. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. An unparalleled powerhouse's net worth was around 10 million energy blocks. Those who were not doing well would have a net worth of a few million energy blocks. When I reach that star field, I must get a long-distance teleportation gate. Lin Fei secretly clenched his teeth. He had also learned about the long-distance teleportation gate from Li Guangming. In the star field, due to the distance between worlds and star fields, there would basically be teleportation gates. As the sacred world was an abandoned world, its resources were almost depleted. No one was willing to come to the sacred world. Therefore, long-distance teleportation gates had become impossible. It was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation gate was a shocking 500 million energy blocks. Star field, here I come. Standing on the starry sky Blue Luan, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The starry sky Blue Luan spread its wings and flew high. Traveling was a very boring thing. It would take 95 years to reach the star field from the sacred world. Lin Fei began to slowly adapt to traveling. With Li Guangming's star field map, he was not afraid of going to the wrong place. He would usually cultivate on the back of the starry sky Blue Luan and familiarize himself with some of the Roaring Warrior's attack techniques. When he reached the star field, Lin Fei would be a Roaring Warrior, a second-stage professional Roaring Warrior. Of course, he would need to pass the test first. The expedition to the Empire was very important to personal information. If Lin Fei wanted to gain a foothold in the star field, there were many things he needed to do. It was not as simple as he imagined. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first few decades, he almost didn't meet a single person. It seemed that the sacred world was too remote. Along the way, apart from the starry sky Blue Luan and those uninhabited continents, there was nothing else. Living people? There was no need to even think about it. In the 85th year, Lin Fei finally saw some living people. Those living people seemed to have bad intentions. Especially when they saw that the starry sky Blue Luan was worth hundreds of millions of energy blocks. Many of them were provoked. If there were many people sitting on the back of the starry sky Blue Luan, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Now that there was only Lin Fei, under the temptation of the energy blocks, those people finally made a move. For the sake of the energy blocks, those people went crazy. When Lin Fei stepped into the periphery of the star field, he encountered a group of bandits. Their strength was not bad. Almost all of them had a combat power of more than 1,000,000. Besieging an expert with a combat power of 2,000,000 was not a problem. For the first time, Lin Fei saw the mysterious veil of a first-stage professional. These people were not strong, and their professions varied. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He let them do whatever they wanted until they lost interest and suppressed them with one move. This should be the Empire Medal. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei looked at the spoils of war. The most eye-catching one was a round black medal. Lin Fei remembered what Li Guangming said. All martial artists who had achieved the first-stage professional would have an Empire Medal. This Empire Medal was issued by the Empire and recorded the information of the profession. If one didn't have the Empire Medal, then congratulations. One would be considered an unregistered person in the Empire. Once caught, one would be sent to become a slave. Little devil, try to analyze and copy it. Lin Fei was now a standard unregistered person. Once caught, he would be assigned a different fate. Basically, unregistered people would be sent to open up mountains. In the end, they would die of exhaustion in the mines. In order to gain a firm foothold in the Empire, Lin Fei must make some preparations in advance. Putting down the Empire Medal, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a black stone. Rather than saying it was a stone, it would be better to say that it was a round stone. The stone was pitch black, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei tried to hold it in his hand and felt the vigorous aura inside. It was the aura of origin energy. Chapter 2369. After absorbing a black energy block, Lin Fei was shocked. Ha, this is good stuff. One energy block is equivalent to the amount of energy a device can absorb in a month. Lin Fei smiled. So far, what Lin Fei lacked the most was origin energy. However, the sacred world had been destroyed many years ago, so origin energy was scarce. Fortunately, he had the system which could absorb origin energy. Special creatures can grow energy blocks. Can I absorb them directly? An idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This was much faster than planting. After checking the Empire Medal and energy blocks, Lin Fei absorbed the Great Tao Origin Heart. This thing was not good. After absorbing 20 to 30 Great Tao Origin Hearts, his combat power increased by less than 30,000. This result was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectation. It seems impossible to increase combat power by absorbing the Great Tao Origin Heart. I can only find those high-grade pills. After being besieged, Lin Fei kept the starry sky blue Luan. This guy was too conspicuous. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei kept it in the pet space. This was opened by the system later. Putting the starry sky blue Luan in the pet space could also increase its strength slowly. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked. Originally, it would only take 10 years to reach the destination by riding the starry sky blue Luan. However, it took Lin Fei 20 years to finally enter a magnificent starfield. Since 3 years ago, Lin Fei had entered the periphery of the starfield. There were prosperous continents one after another. Each of them was bigger than the sacred world. Their overall strength was incomparable. The empires will left the deepest impression. The empires will covered 38 starfields. No one disobeyed the empire's will. Lin Fei slowed down his pace. Along the way, he learned about the empire's strange and interesting stories and customs. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fei felt the power of the empire. Very powerful. For example, Ashwolf Star. It was one of the 38 star sectors that Lin Fei was currently in, the Zhonglang Star that was controlled by Judgment Division. Back in the day, the great emperor had established the Expeditionary Empire. The rulers of the 38 planetary systems had all been promoted to high officials because of their contributions. Each of the 38 star sectors had different sizes. The Zhonglang Star was not considered big, but it controlled more than 100 worlds and continents. Compared to the other star sectors, the gap was not small. No matter how big or small the gap was, no one dared to look down on the high officials of the Imperial Expeditionary Expedition who controlled a star region. In the Zhonglang Star, the Judgment Palace was like a local tyrant. Perhaps that great emperor was worried that the influence of the star field would be taken away by others, so he established a branch palace in every star field called the Expeditionary Guard. In fact, everyone knew that the Expeditionary Guard's role was to monitor the movements in the star field. They were the eyes and ears of the great emperor. Fortunately, the Expeditionary Guard usually did not manage the affairs of the star field. Unless it was a major event, it was rare to see the Expeditionary Guard. Moreover, the Expeditionary Guard's branch palace was not located in the center of the star field. It was precisely because of the existence of the Expeditionary Guard that the territorial lords had great influence, but they did not dare to do anything disgraceful. The Expeditionary Guard had also become a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could be cut off at any time. Every Expeditionary Guard had an elder who was very powerful. Together with the treasures bestowed by the great emperor, their strength could increase exponentially. All along, the most terrifying person in the star field was not the territorial lords, but the Expeditionary Guards. There was a rumor that once one was on the blacklist of the Expeditionary Guards, even if one was extremely powerful, he would be removed from the list overnight. Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. He had a detailed understanding of the star field and even the Expeditionary Empire, which overlapped with the information in his memory. Wow, what a huge city! Is this Zhonglang City? The center of the star field? Unbelievable! This is too unbelievable! Zhonglang City was huge. It could be described as magnificent. Everyone who came to the outskirts of Zhonglang City would stop in their tracks and be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After more than 100 years, Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. Finally, he arrived at the center of Zhonglang City. Standing outside Zhonglang City, Lin Fei was also shocked. First of all, Zhonglang City was huge. One could not see the end of Zhonglang City. The sky above Zhonglang City was covered with a huge blue energy shield that was constantly activated. With just one look, Lin Fei could tell that the shield had a strong defense. He had heard about it along the way, and now it seemed that it really lived up to its reputation. This is definitely a technological method. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and walked towards the city gate. Every time he entered the city, he had to pay a piece of energy block. This entrance fee was not small. After a year, the entrance fee would definitely be a huge figure. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble from the guards at the city gate. This was also because he was prepared. Through the system, he had duplicated an empire medal. This empire medal was of the lowest grade and was sufficient to enter the city. Although Zhonglang City was magnificent, in fact, there were special measures set up. Whenever blacklisted people entered the city gate would show them. Many blacklisted people tried to sneak into the city, but were all discovered and sent to the mines. Lin Fei was very confident about the empire medal that he duplicated. Therefore, Lin Fei openly entered Zhonglang City, the central city of this star field. After entering the city, Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. Following that, for the next 5 to 6 days, he basically spent all his time outside to gather information. He had gained a lot. There was not much information about the Judgment Palace. Recently, the most popular news in Zhonglang City was about the Capital Institute. Zhonglang City had an organization to deal with the Capital Institute. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the Capital Institute. This was an institution established by the emperor himself. It was above all other colleges. Those who graduated from the Capital Institute were all outstanding people. If they were not in the military, they would become the elders of a faction. It could be said that those who graduated from the Capital Institute were very popular. The Capital Institute recruited students once every 5 years. The assessment was very strict. The percentage of students who could enter the Capital Institute was very low. Even so, there were countless geniuses who signed up for the recruitment. This was because the geniuses who graduated from the Capital Institute had another identity. They were the disciples of the emperor. This honor was not something that anyone could obtain. As long as they did not commit any crimes in the empire, they could sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. No matter what, they had an unimaginable advantage over others. This was also one of the reasons why the Capital Institute was popular. Everyone wanted to stand out, and the Capital Institute was the first choice. The temptation of being the disciple of the emperor was not small either. Lin Fei was very interested in the Capital Institute. The resources of the Capital Institute were unimaginable. It controlled many mystic realms. The resources of various sizes were unimaginable. It's very difficult to become a student of the Capital Institute. Others might not have a chance, but I have a very high chance. I also want to know if the Capital Institute has all the occupations I saw previously. Chapter 2370. Zhonglang City, the administrative center of the 38 star sectors. The Expeditionary Empire had 38 star sectors under its jurisdiction. Each star sector had its own administrative center and was also the most prosperous place in the entire star sector. Regardless of whether one was from a powerful faction or a nouveau riche, anyone who came to Zhonglang City would be shocked by the prosperity of the administrative center. It would also make them realize how insignificant they were. Recently, the hottest topic in Zhonglang City was the Capital College's preliminary selection. To any genius, being able to enter the Capital College was the glory of a lifetime. Once they graduated from the Capital College, their status would be different and they would stand at the top for the rest of their lives. There would be people coming to the Capital College office in Zhonglang City every day to gather information. Some of the spies even kept watch all day long, not wanting to miss out on any news. The Capital College assessment that was held once every 5 years attracted the attention of countless people. There was nothing more influential than the Capital College. Zhonglang City, the governor's residence. The most powerful place in the entire Zhonglang Star Sector, the Expeditionary Guard, was not included. Recently, the higher-ups of the judgment team were not in a good mood because of a piece of bad news. They had completely lost contact with the geniuses who had gone to the remote sacred world. If not for the fact that the life tablet left behind by the geniuses had not been broken, they would have suspected that they had been killed. Still no news. In the governor's residence, in the main hall, a voice that was neither soft nor loud reverberated, filled with an irresistible pressure. It was as if a giant was pressing down on them. Below the throne, a dozen or so people were pale and sweating. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person in front of them. Not yet. Not yet. His voice sounded powerless. Continue to search. We must get to the bottom of this. Everyone is watching the judgment team. If our geniuses do not return this time, you all know the consequences. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since he arrived at Zhonglang City. In these 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had learned about the Expeditionary Empire, the Capital College, and many secrets. It was an eye-opening experience. Lin Fei pondered for a while and decided to go to the Capital College to take a look. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to find a place to secretly absorb the origin energy. Unfortunately, the origin energy in Zhonglang City, and even the entire star sector, was incomparably powerful. He had tried to plunder the origin energy many times, but an accident had occurred in the star sector. Yes, it was an accident. At that time, Lin Fei was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. If origin energy could not be absorbed, then the powerful system would lose most of its functions, such as duplication. Lin Fei would not be so stupid as to waste the origin energy he had on hand. Inside Imperial College, there were unimaginable resources. It was said that there were special plants that could be used to make energy blocks. Lin Fei's thoughts became urgent. The star domain had been cursed countless times and all his plans had been disrupted, forcing him to go to Imperial College. Zhonglang City, Occupation Certification Management Office. In the 38 star regions, every star region and every city had a professional certification management office. Zhonglang City's Occupation Certification Management Office occupied a huge area. Since Zhonglang City was the administrative center, there were countless people who came here for the certification every day. Being certified here was equivalent to receiving a portion of the empire's benefits. Sigh, there haven't been any good classes appearing recently. That's right. Usually, only ordinary jobs appear. There isn't a single powerful job. I've heard that the neighboring star field has recently given birth to several powerful jobs. In the lobby of the management office, 2 staff members were chatting about the recent happenings. Imperial College's preliminaries are about to begin. How many prodigies from Zhonglang City do you think will make it? There must be at least a few dozen of them. During the last preliminary selection, a total of 32 people from Zhonglang City passed the preliminary selection, and 6 of them were admitted into the Capital Institute. I heard that the prodigies from the Judgment Hall have all gone for training. They say that they are the biggest competitors this time. I heard that too. I heard that they disappeared for 200 years just to prepare for the preliminaries. I heard that this year's recruitment has a different meaning. The great emperor places great importance on it. All the prodigies of the empire have given up on the previous Imperial College, and are all here for this assessment. The 2 of them could not help but look envious. Because this year's Imperial College was different from the previous ones, it had a special meaning. All the prodigies had chosen to participate in the assessment this year. If they could stand out among the prodigies and catch the eye of the great emperor, their future would be limitless. The prodigies of the 38 star regions were all ready to compete. Is this the place for certification? As they were chatting enthusiastically, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. A young man dressed in ordinary clothes had appeared in the hall out of nowhere. The two of them glanced at him and knew that he was an ordinary person. There were countless people like him every day. Yes, this is the place for certification. Each certification requires 10 energy blocks. The person who had entered was, of course, Lin Fei. Although he had the Empire Medal and was no longer an unregistered citizen, certification was a must. Actually, Lin Fei could have used the system to make it. However, after the origin energy was blocked, he had to be careful when using the origin energy units. Even a simple matter had become complicated. Lin Fei had no choice but to come to the certification office. First job certification? Yes, first job certification, Lin Fei said. This way. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Fei came to a room on the left of the lobby. Job certification was not that troublesome. In fact, it was very simple. The staff took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball was extraordinary. At first glance, it gave off the impression that it was a treasure. In fact, the crystal ball was indeed a treasure. This is a magic energy detection ball made by the Empire. It can detect the 4 major attributes. In fact, Lin Fei had already understood some of the procedures of the certification office. The magic energy technology ball was a very good treasure. It specialized in identifying the 4 major attributes. What job do you want to be certified for? The staff asked as usual. The 4 major attributes were tested for certification, and there was also job certification. For job certification, the Empire had a set of certification procedures that they were familiar with. Roaring Warrior. The staff did not listen carefully at first. Usually, the people who came for certification were mostly ordinary people. As for those with money and background, they had to make appointments in advance. Roaring Warrior? The staff thought it was an ordinary job. Just as he was about to register, he subconsciously stopped. This name sounds a little familiar. Roaring Warrior. What? You want to be certified as a Roaring Warrior? The staff could not remain calm anymore. He stared at the young man. Are you sure you want to be certified as a Roaring Warrior? Chapter 2371. As the leader of the Certification Management Office, Yuan Fei was not in a good mood these few days. The reason for his bad mood was simple. The Zonglong Star region had been suppressed by the neighboring star regions. Recently, there had been a lot of good news coming out of their star region. For example, a certain profession had been certified successfully, or a certain profession was regarded as a first-rate profession with a bright future, etc. In contrast, the Zonglong Star region had produced 2 or 3 first-rate professions in the past few years. The rest were common professions. As a result, every time Yuan Fei returned to the imperial capital for a report, he would lose face and be ridiculed by his colleagues. However, he could not come up with any useful rebuttal. In a month's time, I'll have to go for a report. This year is the same as last year. Yuan Fei put down the documents and could not help but smile bitterly. The Zonglong Star region was getting worse year by year. Basically, most of the certifications were for third-rate and fourth-rate professions. Second-rate professions were too ordinary in front of those first-rate professions. Recently, there had been good news coming from the nearby star regions. Not long ago, a good friend had even specially sent him a message to remind him. Boss, bad news, bad news. Before Yuan Fei could finish lamenting, he was pushed away. Yuan Fei pulled a long face. Little Zhang, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Have you forgotten the rules? Get out now. Little Zhang was one of the staff outside. He had barged in a moment of excitement and had forgotten that his boss hated it when people barged in. He had to knock before entering. Boss, let me explain. Little Zhang was anxious. It's not that I've forgotten the rules, but this matter is too serious. Just now, a young man came to our hall. He wants to get his profession certified, and it's a top-level profession. Boss, you said last time that this kind of certification must be done by you, so... Yuan Fei was really angry. He was in a bad mood, but his subordinates were not sensible, so his mood was naturally not good. Just as he was about to chase little Zhang out, he heard a few familiar words. Roaring warrior, top-level profession. Wait, you said someone wants to get a top-level profession. Roaring warrior? Yuan Fei stood up with a whoosh. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Yes, someone wants to get a roaring warrior certification. Yuan Fei felt as if he had been hit by a piece of pie. Bring me there immediately, quick. Yuan Fei was completely unable to remain calm. He had to see this young man immediately, if this was true. Lin Fei was arranged to be in the reception room, and the staff brought him fragrant tea. His attitude changed drastically. This is the right step. No one can resist the temptation of a peak profession, no matter where they are. Besides, this is the Certification Administration Office. As Lin Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in green entered. Are you the one who wants to be certified as a roaring warrior? Lin Fei knew that this person should be the leader in charge of this place. Little Zhang rarely saw his boss so moved, so he took the initiative to introduce, Your Excellency, this is the person in charge of our Certification Management Office, Lord Yuan. The certification of a top profession requires the highest person in charge of the management office to certify it. Lin Fei smiled. That's right, it's me. Yuan Fei was slightly disappointed when he saw the other party. No matter how he looked at it, the other party seemed to be a roaring warrior, a peak profession, and had nothing to do with it. However, he saw absolute confidence in the other party, which was very rare. For him to have such confidence, he must have 120% confidence in his certification. At this moment, Yuan Fei was a little doubtful. Could this young man really have the ability? First transition profession certification was not an easy thing to do. Ordinary third or fourth grade professions could be certified in one try, but second and first grade professions were extremely difficult. As for peak professions, there might not even be one in decades. The difficulty was extremely high, as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do you know about the Roaring Warrior? It is one of the Empire's peak professions, and its future is limitless. But you should know that the difficulty of the peak profession certification, especially the first transition certification, is very high. There might not even be 1 out of 10,000 people who succeed. Do you really want to get certified? Moreover, once you fail, you won't be able to get certified again for at least 3 to 5 years. Yuan Fei was a very good person in charge. Regardless of whether the other party was here to fool him, Yuan Fei was willing to give him a chance based on the other party's absolute confidence. For such things, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if he really succeeded? Yuan Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. This was his only chance to turn things around. Once he was certified as a peak profession in his own territory, those who had mocked him back then would be dumbfounded at the meeting a month later. At that time, their expressions would definitely be very pleasing to look at. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Regarding the certification, I have already thought it through. Moreover, I am confident that the certification will succeed. Lin Fei said. Yuan Fei rarely saw such a confident young man. It was as if for a moment, he felt that he had aged. Even a young man was more confident than him. Before the certification, as the person in charge of the certification, I have to introduce you to the peak profession certification. This was not a necessary procedure like in the past. It was a description of the peak profession certification. In fact, the peak profession certification was not a small matter. For third or fourth grade professions, it was not difficult at all. As long as one's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to obtain the certification. The peak profession certification had a certain amount of risk. Success was often accompanied by failure, or even death. Yuan Fei felt that there was a need to make things clear first. After talking for about the time it took for an incense to burn, Yuan Fei explained the peak profession certification, the things to take note of, etc. He then brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground. This is the certification space of our certification administration. Lin Fei had long understood the process of the certification. It was a special space opened up by the experts of the Expeditionary Empire. In this space, a special energy would be produced. Only by reaching a certain level of the 4 major attributes would one be able to obtain the certification of the special energy in this special space. Then, congratulations! The peak profession certification was successful. Once the peak profession certification was successful, one's strength would change. At the same time, one would obtain some of the instinctive skills of the peak profession certification. Although many people wanted to understand the secrets of this space, until now, no one had figured out what was going on. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to experience this mysterious certification space and see what was so mysterious about it. Yuan Fei reminded Lin Fei again and opened this mysterious space. All right, you can go in. Inside you will have 3 days to certify. I wish you success. Thank you. Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked into this mysterious space. With a rumble, the door closed again. Don't let me down. Chapter 28:57. Mistaking the mother lode. The first was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite of the people here, because this kind of food was very common. The second was a type of white bug that grew in the cave. The smell was extremely unpleasant and disgusting, but it was the delicacy of the human race in the cave. This was because this was the only meat they could eat. As for the third type, it was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food in front of it. It could be said that the living environment here was extremely harsh. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was extremely bitter. After all, these people were all of Yi Xian's race, and they were all humans. However, he didn't expect that they'd live such a life. In the middle of the cave, there was a hole that couldn't be considered too big. However, that hole had gone through more than 10 twists and turns. After being turned a few times by the people in the cave using a crystal mirror, the sunlight shone into the bottom of the cave, and this was the only place where the human race in the cave came into contact with the sunlight. Fortunately, this was the god realm, and the 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here could be considered abundant. Unfortunately, because there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil, it was impossible to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Yi Xian silently watched all of this. In front of him, there was a stone house. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house. Instead, there was a stone that was worshipped. It was the mother lode. The mother lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of obtaining the mother lode. At the same time, he also had the thought of migrating the people here. Therefore, just as these people were happily asking Xianxia about the situation outside, Yi Xian put forward his own thoughts. I want to take you out of here. Are you willing? Yi Xian asked these people without the slightest hesitation. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. From this period of contact, Xianxia knew how powerful Yi Xian was the most. Yi Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he also had an extremely powerful foundation. At this moment, Yi Xian's initiative to move the people in the village was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thus, without waiting for their reply, Xianxia excitedly persuaded them. Yi Xian silently waited. He could put forward his thoughts, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't force them. Very quickly, the people in the village made their decision. In the demon god's divine realm, the human race was exceptionally united. This was because everyone knew very well what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the mouths of those powerful demonic beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human race. Therefore, when they heard Xianxia's advice, no one doubted it at all. After all, they had long heard of the power of the Kunlun divine realm. In their hearts, the Kunlun divine realm was a holy land. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to give it a try. However, they misunderstood Yi Xian. Yi Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, in order to be able to accept more people from the demon god's divine realm in the future, Yi Xian had specially remodeled an area. Here, Yi Xian had built many palaces and circled out all sorts of delicious food. Furthermore, he had hoarded a large amount of cultivation resources in order to provide these people with as perfect an environment as possible to survive and cultivate in. In reality, Yi Xian had also noticed something special about this place. That was, everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those who did not have the talent had already been eliminated. Of the remaining people, 9 out of 10 could be said to be considered geniuses in the Kunlun divine realm. Of course, it didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, After Yi Xian allowed these people to cultivate to become stronger, they would be able to be used by him. Within the devouring space, due to the constant transformation of the 12 laws god trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that these people would definitely like that place. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than the Holy Land. After resolving the problem of settling the village, Yi Xian began to consider how to deal with the divine crocodile clan. From these people's mouths, Yi Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool. The divine crocodile clan naturally allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spirit pool. This could be considered as indirectly protecting this place. After all, the power of the spirit pool originated from the mysterious mother lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yi Xian would touch the interests of the divine crocodile clan if he wanted to take away the mother lode. Moreover, it was the most core benefit. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Yi Xian wanted to take away the source of the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool's power. Therefore, after Yi Xian absorbed these humans into his devouring space, he didn't dare to rashly make a move. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of fighting against an entire clan by himself, but he knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what kind of experts the divine crocodile clan had. At this moment, Ouyang Shui quietly stood beside Yi Xian. Ouyang Shui didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Yi Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Ouyang Shui asked Yi Xian. In Ouyang Shui's heart, there was no doubt that Yi Xian was powerful, and his methods were heaven-defying. Therefore, Ouyang Shui didn't know why Yi Xian stopped where he was. Yi Xian was currently thinking, so he didn't think too much about it. He casually replied, "I'm thinking, how can I take down this mother lode?" As he spoke, Yi Xian casually pointed at the mother lode. Who knew that Ouyang Shui didn't know how powerful it was? When she saw Yi Xian point at the mother lode, she actually flew over and casually took it down. "Big brother Yi wants this." Ouyang Shui blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he was incomparably astonished. Why did you take it down?" At this moment, Yi Xian could already feel that the energy that had been pouring into the sky had disappeared. This couldn't allow Yi Xian to not be shocked. It could be said that the expert of the divine crocodile clan definitely knew the secret of this spirit pool. The reason why he didn't make a move to snatch it was not because of any other reason. He was just worried that taking away the mother lode would affect the spirit pool. And now, once the power of the spirit pool disappeared, even the experts of the divine crocodile clan, no matter how stupid they were, would know that something strange had happened beneath the spirit pool. How could Yi Xian dare to delay? He grabbed Ouyang Shui and wanted to leave. Chapter 2858. Evolving God Slaying Sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Continuous explosions suddenly sounded out. One by one, the experts of the divine crocodile clan descended to the bottom of the lake. These experts clearly cared more about the mother lode than Yi Xian imagined, because the moment they appeared, they completely surrounded Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the divine crocodile clan. The reason why they didn't make any movements was because they didn't place the human village beneath the spirit pool in their eyes. Even so, they didn't care about Yi Xian at all. Now that Yi Xian had boldly taken away the mother lode, it had undoubtedly touched the core interests of the divine crocodile clan. They had no choice but to take action. "Damn it, how dare you take away the saint's stone? You're courting death." An expert of the divine crocodile clan roared at great god Yi Xian. Of course they recognized the mother lode. However, this mother lode was clearly a little special. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called it the saint's stone. 9. A total of 9 powerful divine crocodile clan experts completely surrounded Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yi Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd grade divine emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th grade divine emperor realm expert. It could be said that Yi Xian was completely powerless to resist. This could be considered the greatest danger Yi Xian had encountered. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly pondered in his heart. 9 divine crocodile clan experts had surrounded Yi Xian. If he were to make a move now, he'd simply be courting death. It seemed impossible for him to escape. In an instant, Yi Xian quickly thought of his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. The current Yi Xian didn't have a single trump card that could contend against the 9 great divine crocodile clan experts. Once he made a move, he would undoubtedly die. After all, other than the 6th grade divine emperor, there were also 2 intermediate-level divine emperor experts. The title of the sovereign level allowed Yi Xian to be invincible among those of the same level, and even be able to challenge those of a higher level than him in a one-on-one battle. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against 3 high-level divine emperor experts. Battle, defeat, escape. There was no way to escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible to release the sword attendants to fight, but don't forget, this was the territory of the divine crocodile clan, and Yi Xian didn't believe that these 9 people were all the experts of the divine crocodile clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a group of guards for the divine crocodile clan. Ouyang Shui, don't resist. I'll send you away. If you stay here, you'll only drag me down. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into the devouring space, but with the current situation, he had no choice but to do so. Thus, Yi Xian casually absorbed Ouyang Shui into the devouring space. Just as Yi Xian said, without Ouyang Shui here, Yi Xian's actions had a lot less to worry about. At the same time, the Mother O was already in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding. System prompt, detected special resource, Sacred Heart or Mother. Yi Xian still hadn't noticed it. The system prompt was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. However, the God-slaughtering sword reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered since obtaining the God-slaughtering sword. One had to know that the God-slaughtering sword currently had Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, but even Wei Zhentian was unable to control the God-slaughtering sword. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the change had already begun. From the sky, 9 gorgeous pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even stranger about those 9 pillars of light was that once they reached the surroundings of the God-slaughtering sword, they quickly condensed. Absorb. It was absorption. The God-slaughtering sword was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the 9 rays of light. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power those 9 rays of light represented, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Another loud sound rang out as an incomparably powerful divine crocodile race expert descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him. We can't let him take away the power of the profound light. The moment that expert appeared, he roared loudly. As for the 9 divine crocodile race experts, they didn't hesitate at all as they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. Not to mention the 9 of them, even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for Yi Xian to deal with them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the devouring space at any time to temporarily escape. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. Although the 9 of them pounced towards Yi Xian, they weren't even able to get close to him before they were blocked by a strange energy. It was invisible and colorless. Whether it was the naked eye or spiritual will, it was impossible to detect it in the slightest. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their furious roars, and he could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks in themselves were unable to enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the face of the divine crocodile race expert was filled with regret. This was because only he knew that the mother lode was not an ordinary mother lode, and he also knew that this mother lode was special. There were countless treasures in the world, and there were naturally many treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen magic treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the outside, but they were extremely powerful. Some treasures, on the other hand, were hidden among the treasures. Those who didn't know what was good for them would never discover them. This mother lode was such a special mother lode. The most important thing about this mother lode was not its material itself, but its special attribute. This mother lode could be used as a guide to guide the power of the profound light down to refine magic treasures. Just like what was being done to the God-slaughtering sword. A magic treasure refined by the profound light was definitely not ordinary. A magic treasure refined in this way could be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a treasure could be said to be a good thing that could only be found by chance and not sought after. At this moment, the supreme expert was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he had eyes but failed to recognize this mother lode, how could he have missed it? One had to know that this kind of treasure usually only had one special ability. Thus, after Xianxia used it, this originally incomparably mystical treasure had been crippled. Back then, although the divine crocodile race had discovered that the mother lode could gather mysterious energy in the spirit pool, they hadn't thought too much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special, but who would have thought that the mystery would be revealed and this would be the result? Not only did they not obtain such a precious treasure, the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile race accept this? Chapter 28:59. It became a treasure since they couldn't obtain the mother lode. The super experts of the divine crocodile race decided to take away the god-slaughtering sword. The mysterious power continued to pour into the god-slaughtering sword, causing it to undergo a huge change. On the outside, experts from the divine crocodile race continuously surged over, surrounding Xianxia. Inside, Xianxia could only silently look at the god-slaughtering sword and wait. Of course, Xianxia was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The current situation was already very obvious. The divine crocodile race was determined to obtain the mother lode and the god-slaughtering sword. Once the light dissipated and the evolution ended, the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Xianxia. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defensive power. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defensive power would give Xianxia a chance of survival. To be more precise, Xianxia wouldn't let go of any methods. However, anything that could help Xianxia right now, Xianxia would do. Time passed. He originally thought that this evolution wouldn't last long, but the reality wasn't like that. At this moment, a full 7 days had passed, and the light still hadn't dissipated. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would feel that a rare treasure had been born. Naturally, those who saw this light would not let go of the chance to seize the treasure. Haha, this old man wants to see what kind of good thing has appeared to cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, another expert arrived, and a thunderous voice exploded from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley Dragon Mountain. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Someone discussed in a low voice. It was obvious that this old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. Moments later, Xianxia saw an old man with an old face, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took caused the ground to shake like an earthquake. Following his footsteps, the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan continuously opened up a path. Obviously, even the many experts of the Divine Crocodile clan did not dare to block the path of the old man of the Divine Valley. What is it that has such a powerful light? Mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite palanquin carried by 4 lower 9th grade divine emperors who had transformed into beautiful women flew over. The palanquin had yet to arrive, but the sound had already spread to every corner. A rare treasure has appeared. It looks like there will be another bloody storm. How sad. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sorrow, but it was unknown why he was sad. One expert after another appeared. The Divine Crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to stay in a corner. Because the Divine Crocodile clan knew very well that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together, looking around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Some people looked around arrogantly, as if they wanted to stir up trouble. Some people just quietly looked for a place, not bothering to hear or ask. Experts kept coming here. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry, because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Xianxia often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. But to become a treasure himself, to become the object of others to fight over, this was a novel experience. Of course, as the number of experts increased, Xianxia felt more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as it was a treasure hunt, there would inevitably be a bloody battle. Moreover, if the winner of the treasure hunt was not decided, then no one would be able to snatch the treasure away. Currently, countless experts had gathered, and every single one of them was eyeing Yi Xian covetously. Naturally, Yi Xian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Yi Xian, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and attacked by the others. Thus, Yi Xian had the chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was already safe. In the current situation, Yi Xian had only obtained an opportunity. Whether or not he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for 13 days. In these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Yi Xian and the god-slaughtering sword, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. 13 days of time was enough for countless experts to arrive. At this moment, there were already hundreds of experts gathered around Yi Xian. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of people. The outer perimeter had already been divided into 3 layers. The first layer consisted of the hundreds of experts, each occupying a position. No one moved. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and grouped together. Following that, a race like the divine crocodile race gathered. Because it was a race, it had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost area, they were the divine beasts that came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the treasure hunt, but they weren't willing to leave so easily. Thus, they gathered in the surroundings and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that he was also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword didn't end immediately. The god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yi Xian's head, emitting wave after wave of powerful energy. The outer barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. When the divine beast experts saw the light receding, they thought that they had a chance and rushed forward. However, not only were they unable to break through the barrier, they were even repelled by the barrier, causing them to be severely injured and flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword had nothing to do with him. But this time he was wrong. Wei Zhentian was still unable to enter the god-slaughtering sword, but the god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yi Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy continuously poured into Yi Xian's body. This power was extremely destructive, but Yi Xian was unable to resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually a sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff turned pale with fright, and their expressions were filled with envy. The purification of the sword body referred to the strange phenomenon of the psychic divine sword feeding back to its master. The divine sword was psychic, and when it gathered enough power and developed a strong feeling for its master, it would use its own power to cleanse its master's body. This kind of cleansing could be said to be extremely rare. Not only did it require an extremely high quality of the divine sword, it also required an extremely powerful support. In addition, the divine sword itself had an extremely strong feeling for its master. And the last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the artifact spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to do this meant that the divine sword already possessed intelligence. Chapter 2860. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place at all. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yi Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System, break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction has been successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a different light. Yi Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to discover it. What did this mean? Did this mean that Yi Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was terrified of Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. What was Yi Xian's identity? Why were there so many mysteries surrounding him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yi Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder. Please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction has recovered after you left last time, it is very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from not being able to find this small bridge, Pavilion Protector Elder, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yi Xian as an equal. Yi Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words made sense. Thus, Yi Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. During this time, Yi Xian did not know what they were doing. Of course, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier had not been repaired yet. Thus, the group of people continued to walk forward together. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard were all dead. No, there was still one person who was still fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several powerhouses rushed over and fought with the demonized mermen. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual god glanced at the crowd and said, "This is when I led the vanguard group when we arrived." "What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this?" "I don't know what it means. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then, those mermen started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical powers. Among them, the most important thing for you to pay attention to is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely." "What? Resurrected indefinitely?" This time, everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. Some people did have such special magical powers. But what was the point of being resurrected indefinitely? Let's not care about that for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yi Xian was also about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Lingxian court suddenly stopped Yi Xian. "What do you want?" Yi Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. "Pavilion Guardian Elder. Leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This is not a place we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't." What did he mean? Yi Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow had not clearly explained what was going on. He had only asked Yi Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yi Xian to leave, but he should at least explain things clearly. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out with his palm at Yi Xian. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yi Xian. In fact, his palm was directly pushing Yi Xian away at an extremely fast speed. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Xian looked at that person and retreated rapidly. However, he continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. "Damn it! What the hell is this?" Yi Xian was greatly alarmed. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come. He still had to flee the second time. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian as he loudly shouted, "Senior spirit god!" He then shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he looked at the island one last time before he left, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then, what exactly did Yi Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could capture a person with a casual grab. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate at all and directly returned to the training camp. At this moment, no one in the training camp was too worried about the exploration of Ripple Lake. Or perhaps, in their opinion, this was a battle that they were absolutely confident in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion quickly walked over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those demonized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why did you return by yourself? Where are the others? He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yi Xian spoke. At the same time, he gazed at the others. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2861. The way to survive at this moment. Although Yi Xian was on high alert, he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, he subconsciously didn't think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint, almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. It was fortunate that Yi Xian's spiritual will had been strengthened once again, and the location of the mutation just so happened to be not far from Yi Xian, so he had time to react. However, even so, the only thing Yi Xian could do was slightly shift his position. Boom! A loud sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that what attacked him was a red ray of light. It was as thin as a gossamer, yet extremely powerful. The divine wood sword attendant immediately stood in front of Yi Xian, blocking the majority of the damage for him. But even so, Yi Xian was still sent flying by the force. The violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Yi Xian in the sky. This was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, it was a divine beast, but Yi Xian didn't know what race he was. When Yi Xian was sent flying into the sky, a large net exploded from that person's hands in an attempt to trap him. The power of the law of devouring. Yi Xian was shocked. He already knew this person's goal. This guy was probably the one who used the red light. Sending Yi Xian flying into the sky was also part of his plan. His goal was to quickly capture Yi Xian. Ding! Designated target. High 6th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Another high-level Divine Emperor Realm. Although at this moment in this area, the 6th grade Superior Deity Emperor was actually not that strong for Yi Xian, he was still a formidable enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Yi Xian didn't have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy used the power of the law of devouring, so don't blame Yi Xian for breaking his web of laws. Playing with the law of devouring in front of Yi Xian, let alone a mere high-level divine emperor, even a hierarch or a god emperor might not be able to win against Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's greatest trump card was the power of devouring. At this moment, that person swore confidently, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face, waiting for Yi Xian to fall into his web of laws. However, Yi Xian fell into it, but it wasn't the result that person imagined. The flickering web of laws had already surrounded Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it didn't listen to that person's call and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed that something was wrong. He frowned slightly and wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to leave. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave, he would attract the attention of others. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Yi Xian had already fallen into his web of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. However, he didn't know that although Yi Xian was trapped in the web of the law of devouring, he wasn't affected in the slightest. On the contrary, the web of the law of devouring had already been completely controlled by Yi Xian. How dare you? That person only hesitated for a moment, but there were already experts who noticed the changes here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked this side at the same time. Another explosion sounded out. A moment ago, he was still complacent, thinking that he'd successfully trapped Yi Xian and had a chance to escape. In the next moment, he was killed by 5 experts and turned into a mist of blood. As soon as that person died, Yi Xian controlled the web of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that it was because the web of laws was no longer under the control of its master that it fell. However, no one knew that all of this was secretly controlled by Yi Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Yi Xian, who was trapped by the web of laws. Unexpectedly, no one tried to snatch it from him. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Yi Xian's heart, the actions of these divine beasts could be said to be extremely stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts weren't stupid, then he, Yi Xian, wouldn't have a chance of survival. At this moment, with Yi Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts continuously fell, as if the goal of these divine beasts wasn't to snatch treasures, but purely to fight. The web of law was slowly losing its strength. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Yi Xian didn't mind at all. Yi Xian silently looked around, but he had an idea in his heart. The crazed slaughter of these divine beasts was also an opportunity for Yi Xian to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could become more powerful, then he would have a higher chance of escaping. Therefore, without the divine beasts noticing, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some were entire corpses, while others were only missing arms and legs. Of course, the whereabouts of these corpses were obvious. They were naturally devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 5th grade Divine Emperor Realm. As Yi Xian continued to devour the corpses of the divine beasts, his realm continued to rise. At the beginning, Yi Xian's movements were extremely careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, who knew that even if someone discovered Yi Xian's movements, they wouldn't care at all. Thus, Yi Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, the number of corpses that Yi Xian could devour was limited. After all, Yi Xian was currently trapped in one place, so it was impossible for him to collect those corpses. Thus, he could only pick up the corpses nearby. Fortunately, even though the corpses nearby were incomplete, they all belonged to experts. Thus, Yi Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short period of time, Yi Xian was able to break through to the 1st grade Divine Emperor realm just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue because Yi Xian knew that although these divine beasts ignored him in the chaotic battle, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained would naturally be the strongest. Yi Xian already had an idea. At this moment, Yi Xian could only ask the flower god sword attendant to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, Yi Xian also disappeared. This was because Yi Xian had already hidden within the devouring space, but the flower god sword attendant was left behind. To be more precise, it was the flower god sword attendant that fled into the distance first, and the direction it fled in was the direction of an expert. Under Yi Xian's orders, the flower god sword attendant held a divine weapon that looked like the god slaughtering sword. Although it was deliberately hidden, it still released a trace of its aura. As soon as the flower god sword attendant arrived at the expert's side, it handed the divine weapon to the expert without hesitation. That expert didn't think too much about it, so he casually took it. After all, this divine armament looked somewhat similar to the god slaughtering sword. This was a high-grade replica that Yi Xian had spent a huge amount of faith points to exchange for from the system store. Chapter 2862. Ambush. Whether it was its appearance or charm, it was almost the same as the god slaughtering sword. At the very least, it would be difficult to see the difference if one didn't observe carefully. After doing all of this, the flower god sword attendant committed suicide. That expert didn't even have time to react. At this moment, he still didn't know what had happened. He held a fake god slaughtering sword in his hand, but he looked at the flower god sword attendant in astonishment. Hong Hu, you dare to attack? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the anomaly. When he saw that Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared from the net of laws, combined with the fake god slaughtering sword in the expert's hand, he would naturally be misunderstood. Thus, at this moment, there were people who charged towards the super expert without hesitation. What are you doing? The man asked, puzzled. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! With a punch, the expert named Hong Hu was sent flying before he could figure out what was going on. The fake god slaughtering sword in his hand had already changed owners. Quick, the treasure is over there. Following these words, in an instant, the expert who had just obtained the fake god slaughtering sword didn't even have the time to take a second look at the god slaughtering sword before he was surrounded. Chaos broke out. This time, it was even more bloody and brutal. If it was said that the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then at this moment, they had already used 12% of their strength. The massacre had begun. It was a bloody and brutal massacre. In just an instant, the entire sky had been dyed red. Yi Xian could also see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. To be precise, Yi Xian didn't completely enter the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Yi Xian completely entering it wasn't a very wise choice. Thus, the place where Yi Xian was standing was actually the entrance to the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, yet maintain the same speed as the outside world. Thus, being in this position was a very good choice. Yi Xian silently watched the slaughter in the outside world. Although this slaughter was caused by him, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Even if all of these experts from the demon god's divine domain died, Yi Xian wouldn't blink. It was not enough to describe the current situation. At that moment, in the sky and on the ground, there was a murderous aura everywhere. Especially around the fake god-slaying sword, it was even more terrifying. One expert after another died on the spot. The sky had already cracked, and the earth had already turned blood red. Countless experts had turned this area into 40,000 lands. As for the fake god-slaughtering sword, it was being passed around in the hands of the experts. However, it was a pity that any super expert who got their hands on it would be killed in an instant. However, if one person died, another would immediately take over. Life was not over, and the battle was endless. These people had already gone completely crazy. He had already turned into a madman. Yi Xian was terrified when he saw this. Only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the shadows around him. These divine beasts were hiding in the shadows at the beginning, and did not participate in the battle. However, when the fake god-slaughtering sword appeared, they appeared. Moreover, it seemed that the number of people hiding was far more than that. There were clearly strong cultivators falling at every moment, but there were still countless strong cultivators who continued to advance wave after wave. Life seemed so worthless at this moment. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just waiting for the center of the battle to leave. Every single divine beast expert who obtained the fake god-slaughtering sword immediately left. They didn't have the time to check if it was real or fake, and even if someone discovered that there was a problem with the fake god-slaughtering sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Therefore, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day. Normally, it would only take an hour to travel a distance, but now, it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be considered too far, but Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. After all, it was hard to avoid experts suspecting him. Once they turned around to look for him, Yi Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered ground, anyone could tell that an incomparably tragic battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline here. It could be said that even a slightly larger stone no longer existed. Suddenly, a small mound in the soil moved, and a figure emerged from it. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. This person was Yi Xian. At this moment, how could Yi Xian dare to stop at all? He practically used his full speed. Moreover, he was already prepared to be teleported into the mysterious trial space at any time. Because the requirements for strength in the trial space were too high, Yi Xian knew that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to teleport, so Yi Xian wasn't willing to waste them. However, if there really was an expert chasing after him, then Yi Xian might not have a choice. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, there really wasn't anything unusual. However, when Yi Xian had only traveled less than 3 million kilometers, he discovered that he'd been locked onto by several divine senses at the same time. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that there were still some intelligent divine beasts that suspected the location of the web of law, which was why this scene had occurred. It was very obvious that these people had come for Yi Xian from the start. However, the only thing that allowed Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief was that since these people only dared to expose themselves now, it meant that they weren't super experts. Of course, Yi Xian didn't even know what his cultivation was. Yi Xian fled at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemy that had locked onto him wasn't too powerful, once he was entangled, he wouldn't have any good results. Unfortunately, the enemy obviously wouldn't allow Xianxia to continue fleeing like this. Boom! Crash! A loud sound rang out. At the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Xianxia. To be more precise, it was a ball of water that completely surrounded Xianxia. Water Law Barrier Domain. This was actually a special domain of the laws of water. Moreover, it wasn't a domain set up by a single person, but a formation domain set up by many people. System, what kind of domain is this? Xianxia asked in confusion. This domain didn't seem to have too much power, at least on the surface. The light blue seawater surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center seem abnormally humid. However, the power was very gentle, causing people to not feel the slightest threat. Chapter 2863. A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, then it probably wasn't that simple. Thus, at this moment, Xianxia had no choice but to stop and quietly wait for the changes in the domain. Time slowly passed, but there was no change in the domain. However, half-human and half-fish demon beasts appeared from all directions. Some of these beasts were wielding tridents, some were wielding long swords, and some were even wielding longbows. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost no other redeeming feature. At this moment, Xianxia slightly frowned. Could it be that the ones who set up the domain to capture him were these fishmen? If that's the case, then aren't you underestimating me too much? Xianxia didn't use the god-slaughtering sword. Instead, he took out his rule bow and shot it out without the slightest hesitation. A violent force exploded out in the blink of an eye. One arrow was enough to kill thousands of these fishmen. Could it be that these mere people were really so weak and useless? Xianxia was incomparably puzzled. However, just as Xianxia was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that Xianxia had blasted into smithereens actually quickly revived. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies that Xianxia had blasted into a bloody mist at the center of Xianxia's attack were revived. Moreover, the strength of these revived fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Xianxia had never seen such a strange thing before. Xianxia frowned slightly as he launched another attack towards the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again descended onto the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen was once again killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, those fishmen quickly revived. This time, Xianxia saw it very clearly. These fishmen were truly able to increase their strength after reviving. When had Xianxia ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after death? Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe this. I want to see if you can resurrect infinitely. With a thought, Xianxia pulled open the Law Divine Art once again and launched another attack. Xianxia attacked. The fishman revived. Xianxia attacked again. The fishman revived. After going back and forth dozens of times, Xianxia finally gave up. These fishmen could actually revive infinitely, and their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase, and they could only increase it to the highest level, the inferior grade Divine Lord realm. A mere inferior grade 1 Divine Lord posed no threat to Xianxia at all. However, who knew if these fishmen had any other special methods? Or rather, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Xianxia didn't dare to delay any longer. This time, he directly released his might and 200 god-slaughtering swords to open a path. Xianxia directly slaughtered a path of blood towards the edge of the domain. However, when Xianxia arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water of the Jianghu, but a type of heavy water. A mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Xianxia used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be difficult to break through. At this moment, how could Xianxia not understand that if he wanted to break this domain, he couldn't break it by force? He could only find the person who used the domain and kill him, or find the cornerstone of the formation. Unfortunately, this was a formation set up by several people. It was already very difficult to find one person, let alone all of them. Xianxia had been trapped here for so long, but he hadn't discovered anything at all. Therefore there was only one choice left for Xian, and that was to find the core of the formation. However, how could it be that easy to find it? System. Do you have any ideas? Although Xian knew in his heart that the system was helpless against him. Sure enough, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification. Host. Please note that the host does not have enough resources to directly break this domain. Xian didn't have any eternal points, and he had consumed a huge amount of faith points. As for resources, he didn't have much left. Therefore, it was normal for the system to give him such a notification. It seemed that this time, Xian could only exchange for some useful things in the system and then think of a way to break this domain himself. Who is playing tricks on me? Do you dare to stand out? Xian shouted loudly. Although Xian knew very well that the person in the dark wouldn't answer. Sure enough, other than the roars of the fishmen, the entire domain was silent. Xian's divine sense quickly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find anything unusual. At this moment, Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Today, Xian had encountered an unprecedented crisis. He didn't expect that after escaping the encirclement of those experts, he would fall into such a crisis again. And the most fundamental reason was that Xian wasn't strong enough. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xian's leveling speed was already terrifying, but for Xian, it was still insufficient. Xian didn't even have the ability to resist those super experts with his cultivation base at the first-grade Divine Emperor realm. Of course, the people surrounding Xian might not be as strong as Xian. After all, if they were strong, they wouldn't be afraid to show their faces. However, this also showed that Xian wasn't strong enough. If Xian was a little stronger, then perhaps he wouldn't have been trapped by this domain. Xian didn't make a move to kill the murlocs in front of him as he watched them advance one after another. In any case, these fishmen weren't a threat to Xian at all. Xian wanted to see what other methods the enemies hiding in the shadows had. Xian didn't believe that these fellows really hoped that these fishmen would be able to kill him. As expected, seeing that Xian wasn't killing those fishmen. Once again, a strange change occurred in the domain. Groups of fishmen kept gathering and actually devouring each other. Moreover, the strangest thing was that after these fishmen devoured each other, their realms actually increased. There were groups of fishmen gathered together, but they were quietly lining up, waiting for the fishmen at the very front to devour them. As it continued to devour, the realm of the fishmen also continued to increase. At first, it was only at the lower first-grade Divine Lord realm, but after devouring, it actually rose to the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm. The strangest thing was that once all the fishmen reached the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm, they stopped devouring each other. But even so, there were still 1,000 upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm fishmen in front of Xian. Most importantly, Xian still couldn't kill them. Chapter 2864. Strange fishmen. Even though they were all at the first grade of the Divine Emperor realm, these fishmen were already able to harm Xian. Even if Xian released the Divine Wood Sword Attendant, what use was there in a situation where he could only defend and not attack? If this continued, Xian was destined to die. Unless Xian chose to teleport into that special trial space, or perhaps hide in the devouring space. Xian continuously created defensive divine talismans one after another, transforming them into energy shields. Unfortunately, even so, these divine talismans would eventually be broken. Thus, it was useless to continue wearing them down like this. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, with Xian as the center, rays of protective light continuously flickered. Outside the light, the crazy fishmen continued to attack. For these fishmen, the thing they were least afraid of was death, because once they died, not only could they revive, their strength would also increase. Therefore, their attacks could be said to be endless and incomparably berserk. For a moment, Xian was trapped on the spot. However, Xian didn't move at all. Aside from occasionally replenishing his divine talisman defense, Xian didn't even spare a glance at the fishmen outside. Instead, he wholeheartedly searched for a loophole in this domain. Xian was also a formation master. Combined with his experience in creating divine talismans and refining magic treasures, it could be said that Xian's comprehension of formations was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this time, the enemy had used a formation to set up a domain, so it contained both the profoundness of the formation and the miraculous power of the domain. Thus, it wouldn't be easy for Xian to break through it. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention was completely focused. He released his divine sense and continuously explored. He wouldn't let go of even the tiniest corner. Over and over again, Yi Xian's divine sense quickly searched the entire domain. This domain was exquisite, but the person who set it up had underestimated Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's mastery of formations exceeded that of ordinary people. The formation domain had its own advantages. However, in front of Yi Xian, there were also disadvantages. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and looked at the center of the entire domain. There, waves of powerful energy were constantly fluctuating. That was the place where the energy of the entire domain was the most concentrated. That was also the place where the defense of the entire domain was the strongest. However, it was there that Yi Xian discovered the weakness of the domain. It could be said that this entire domain was extremely complete. Through the senses of his spiritual will, Yi Xian could even sense that even underground, he was still completely enveloped by the domain's power. The entire domain formed a circle, and the heavy water continued to flow, forming the entire domain. It was like a hollow ball of water, and Yi Xian was trapped in the center of it. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the top of the water ball was where the heavy water was flowing. To Yi Xian, that was the only chance to leave. The power of the heavy water was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the rapid flow of water, it was impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully charge out of the surroundings. Only at the joint would a very small hole occasionally appear due to the collision of the power of water. That was Yi Xian's chance. In Yi Xian's heart, he was once again certain that the person who set up this formation domain wasn't an expert. After all, how powerful was the formation domain? How could there be a loophole? Since there was a loophole, then there was only one explanation, and that was that the people controlling the formation domain were not strong enough to make the formation domain appear perfectly. Of course. No matter what the reason was, there was at least one thing that was certain. Yi Xian's chance had come. With a sudden leap, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly flew towards the center. Wei Zhantian controlled the god-slaughtering sword to circle around Yi Xian, while the divine wood sword attendant followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center. However, since Yi Xian was able to discover the loophole in the center, how could the enemy not know? Therefore, at this moment, countless water tentacles extended out from the walls of water. As soon as those tentacles appeared, they lashed out at Yi Xian. Some of them even turned into water swords that filled the sky as they pounced towards Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely surrounded by these weapons made of heavy water. It could be said that they were so dense that there wasn't even a single gap. However, there would still be a gap between attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian's spiritual will had already been mobilized to its maximum, and his entire figure was constantly dodging. Of course, as he dodged, he was still flying upwards. The power of unlimited teleportation was displayed to the extreme in this small area of dodging. It was as if the entire sky was filled with Yi Xian's figures. As Yi Xian flew upwards, the density of the attacks became tighter and tighter. Obviously, the enemy was getting anxious. But even so, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Dodging, advancing, dodging again, advancing again. Yi Xian pressed forward. No matter how the people in front of him tried to stop him, Yi Xian wouldn't stop. Wei Zhantian, who was controlling the god-slaying sword, had long since unleashed its maximum speed. Its extremely fast speed allowed the god-slaughtering sword to have the power to pierce through the heavy water. At the same time, it could also help Yi Xian block some of the water pillars that he didn't have time to dodge. Break for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar as he charged towards the center of the area. Without a sound, Yi Xian charged out of the water ball. When Yi Xian hovered outside the water ball, he saw the person who set up the formation in an attempt to trap him. 9 strange fishmen. Compared to the fishmen in the domain, they were even uglier and weirder. Other than a pair of legs, the rest of these 9 fishmen's bodies were basically fish? They said they didn't take human form? Obviously, that wasn't the case. Since they were able to set up such a formation domain together, it was obvious that they had the strength to take human form. Thus, the only explanation was that they looked down on the human form from the start. Almost all the divine beasts that cultivated were clear about one thing. That was, in human form, it was extremely beneficial to the comprehension and use of the laws. The divine beast's main body might be able to obtain a boost in physique, strength, and other aspects, But if they wanted to quickly comprehend the laws and unleash the power of the laws to its fullest, they still needed to take human form. It was impossible for these 9 fishmen to not know about this. But why did they not choose to take human form? Even without anyone telling Yi Xian was extremely clear in his heart that if the 9-headed fishman were to transform into a human and use this formation domain, then it wouldn't be so easy for Yi Xian to walk out. Thus, for a moment, Yi Xian became interested in the 9 strange fish. System, detect these 9 monsters for me. I want to see what's so special about them. Chapter 2865. Continue to escape along with Yi Xian's order. The system's prompt quickly sounded out. Ding! System prompt. Yi Xian has 150,000 faith points. Does the host confirm? 150,000 faith points? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because of the amount of faith points he had, but because of the system's prompt. It seemed that every time Yi Xian needed to investigate something, he would need faith points. Yi Xian didn't notice when it started, but now that he suddenly noticed it, he discovered that every time he used the system to detect something, he would more or less consume some faith points. Faith points could be said to be the easiest thing for Yi Xian to obtain. Compared to eternal points, devouring points, and so on, faith points would only increase at any time, and the amount of increase was quite a bit. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, then after controlling the new territory, the rate at which his faith points increased would be even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian hadn't cared too much about faith points. He'd even thought that the faith point system was only used to exchange for other points, such as eternal points and devouring points. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. It seemed that there were still many uses for faith points. Moreover, the consumption was also extremely huge. With doubt in his mind, Yi Xian agreed to the detection. Ding! System prompt. The target is the Resentment Divine Fish Clan, one of the subsidiary races of the ancient demonic fish divine throne. They have an extremely heavy grudge against the human clan. Once they meet the human clan, they will definitely not rest until they die. Ding! The Resentment Divine Fish Clan is a special rare race. You have detected an optional mission, a rare race collector. Quest, rare race collector, quest requirements. Find a suitable space to collect all kinds of rare races scattered throughout the God Realm and tame them. The quest was optional, and there was no punishment for failure. If one collected a certain amount, they could open a special treasure chest. Collection quest? Moreover, there was no punishment. Yi Xian would definitely do it. After all, to others, this special space wasn't easy to find. However, Yi Xian had a devouring space with him, so it wasn't a problem to divide up some areas. Of course, since this quest was a race collection quest, then a rare race would probably require Yi Xian to collect at least 2 divine beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly accepted the quest. This 9-headed fish wasn't very strong. Once Yi Xian broke through their formation domain, it could be said that they wouldn't be a threat at all. In addition, when Yi Xian heard the system's notification, he knew that this strange fish would attack as long as it saw a human, so he wasn't too worried about being hunted down by the treasure-snatching team. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian once again asked the system, "System, why do I need to consume faith points to use detection right now?" Yi Xian had to figure this out. Otherwise, no matter how many faith points he had, he wouldn't be able to use them up. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to squander them like this. Ding! System notification. Host, please note, along with the host's realm prompt, the target's strength will increase accordingly, so the system will need to use faith points to strengthen the detection. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian understood the system's explanation. It seemed that no matter how many faith points he had, if Yi Xian didn't save them, it wouldn't be enough. When he returned his gaze to the strange fish, he discovered that the 9-headed fish had actually started to quickly escape. However, after ambushing Yi Xian, he wanted to immediately escape? How could it be so easy? Wei Zhantian out. With Yi Xian's order, the 2 god-slaughtering swords immediately flew out. Of course, the goal of the god-slaughtering sword this time wasn't to kill these strange fish, but to trap them. Wei Zhantian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and its speed was extremely fast. After a moment, it arrived beside the strange fish. The 2 god-slaughtering swords emitted sword light and easily trapped the strange fish. The strange fish was incomparably terrified as it continuously screamed. It was obvious that it was already afraid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, It was already too late for them to be afraid. When they first tried to surround and kill Yi Xian, they should have been able to think of such a result. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian once again opened up a special area. In this place, Yi Xian set up layers upon layers of restrictions and even seals. Afterwards, Yi Xian didn't even ask for the opinions of these strange fish and directly absorbed them into the devouring space. The pitiful nine-headed fish wanted to ambush Yi Xian but failed. Instead, it became Yi Xian's prisoner. And what awaited them would be endless domestication. After all, only by completely taming them would Yi Xian be able to complete his mission. Yi Xian didn't care too much about the rewards for collecting rare races. Just the fun of collecting them was worth it for Yi Xian to do. As soon as the strange fish disappeared, the formation domain and the fishmen inside also disappeared. Obviously, they were summoned by the nine-headed fish. Yi Xian didn't dare to stay here any longer. After all, no one knew if there would be enemies chasing after him. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't think of every divine beast expert as retarded as he was. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. Unfortunately, his doubts still erupted in the end. First, a strand of spiritual will swept past Yi Xian's body. Just as Yi Xian reacted, that strand of spiritual will had already locked onto him. Damn it! I've been discovered. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. Since his spiritual will had already discovered him, it wouldn't be long before the divine beast expert caught up. Yi Xian displayed his greatest speed and quickly fled. Unfortunately, that spiritual will was tightly locked onto Yi Xian. System, refine restrictions and divine talismans to stop that person behind me. Yi Xian couldn't care less. After all, it wasn't as if Yi Xian's spiritual will hadn't detected anything, but he hadn't discovered anything. This meant that the person whose spiritual will had locked onto him was definitely much stronger than Yi Xian. Thus, the only thing Yi Xian could do was flee. Yet he still ran away when he saw the enemy? This was an extremely shameful thing to do. However, even though he knew that the enemy was incomparably powerful and that it was impossible for him to defeat them, he still tried to fight. That would be the behavior of a fool. Thus, how could Yi Xian care about face at this moment? Moreover, the fake god-slaughtering sword would be exposed sooner or later. Once it was exposed, then those furious divine beast experts would naturally understand that Yi Xian had set them up. If they chased after him, how could Yi Xian have a chance? Divine Wood Sword Attendant, come out. Go, block the pursuers for me. Within the formation domain, whether it was the fishmen or the heavy water attacks, they were actually unable to harm the Divine Wood Sword Attendant in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian could only send the Divine Wood Sword Attendant out again. Wanchuan Sword Attendant, follow the Divine Wood Sword Attendant to investigate. Once there's any news, report back immediately. Yi Xian once again released the Wanchuan Sword Attendant. Although this little fellow was incomparably weak, it was still useful for detection. One divine rune after another descended, transforming into restrictions that slowed down the enemy. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop at all as he continuously fled forward. As he fled, Yi Xian could feel the divine will that had locked onto him fluctuate a few times. Yi Xian could guess that perhaps the Divine Wood Sword Attendant had already fought with him. Chapter 2866. Substance Illusion. He didn't know how far he'd gone, but the divine sense that locked onto Yi Xian had disappeared. Not long after, the sword servant returned with a divine beast corpse in his hand. This time, it could be said that Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he'd underestimated his own strength, underestimated the strength of the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. For a long time, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant had always been a supporting existence and rarely fought alone. But in reality, the current Divine Wood Sword Attendant already had the strength to fight alone against enemies. It was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian. For example, this time, Yi Xian only wanted the Divine Wood Sword Attendant to stop the enemy. It could be said that he never thought that the Divine Wood Sword Attendant would be able to kill the enemy. However, the Divine Wood Sword Attendant did it. Not only did he complete the mission that Yi Xian gave him, he even killed the enemy. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast corpse in the hands of the Divine Wood Sword Attendant and felt rather helpless in his heart. Just as he was about to devour the corpse, he didn't expect that this time, Yi Xian would actually find a universe ring on the divine beast's body. It wasn't that divine beasts didn't know how to use universe rings, but compared to the Kunlun divine domain, the ratio of divine beasts in the demon god divine domain holding universe rings wasn't that high. Yi Xian first took the universe ring with a puzzled heart. Because the divine beast was already dead, the spiritual will seal on it wasn't very strong, even if it was much stronger than Yi Xian when it was alive. But now, Yi Xian was still able to easily undo it. It was a pile of miscellaneous materials mixed with some spirit stones. It seemed that this divine beast couldn't be considered rich. But just as Yi Xian was about to casually devour it, he unexpectedly discovered a special item. Ding! System notification. Special material detected. Realm guarding illusion bead. Realm guarding illusion bead? What is this? Yi Xian opened the introduction and carefully looked at it. The realm guarding illusion bead was a teleportation bead that could be used to enter a special secret realm. Through this bead, one could be teleported to a specific illusion. Wait, illusion? Secret realm? Yi Xian was puzzled and instantly clicked on the information about the illusion. Illusions were a type of secret realm. However, they were not ordinary secret realms. Instead, they were hidden by a special method to store resources or other special purposes. Illusions were usually not very big, but what was inside was set up according to the master's wishes. Speaking of which, it could be considered to be of a higher level than a secret realm. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a warehouse. However, Yi Xian's devouring space came with him, while this demonic beast could only use an illusion pearl to teleport. Yi Xian only hesitated for a moment before immediately making a decision. In any case, he might be chased down if he stayed outside, so he might as well enter this illusion. It would be safer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He casually swallowed the divine beast's corpse and crushed the illusion bead. Similar to using a teleportation talisman, Yi Xian was quickly teleported to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a cave, but it was obvious that this cave wasn't that simple. As expected, when Yi Xian walked inside, he discovered that he was walking downhill. However, when he looked at the cave with his naked eye, even if he used his spiritual will to detect it, all he could see was a flat road. When Yi Xian turned around to look at his feet, he discovered that there was a faint circle of light around his body. Illusion technique. This cave turned out to be a place sealed by an illusion lock. The explanation for the illusion technique was actually very simple. It meant that the illusion technique had already materialized, and there was no method to unlock it like the illusion bead. Thus, those who entered could only walk on the normal path of the cave, and would not be able to discover anything special about this place. They would only treat this place as a cave. However, with the illusion bead, the person who entered would be automatically guided by the power of the illusion bead, break open a new path, and then head underground. Yi Xian no longer had any doubts and continued walking forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Xian's eyes finally lit up. At the same time, he heard the sound of dripping water. In the distance, the noise of some monkeys could be heard. Could it be that this was a monkey cave? However, Yi Xian remembered that the divine beast that was killed by the divine wood sword attendant wasn't a monkey. What was going on? Or could it be said that the divine beast had only obtained such an illusion bead, and this secret realm did not belong to him? It was only equivalent to an invitation, and only allowed him to enter? Of course, the divine beast was already dead, so Yi Xian couldn't confirm anything. This secret realm wasn't very big, and the strength of the apes inside wasn't very strong. Yi Xian only needed to use his divine sense to scan through the entire secret realm. Apart from a set of armor and a broadsword in the center, there was only one tombstone that was worthy of Yi Xian's attention. Great wisdom, great martial progenitor, the tomb of the heavenly divine monkey. This secret realm was actually a tomb? After a long time, Yi Xian actually ran over to the tomb of the monkey ancestor. Jiji, who are you? Suddenly, a little monkey jumped in front of Yi Xian and blinked its eyes as it asked him. The little monkey's eyes were extremely clear, and it didn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't unreasonably kill him. Instead, he casually replied, I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian, Jiji. I've never heard of it. Jiji, what are you doing here? Could it be for the blessing of the ancestor? Ancestor. It was the ancestor again. Within the demon god's divine domain, the most mysterious thing was probably the power of the ancestor. The most common was also the power of the ancestor. It could be said that the power of the ancestor was everywhere. Who would have thought that there would be a mention of the ancestors' blessing here? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but didn't refute. Instead he asked, "How did you know?" Ji, since you've come here, if it's not for the blessing of the ancestor, then what else could it be for? Let's go. I'll take you to see my ancestor. Ancestor? It was just that he didn't know if this so-called ancestor was speaking of grief and indignation, or if it was a name. Of course, no matter what it was, Yi Xian didn't care. In any case, there was no existence in this cave that could threaten Yi Xian, so Yi Xian didn't hesitate to follow. A moment later, Yi Xian was brought in front of an old monkey by the little monkey. This old monkey was extremely old, and it also didn't have much cultivation. Ancestor, there is a human who wants to seek the ancestor's blessing. Human race? You said it's a human race? The ancestor raised his head in confusion and looked at Yi Xian. After confirming Yi Xian's identity as a human, he doubtfully asked, "It's been 1,000,000 years since a human has come here. Little fellow, tell me, what's wrong with your human race? Why hasn't anyone come here in the past 1,000,000 years? Could it be that your human race is going to be exterminated as well?" Extermination? Chapter 2867. Wanted list. Why do you say that my human race is about to be annihilated? Yi Xian asked his ancestor with a puzzled expression. Isn't that so? In the ancestral spirit cave, as long as the geniuses of the various races meet the requirements, they can enter and obtain the blessings of my monkey god clan's ancestor. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since I took over and managed it, but not a single one of you humans have come. Isn't it because you are too weak that you were eliminated by the myriad races? The power of the ancestor was also open to the human race? It was open at least 1,000,000 years ago? These words instantly caused Yi Xian to have doubts in his heart. However, from the mouth of the ancestor of the monkey clan, Yi Xian could tell that their clan had always been guarding this secret realm and had never had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they probably didn't know what Yi Xian said. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Xian to look for trouble. Of course not. Our human race is developing very well right now. It's just that we haven't obtained the illusion bead yet. Yi Xian's reply caused the old monkey to glance at Yi Xian in confusion. With a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of the old monkey. There were obviously some things recorded on it, but unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't understand them. That shouldn't be the case. According to the rules set by the ancestors, I distribute the human clan's illusion beads every year, and the human clan's patriarch has also received them. Why do you say that the human clan has never obtained an illusion bead? Yi Xian naturally knew why. Simply put, these illusion beads had probably fallen into the hands of other races a long time ago. This mysterious place had no connection with the outside world, so naturally, they would believe whatever the other races said. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. The current Kunlun divine domain no longer had a place for the human clan. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the extra illusion beads were stolen by the juniors of other powerful races. Yi Xian felt that this ancestral land of the monkey clan was a place that had already existed before the Battle of the Dusk of the Gods. Just like how Yi Xian needed to rebuild his faith, this piece of land rented by the monkey clan was probably also a land of faith. However, their will was for the 10,000 races to coexist and not interfere. They only distributed the illusion clan every once in a while so that the geniuses of the various races could enter this place and obtain the blessings of the ancestors. Could it be that in the ancient times, in the demon god's divine domain, the various races actually coexisted peacefully? Then why did it turn out like this now? Why did the human clan become the target of the other race's suppression? And it was a suppression that left no way out? For a moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubts. However, he naturally couldn't resolve it right now. Thus, Yi Xian could only put his doubts in his heart and follow the monkey clansmen forward. The land rented by the monkey clan was naturally blessed by the ancestor of the monkey clan. However, he didn't know what kind of blessing he would give Yi Xian. Yi Xian was led to stand on a platform. After everything was prepared, he saw a few monkey clansmen chanting and directing a ray of light to Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had already experienced the blessing of the ancestor once, so he wasn't afraid at all. The duration of the ancestor's blessing this time wasn't considered long, and what Yi Xian obtained was only a bit of agility enhancement. All in all, the ancestor's blessing in the monkey clan's rented land was very ordinary. Of course, to Yi Xian, the most important thing wasn't to say what he received from the blessing, but to say that he saw a possibility in the rented land. A possibility that was almost inevitable in ancient times. The possibility of the human clan of the demon god's realm coexisting peacefully with the other races and competing equally. Unfortunately, over the course of countless years, everything had changed. Then when did it start to change? What was the reason for the change? Yi Xian's strength was limited, and his time was even more limited. It would be extremely difficult for him to save the entire human clan of the demon god's realm. If he could find the source of the matter and deal with the conflict between the human clan of the demon god's realm and the other races from the source, perhaps that would be the best solution. Of course, this matter could only be carried out step by step. After all, Yi Xian had no clue. After retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian discovered that it was difficult for him to find any traces of the place. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing in the cave. However, he didn't discover anything about the monkey clan's ancestral grounds. Even if Yi Xian were to dig into the ground, he wouldn't be able to discover anything. The only way to reach the monkey clan's ancestral grounds was through the illusion orb. At this moment, once Yi Xian retreated, there was nothing he could do. Of course, after retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian was temporarily safe because he didn't know where this place was. Why was it temporarily safe? Finally, an incomparably powerful expert seized the god slaughtering sword and discovered that the god slaughtering sword was a fake. In addition, a divine beast had once sensed the battle between Yi Xian and the strange fish, and in an instant, it thought that it and the others had been deceived. Yi Xian's appearance hadn't been hidden from the beginning, so all the experts knew of Yi Xian's appearance. As a result, a large number of wanted posters were quickly issued, and all of them were wanted posters with heavy rewards. At this moment, Yi Xian walked forward. He didn't have any goals. Originally, he was going to search for the holy sons of the various clans and find Luo Luo's whereabouts after defeating them. However, Yi Xian knew that once those supreme experts discovered the fake god slaughtering sword, they definitely wouldn't let him off. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly cause trouble. Even if he wanted to find the holy son to ask, it wouldn't be at this time. During this period of time, it was best for Yi Xian to keep a low profile. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian didn't know that the arrest warrant for him had already been issued. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't need to hide like this. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally found a city. Divine beasts rarely built cities, and even if they did, they definitely wouldn't be as large as the cities built by the humans of the Kunlun divine realm. Moreover, it could be said that every city had its own characteristics. For example, the city that Yi Xian was currently seeing. This city was built by a race called the Great Ant Race. This Great Ant Race was rather special. They had a clear division of labor similar to ants, and their internal organization was extremely strict. However, they were so huge that they couldn't be called ants at all. It could only be said that they were a special race that had learned the organizational structure of ants. Legend had it that the Great Ant Race was not a race from the god realm, but from some mysterious place. However, there was no way to prove this legend. Even the Great Ant Race did not know about it. Therefore, this legend could only be said to be over. When Yi Xian walked into the city, he felt a sense of oppression. The appearance of the Great Ant Race was similar to that of a human. It had 2 legs, 4 arms, and its face was also very similar to that of a human. However, there was no hair on its head, but 2 strange tentacles. Of course, their tentacles had many uses. As for its body, it was divided into 3 parts and covered in scales. From its appearance, it looked like an ant. This was probably the origin of the name of the Great Ant Race. Chapter 2868. 7 Bloody Nights. The reason why Yi Xian felt oppressed was because this city was too strict. It could be said that aside from outsiders, as long as they were from the Great Ant clan, every single one of them had a clear division of labor and had their own missions. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking towards the city gate. At the city gate, there was a row of Great Ant clan guards. These guards were lined up neatly, to the point that every single movement was exactly the same. From the sky to the ground, there were a total of 6 levels with 12 guards on each level. However, these guards didn't even have the slightest deviation from the angle of the broadsword in their hands. The instant Yi Xian walked through the city gate, the forbidden sky restriction was immediately activated, forcing everyone to land on the ground. Coincidentally, the place where they landed just so happened to be within the city. Inside the city, A row of guards was checking the identity of everyone who entered the city. As for what they were checking, Yi Xian didn't know at all. When Yi Xian walked into the city, he saw an even more bizarre scene. Every single member of the Great Ant clan was lined up neatly. Oppressive. Incomparably oppressive. This city was filled with oppression, and there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos in the entire city. This was the God realm. The strong were respected, and strength represented everything in the God realm. However, it seemed that this general rule was no longer applicable here. In this place, all rules were no longer applicable. Yi Xian had seen it with his own eyes, and he'd seen it more than once. A powerful god king was lined up with some small fry that he could blow to death with a single breath of air. Of course, this was the tradition of the Great Ant clan, and it had nothing to do with Yi Xian. In this city, there was a special area to receive outsiders, and Yi Xian could only go there. Apart from this area, anyone who accidentally trespassed would be politely asked to leave. Only when Yi Xian walked into this special area did he feel a little better. Yi Xian didn't actually have any purpose for coming here. It was only because he happened to pass by this place. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian casually found a restaurant and walked in. "Sir, please go upstairs." Yi Xian nodded and directly walked upstairs. Those who opened shops in this area weren't from the Great Ant clan. If they were, they probably wouldn't shout like this. After randomly finding a seat, Yi Xian held the god slaughtering sword in his hand and carefully observed it. After all, Yi Xian hadn't had the time to take a few more glances at the god slaughtering sword after it was strengthened. At this moment, the appearance of the god slaughtering sword had changed a lot, but it was still enough for Yi Xian to see its original appearance. At this moment, the god slaughtering sword was overflowing with color. It could be said that even a blind person would be able to tell that the god slaughtering sword was extraordinary. It was inevitable that there would be people who would have ulterior motives. At this moment, a group of people were secretly communicating with a secret sound transmission technique. However, they were clearly extremely fearful, not only because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because this was the territory of the Great Ant clan. Yi Xian casually ordered some food and prepared to rest here for a while. After all, Yi Xian was still a bit tired from the fearful escape route. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but relax his vigilance, so he didn't notice their movements in time. At this moment, Yi Xian was still sitting in his seat, unaware of the approaching danger. A customer in the restaurant hurriedly ran out, and not long after, a sound transmission talisman flew out. After eating, Yi Xian walked out. Yi Xian didn't know where to go in the Great Ant clan city, so he just casually strolled around. At this moment, a young man ran in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, is this your first time in my Great Ant city?" Yi Xian glanced at that person. His strength was very ordinary, so he didn't mind and only nodded. "Senior, how about this? Where do you want to go? This lowly one will bring you there. When the time comes, you can just give this lowly one a reward. Do you think that's okay?" So that was what this guy meant. The profession of guide was something that almost every city had. It wasn't anything special, so Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly asked, "Tell me, is there any place worth going to here?" "Senior, you've asked the right person. Great Ant City is the territory of the Great Ant race, and the Great Ant race is famous for their strictness, so the magic treasures they make can be said to be the most exquisite. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion is the largest auction venue in Great Ant City, and of course, other than that, the Seven Bloody Nights is also a good place to go. The Seven Bloody Nights is an entertainment venue, and it can be said that as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can enjoy all the services you want there." That person started to introduce Yi Xian without end. This time, Yi Xian had come to relax, so he immediately fell in love with the Seven Bloody Nights. Seven Bloody Nights. This name is a bit interesting. Tell me, what's so special about it? Yi Xian interrupted that person and casually asked. "Senior, you might not know, but the name Seven Bloody Nights also has a great origin. It is said that when the Seven Bloody Nights was created, the white ferocious giant race and the sharp-mouthed silver hook race fought for the right to manage the Seven Bloody Nights. The blood of the two races flowed like rivers during those 7 days, and the white ferocious giant race who won in the end was famous for being simple-minded, so they didn't even bother to think of a name and directly used the Seven Bloody Nights as their name. White ferocious giant race." Yi Xian softly said. The guide immediately said, Senior should not provoke the white ferocious giant race. This race is very simple-minded, and could even be said to be very stupid. However, they are stubborn and have a good relationship with the great ant race. Moreover, one of their servant races, the thousand-eyed wolf frog race, is famous for being cunning. It can be said that they are not easy to provoke. So, if Senior goes to the 7 Bloody Nights, remember not to make enemies with the white ferocious giant race. Even if these fellows temporarily don't cause trouble for you in the 7 Bloody Nights, once you leave the city, you will definitely encounter the endless pursuit of the white ferocious giant race and the great ant race. These fellows are stubborn fellows. Once they decide that you are an enemy, they will definitely not stop until they kill you. So, do not provoke them. Moreover, there are countless experts in these 2 races. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. He came here to relax, not to cause trouble. Why would he provoke the white ferocious giant race if he had nothing better to do? With a decision in his heart, Yi Xian no longer hesitated and directly let the person lead the way towards the 7 Bloody Nights. Very quickly, Yi Xian was led to a rather remote pavilion by that person. This pavilion was very dilapidated, but it was definitely not simple. Chapter 2869. Puppet Maze. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, then threw a pile of spirit stones to that person before walking inside. The Bloody 7 Nights didn't have any rules for entering. As long as you wanted to go in and play, anyone could go in. However, it wasn't that simple to enter the real Bloody 7 Nights secret realm. There were almost no people in the outer Bloody 7 Nights. After all, those who could come here were all here for the special things in the secret realm. Not long after Yi Xian entered, an attendant arrived in front of him. "Hello, sir. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our Bloody 7 Nights?" The attendant's appearance was very strange. He had the head of a wolf, but the body of a bullfrog. As for his eyes, they were compound eyes. This should be the subsidiary race of the giant Bai Meng, the thousand-eyed wolf frog race. Yi Xian thought to himself, the name of the thousand-eyed wolf frog race is quite vivid. Isn't compound eyes just like 1,000 eyes? And the wolf head frog body, isn't that the wolf frog? Of course, Yi Xian's gaze didn't linger on the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant for too long. Instead, he said, "This is my first time here. So that's how it is. Then, please follow me to apply for the identity rune." Identity rune? What's that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. "Oh, dear customer, you might not know, but in my Bloody 7 Nights, there are a total of 7 entertainment areas, and in each area, there is a corresponding identification rune. As for the way to handle it, it is very simple. You only need to show your wealth, and you can rest assured that my Bloody 7 Nights has a perfect reputation. It can be said that as long as you are our guest, we will definitely protect your privacy and safety." Although the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant wasn't strong, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It was obvious that he would often encounter experts here. As for Yi Xian's high-level Divine Emperor realm cultivation, he could only be considered to be above average in the Bloody 7 Nights. Since he was here to relax, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't cause trouble. He directly followed the thousand-eyed wolf frog to the other side. Very quickly, Yi Xian's identification rune was processed. Yi Xian only displayed 1,000,000 spirit stones and obtained the authority to enter the first and second regions. After all, Yi Xian was only here to relax. He wouldn't really stay here to entertain himself for too long. After the identity rune was processed, Yi Xian was directly welcomed into a teleportation formation. This was the entrance to the Bloody 7 Nights secret realm. However, when Yi Xian walked into the first region, he realized how extravagant the Bloody 7 Nights was. The area that Yi Xian had entered was only the lowest level of the first region, but the area it occupied was already equivalent to a realm. Moreover, there were countless pavilions and pavilions. Everyone who entered would be assigned to a palace, and within the palace, there were 1,000 servants. Of course, the monthly fee of 100,000 spirit stones was not something that ordinary people could easily accept. Of course, if someone was willing to add 1,000,000 spirit stones, then the lives of these 1,000 servants could be handed over to their master. These servants were specially nurtured by the Bloody 7 Nights. They could be considered to be one of the subsidiary races of the Bloody 7 Nights. Moreover, each of them had taken the face-preserving pill refined by the Bloody 7 Nights. This face-preserving pill not only made these servants look handsome, but it was also a method of control. It could be said that none of the servants of the Bloody Seven Knights had any way of leaving this secret realm. Once they left, the only thing that awaited them would be their bodies exploding and dying. Of course, as long as you paid the corresponding price, then even if you wanted servants of any race, the Bloody Seven Knights would be able to get them. Yi Xian didn't care about these servants. After accepting his own haul, Yi Xian walked out. In the Bloody Seven Knights, all the servants wore the same clothes. Of course, in their own halls, the master could let the servants change into the clothes they liked according to their own preferences. Outside, they could only wear the same clothes. The reason for this was to make it easier to distinguish their identities. In other words, as long as they weren't wearing servant clothes, they were definitely guests. Bet. Without a doubt, it was an essential item in every entertainment venue, and it was the same in the Bloody Seven Knights. Moreover, here, you can also set the stakes according to your own wishes. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a casino called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion was extremely large, and there were many tricks to play. Other than the regular dice, 9 and so on, there were also many people who wanted to play new games. In any case, as long as you were willing, you could gamble however you wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing on a gambling platform. The banker here had opened a bet that was rather interesting to Yi Xian. This guy had actually created several mini mazes. There were several puppets in this maze, and the requirements of the bet were very simple. Whoever could control their own mini puppet and reach the end first would be considered to have won, and all the bets would belong to them. The banker would not personally participate in the bet. After all, he was the one who created the maze. Even if he wanted to participate, no one would be willing to play with him. As for driving the little person, it could only be done with spiritual will. Therefore, the requirements for the fine control of spiritual will were extremely high. The maze was irregular and constantly changing. According to the dealer, his maze contained a total of 9,999 types of random changes, and it was happening at any time. Therefore, at the same time, it also tested the level of control the gamblers had over the formation. It could be said that if one wanted to win, not only would one have to have a certain foundation in formations, one would also have to have an extremely powerful spiritual will. What Yi Xian saw was that most of the people surrounding this place were array masters. Because of this bet, only array masters would dare to challenge it. If it was anyone else, even if their spiritual will was incomparably strong, they would only be trapped if they didn't understand formations. Come, place your bets. 10,000 spirit stones for 9 positions. Who else wants to sign up? Another round of gambling began. Yi Xian watched the round and had the idea of giving it a try. At this moment, he casually threw down 10,000 spirit stones and stood beside a puppet. Yo, there's a newcomer. I've never seen you before. Beside Yi Xian, a shape-shifted divine beast looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Yi Xian also smiled and said indifferently, I only came today. Haha, newcomer, you have to be careful. This puppet maze isn't as simple as you think. Whether it's simple or not, we'll only know after we try. Yi Xian said indifferently. In fact, Yi Xian was quite confident in his own abilities. In any case, Yi Xian was also an array master, a divine talisman master, and a restriction master. He was much stronger than these simple array masters, so Yi Xian was confident that he could defeat them. The 9 of them quickly gathered together, and the 90,000 spirit stones were all kept by the banker. The banker did not stand on ceremony and directly took away 5,000 spirit stones. The reason he created this puppet maze was naturally to obtain benefits. Otherwise, why would he open a casino? Chapter 2870. Refining star sand. The banker had already explained the basic operation method. Moreover, even if there was no need to explain it, one would be able to understand it after watching it once. Therefore, at this moment, with a shout, everyone used their spiritual will to control their puppets and began to walk forward. Yi Xian covered the entire maze with his spiritual will as he carefully observed the changes in order to find the path the puppet would take. At the same time, he had to think of a way to stop the interference of the other 8 people's spiritual will. Actually, this puppet maze could already be considered a very gentle gambling platform. The 9 people's spiritual wills would not attack others. However, when the 9 spiritual wills were gathered in this small maze, it was inevitable that they would affect each other. Therefore, everyone had to control the power of their spiritual will at all times to prevent it from being disturbed. After all, once one's spiritual will was disturbed, it would be even more difficult to control it. For example, at this moment, the person who was with Yi Xian wasn't strong enough to control his spiritual will. At this moment, he was actually being disturbed by the other 8 people's spiritual will. He couldn't even drive the puppet. Yi Xian's spiritual will completely enveloped the tiny puppet and used it to construct a complete defense around it. Out of the 9 people, only 4 were able to do this. However, there were also people who took a different path. At this moment, there was one person who had turned his spiritual will into a tentacle and wrapped it around his puppet. The tentacle had the ability to detect. Once it sensed the interference of other spiritual will, it would immediately turn into a shield of spiritual will to defend. The advantage of doing this was that the use of spiritual will was maximized. There was no need to waste much spiritual will. However, it wasn't impossible for anyone to do this. It could be said that this person's control had an extremely terrifying requirement for the microscopic operation of his spiritual will. The 9 of them used their greatest abilities to break through the maze while controlling the puppets to move forward. At this moment, no one in the surrounding microscopic world interfered. After all, since they were here to play, they all knew very well that this puppet maze required extreme concentration. Yi Xian's entire mind was focused on the puppet maze. He quickly broke through the maze formation in his mind and searched for a way out. The tiny puppet stumbled forward step by step. It took Yi Xian an entire hour to walk out of a small puppet maze. Even so, he was the first to walk out, and his speed was much faster than the second place by a large margin. With 95,000 spirit stones in hand, Yi Xian didn't care too much about the spirit stones bet. Instead, he was interested in the puppet maze. This was because he had only played once, and he could clearly feel that his spiritual will had improved a little. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian played with a puppet maze once a day, he would be able to quickly improve his spiritual will control. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know how to make this puppet maze. Even if he thought of a way to buy one from the Zhuang family, he wouldn't be able to train without a group of people using their spiritual will to compete with him. Therefore, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying this puppet maze to train his spiritual will. After playing a round of the puppet maze, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Not long after, he came across another strange gambling platform. He didn't know where this banker had gotten a large amount of special minerals called star sand from. This star sand was used to refine magic treasures, but in reality, it wasn't of much use. However, the star sand had an extremely special attribute, and that was that it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the weapon refiners of the God Realm would use star sand as a grade assessment material. Of course, star sand was also divided into grades, and the star sand on the gambling platform was actually the highest grade of existence. The rules of the gambling platform were extremely simple. The star sand was divided into equal amounts, and whoever could refine the star power within it the fastest would win. Of course, if the time was about right, then it would be decided according to the purity of the star power refined. Refining star sand was a basic skill that every weapon refiner knew, so it was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to try and challenge it. Even if they clearly knew that since this person dared to set up a gambling platform, it meant that he was extremely confident in refining star sand. Come, who's willing to give it a try? Extracting stars and is a basic skill of every artificer. There are 2 portions of stars and whoever can extract it first will be the winner. The minimum bet is 100,000 spirit stones. Who's willing to give it a try? If you win against me, I'll pay you double. The dealer won once again. He happily put away the spirit stones he had won into his interspatial ring. Then, he started to shout loudly again. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the dealer's movements. Unfortunately, this guy didn't cheat, but the refining method was very special. It wasn't a normal refining method, but a very strange one. Including Yi Xian, other than the Zhuang clan, everyone else would probably feel extremely uncomfortable just by watching. Each of his actions seemed to be deliberately going against the laws of refinement. Each of his actions seemed to be so daring. It felt like this fellow wasn't refining materials at all, but was courting death. Li fire, mysterious fire, extinguishing fire, dark fire, calamity fire. There were 5 completely different refining flames, but this guy insisted on forcefully merging them into one. Not to mention others, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do this with the help of the system. The fusion of 5 types of flames wasn't that simple, because these 5 types of flames weren't simple flames. Afterwards, when this fellow was refining, He was extremely bold and risky. Almost every time he purified, he would only stop when he reached the critical point of strength. Yi Xian felt ashamed of his control. As long as this fellow was slightly slower, he was destined to destroy the entire refining process. However, he had grasped that delicate moment perfectly. Genius! With a thought, Yi Xian gave his evaluation. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. If it was someone who could be called a genius in the demon god's domain, wouldn't it be very likely that he was the Holy Sun? Yi Xian's gaze was focused on that person, but he wasn't sure. After all, this person didn't reveal anything special about him. He silently memorized this person, then left an extremely secretive spiritual will mark on him. Afterwards, Yi Xian left the gambling platform. If this guy was a Holy Sun, then Yi Xian wanted to see if he could get any useful information from him. Of course, everything was still unknown. Only Yi Xian would know if he was the Holy Sun or not. Although this was only a level 1 area, there were all sorts of strange gambling styles, and the stakes were also different. Here, as long as you dared to make a bet, someone would dare to accept it. Yi Xian personally saw a fellow whose eyes were red from gambling actually bet his life on it. In the end, he lost and was imprinted with a slave mark. Chapter 2871. One's life. The gambling platform occupied a large area, and it was surrounded by a ring of pavilions. Blood Hunt. It could be said that this was a very popular gambling platform in the level 1 area. It was called a gambling platform because one could also gamble here. But more than that, it wasn't gambling. The Blood Hunt's gameplay was extremely brutal. The enclosed area was deliberately divided into several large areas. Every time it opened, there would be battles between 2 areas, 3, 4, or even more areas. There were many ways to play it. One could enter the arena and kill the living creatures as they pleased. One could also choose an area and attack other areas according to one's wishes. Unfortunately, the instant Yi Xian saw this, he almost went berserk. Human race, all of them were human race. In that arena, no matter which area it was, there were imprisoned humans. It was very likely that those humans had been kept in captivity by this gambling platform for generations. At the end of a gambling fight, at least tens of thousands of people would lose their lives, but they would quickly be replenished. When Yi Xian went over, there was a divine beast that had transformed into its original form and was slaughtering to its heart's content. One after another, humans were torn apart by him, as if he was eating fruits. He grabbed a human in his hand and casually crushed it to death. The bright red blood was like a delicious drink that he casually swallowed. The unbridled laughter of the other divine beasts could be heard from the surroundings. Perhaps in the eyes of the human race, these pavilions were unreachable and frightening. This was because every time someone came down from these pavilions, there would be a reign of terror. Yi Xian actually didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose in coming here was to relax and rest for a few days. But who would have thought that even though he didn't want to cause trouble, it just had to cause trouble for him. Step by step, Yi Xian directly walked towards the Zhuang clan's location. Walala! A large pile of spirit stones was poured out like a small mountain. On the other side, there was also a pile of various resources. The banker's face was overjoyed. He immediately ran over and asked Yi Xian, "Esteemed guest, I wonder how you want to play?" That person didn't realize the anger in Yi Xian's heart at all. He thought that Yi Xian was here to have fun, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. Yi Xian's face was cold as he asked in an ice-cold voice, "You guys can play however you want here." "Of course, esteemed guest. As long as you want to play, we can provide you with it." "Very good." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he casually waved his hand and threw another 10 ancient resources into the pile of spirit stones. "I will use these as a bet. Whoever wants to obtain these spirit stones and resources will have to come down and fight me. Regardless of life or death, if you defeat me, all of these resources will be yours." Yi Xian said these words to everyone present. Because in Yi Xian's heart, he'd already determined that these people deserved to die. Of course, the divine beast in the field also heard these words. At this moment, it had already returned to its original form and transformed into a human. It looked at the pile of spirit stones and resources in surprise. There were probably millions of spirit stones, but that was secondary. The key was the 10 ancient resources. It could be said that no one wouldn't be jealous of them. "I'll do it, kid. Is this part of the bet?" Grandpa will play with you. The incomparably arrogant great god in the field clamored. In fact, he could already see that Yi Xian's strength had already reached the High Divine Emperor realm. However, he was still a 5th-grade High Divine Emperor, so how could he be afraid? Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. As long as he dared to accept the challenge, then Yi Xian would not let him go. This was the Bloody 7 Nights, so Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to cause trouble openly. However, since he said that it was a bet, then it was a legal killing. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the arena. The god's slaughtering sword had already been unsheathed. He didn't even give the divine beast a chance to speak before directly killing it. God-slaying slash. One sword, just one sword, but it had already split the divine beast in half. Even if he split it in half, Yi Xian still wasn't satisfied. With a casual wave of his hand, the divine beast's corpse was shattered into millions of pieces. Raising his hand and pointing, Yi Xian directly asked the divine beasts in the pavilion, "Who's next?" Although Yi Xian had killed a divine beast, it wouldn't scare the other divine beasts. After all, in the demon god's domain, killing was more common than in the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yi Xian had taken out so many resources. How could those divine beasts be willing to leave? Let me do it. Suddenly, a divine beast landed in the arena. As soon as it landed, it immediately transformed into its original form. It was a strange large bird. The instant this fellow landed on the ground, he immediately flapped his wings and a violent force swept towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't moved at all. Below the Divine Emperor stage, even if it was a peak 9th-grade Divine Emperor, Yi Xian wouldn't be powerless to fight. One by one, Yi Xian would kill as many as he came. Weren't these people coveting his treasures? Then, let's see if they had the strength to do so. This was a gamble to begin with. From the beginning, Yi Xian had already said that he was gambling with his life. Thus, if one wanted to covet Yi Xian's treasures, they would have to plan on losing their lives. Moreover, this was a level 1 area. To be able to have a few Divine Emperor stage cultivators was already considered strong. Naturally, it was impossible for enemies of a higher realm to appear. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xian's pile of spirit stones and resources caused the many divine beasts to jump off the stage as if they didn't care about their lives. In their hearts, Yi Xian's resources were worth risking their lives for. And the battles that Yi Xian had experienced made them feel that the opportunity was right in front of them. Every time Yi Xian killed a divine beast, he would take away its corpse. This way, there would only be some bloodstains in the arena. This way, it wouldn't give the divine beasts too much pressure, so these divine beasts were still constantly sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the one who was most worried was the banker. At this moment, the banker was already sweating profusely. After all, he was the one who agreed to this bet. At the beginning, when he saw that Yi Xian was only at the first level of the Divine Emperor stage, he thought that he would have the chance to take away those resources. He even arranged for 2 of his capable subordinates to go over and challenge him. However, when Yi Xian erupted with a powerful combat strength, he regretted it. It could be said that the banker's greatest wish was for Yi Xian to stop killing. Although the gambling battle was voluntary, if too many people died in his gambling platform, then he wouldn't be able to continue doing business in the future. Moreover, every gambling platform had a death quota. If it exceeded this quota, then the white fierce giant would interfere. Their way of asking would not be gentle. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. At this moment, the banker couldn't hold it in any longer as he watched Yi Xian slaughter his way through the arena. He directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, I beg of you, please don't kill me. This lowly one is willing to compensate you for your losses. As long as you ask, this lowly one will do his best to satisfy you." Chapter 2872. 2460. Incomparably oppressive. Hearing the banker's begging voice, Yi Xian's anger wasn't that great after this round of slaughter, so he directly said to the banker, "You want me to stop the bet? Sure. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the human slaves in your hands to me. Otherwise today I will kill every single one of them I see." What an arrogant and domineering tone. If it was another place, or another person, they would definitely be treated as a fool if they dared to clamor so arrogantly. However, no one doubted Yi Xian's words here. Because Yi Xian had the strength. Yi Xian had already used the lives of nearly 100 divine beasts to prove his strength. It could be said that the banker or even everyone here had the strength to go against him. The banker's expression changed drastically. In reality, he had kept a few human slaves in captivity, and there were millions of them. However, these human slaves were his money tree. Without the human slaves, how could he attract customers? Senior, how about I give you the spirit stones? I'm willing to give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward for your hard work. 10 million? Yi Xian glanced at him disdainfully. The banker thought that Yi Xian thought it was too little, so he immediately increased the price. 20 million. 20 million. Senior, I'll give you 20 million. How about you stop the bet? I will say it one more time. Call out all of your human slaves. Otherwise, don't interfere in my fight. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so. After all, the white ferocious giant's simple mind wouldn't care that much. In their eyes, since they saw Yi Xian fight in the banker's territory, then they would only cause trouble for the banker. The white ferocious giant was simple-minded to begin with. Combined with the strict style of the great ant race, the rules were unbreakable in the 7 bloody nights. The banker wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. Why did he have to be greedy back then? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have provoked a god of death like Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to accept or not. The consequence of not accepting was to face the questioning of the white ferocious giant clan. Compared to this, losing some human slaves was not unacceptable. All right, I accept your conditions. All of the human slaves will be given to you. The banker gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He'd long since hated Yi Xian in his heart. Yi Xian didn't care so much. He directly opened the devouring space and sucked the million humans into it. Now that there were 12 divine trees of laws in the devouring space, the power of the laws was constantly perfected, causing the devouring space to constantly expand. Therefore, there wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to accommodate a mere million people. After doing all of this, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian was very clear that if he did this, he would definitely be hated by the banker, and the banker would definitely find someone to take care of him. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to do this. This was the life of a million of his own race. How could Yi Xian sit back and do nothing? Of course, even if these people wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian, they'd have to at least wait until Yi Xian left the Bloody 7 Nights. He dared to make a move in the Bloody 7 Nights unless he was prepared to declare war on the White Fierce Giant clan and the Great Ant clan. Originally, Yi Xian thought that since he'd saved a million people, there probably wouldn't be many humans suffering in the Bloody 7 Nights. Unfortunately, Yi Xian miscalculated. Not long after he left, he encountered a similar gambling platform. And here, it was even more bloody and cruel. The 9 nether flames were a type of divine flame that would never be extinguished. Moreover, the temperature of this divine flame was extremely low. Wherever it shone, it would immediately turn that place into a land of ice. And this gambling platform, it was unknown where he got his hands on the 1-star 9 nether earth fire. This fellow used the 9 nether earth fire as a guide, and then used an ordinary profound flame to wrap it up, hanging it high above a pavilion. Every once in a while, 100 humans would be pushed in, and the surrounding people would be able to place bets on how long those people would be able to survive, as well as who would be the last person to be frozen to death. Because the power of the profound fire could raise the temperature of the 9 nether earth fire by a little, the surrounding people could clearly see how those 100 people were frozen to death. There were many heating items in the arena, but there were many traps set up. If one wanted to survive, they would have to work together to obtain heating items. However, the heating items were limited, and some people were destined to die without a doubt. For those who survived, there would be all sorts of tests waiting for them. In order to survive, those who were pushed into it would kill each other and step on the corpses of their companions just to live a little longer. Such a cruel scene, but these people watched it with relish. Yi Xian was enraged. Although Yi Xian couldn't directly kill everyone due to the special nature of this place, he could still use the rules here. Ancient resources were extremely rare and special resources in the God realm. Even if it was just one, it would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Yi Xian cleverly made use of the greed of these divine beasts. He still set up the arena and gambled his life on it, killing these divine beasts one by one. Yi Xian wouldn't despise these divine beasts for being too low in cultivation. They couldn't even contribute to him in the slightest. As long as it was a divine beast here, as long as they dared to step onto the gambling arena, Yi Xian would kill them all. One after another, Yi Xian would visit anyone who dared to use the human race as a place to amuse themselves. In just 3 short months, the number of divine beasts that died at Yi Xian's hands was probably no less than 10,000. The number of humans that Yi Xian had rescued had already reached tens of millions. The name of the madman began to spread in the first level of the Bloody Seven Knights region. Many people knew that there was a guy who specialized in gambling his life. That guy held a huge sword in his hand, and from time to time, he would use a divine bow. In every battle, he would never leave a single survivor. That person took the initiative to find a challenge. Every time he challenged, he would use ancient resources as a bet. If he won, he would be able to obtain the 10 ancient resources. If he lost, he would leave his life behind. Actually, from the moment he walked out of the Monkey Clan's ancestral land, Yi Xian already knew in his heart that there was a reason why the human race was in such a situation in the demon god's domain. Perhaps if he wanted to completely resolve this matter, he had to find the root of it. Right now, Yi Xian was killing in all directions. This was an extremely unwise choice. Even with the help of the system to hide his identity, it was inevitable that one day he would be exposed as a human. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't know this, but he couldn't just watch his fellow clansmen suffer and ignore them. Even if he knew that doing this would only provoke an even more powerful enemy, Yi Xian still had to do it. After all, if he didn't do this, then Yi Xian's conscience wouldn't be able to pass. Once a shadow was left in his heart, then what awaited Yi Xian might be the eruption of his inner demons. Chapter 2873. Rush out. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't wrong. However, his actions had still violated the interests of some people. Coupled with the wanted order, it could be said that Yi Xian never imagined that all the dangers would erupt at the same time. In the beginning, it was those villains who saw the appearance of the god's slaughtering sword that found Yi Xian in the restaurant. They prepared to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop and seize the god's slaughtering sword. However, before they could make a move, they were taken care of by another group of people. However, this group of people didn't come to help Yi Xian. It was because they wanted to retrieve what they'd lost from Yi Xian's hands. These people were none other than the casino dealers that Yi Xian's challenge had destroyed. Don't underestimate these bankers. Since they opened a casino here, then they naturally belonged to their own forces. It was just that they didn't know Yi Xian's background in the beginning, so they didn't make a move. That was until a wanted order was sent to Bloody Seven Knights. This was a wanted order jointly issued by several super experts. Naturally, these experts represented several powerful forces. The content of this wanted order was extremely simple. There was only Yi Xian's portrait and the description of the mission. This time, the various powers had put in a lot of effort. The rewards that they offered were something that ordinary people would find hard to refuse. Just the spirit stones alone were 1 billion. 1 billion spirit stones. This was a crazy number. Not to mention that other than these 1 billion spirit stones, there were also countless treasures. Just the number of spots to rent land and bless was 10 times. A bounty that made countless people go crazy. A bounty that no one would be able to refuse. Fortunately, those experts had publicly issued the wanted order this time, so Yi Xian received the news at the first possible moment. Yi Xian silently stood on top of a pavilion. 2 god slaughtering swords were already revolving around him, and the rule god bow was in his hand. The divine wood sword attendant and the flower god sword attendant also silently guarded Yi Xian's side. In front of them, there were countless divine beasts. These divine beasts immediately rushed to Yi Xian's location after receiving the wanted order and surrounded him. They might not be strong, and there were only a few high-level divine emperors. However, Yi Xian was very clear that these people only needed to trap him for half a cup of tea. Then, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to leave this place today. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly let out a loud roar as he charged towards the tens of thousands of enemies. The carnage only lasted for a moment before the entire sky was covered in blood. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer held back. As long as he was trapped here, Yi Xian would definitely die. Thus, how could Yi Xian dare to hide his strength? Activate Dharma Idol, Thousand Hands Prodigy. Another new Dharma Idol was activated. The Dharma Idol was extremely difficult to obtain, and the cooldown time was extremely long. It could be said that the Dharma Idol was Yi Xian's final trump card. However, at this point, How could Yi Xian still hesitate? The Thousand Hands child prodigy Dharma idol was said to be a boy who cultivated a special divine ability. After a million years of constantly tempering his hands, by chance, he obtained a special divine ability, the Thousand Hands divine ability. The Thousand Hands divine ability was to use a special method to link 1,000 arms with the main body, allowing the main body to control 1,000 arms. This was not a simple method of gathering energy, but a true hand of divine power, a divine will, and a pulse of divine sense. It was said that in the entire God realm, it would be difficult to find a few people who could fuse their divine will and divine power to surpass the Thousand Hands child prodigy's Thousand Hands divine ability. The God-slaughtering sword had already rushed out. Under Wei Zhenqian's control, they were the vanguard. Yi Xian advanced courageously. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed by him one by one. A bloody path instantly formed. That was because Yi Xian charged over from here. This time, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to devour the corpses of these low-level divine beasts. He allowed the corpses of these low-level divine beasts to form a bloody path. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't encounter any decent obstructions until he arrived at the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, 7 experts were already blocking the exit. This was the strongest force that Blood 7 Knights could muster in the shortest amount of time. Yi Xian saw the wanted poster at the first possible moment, and then acted without hesitation, causing Blood 7 Knights to have no time to react. All they could do was gather all the Divine Emperor stage experts in the first-level area together. 7 people with different appearances, obviously from 7 different races. Amongst them, there was a fellow who was over 3 meters tall who was the most respected. This was because he was the supervisor of the first-level area. You cannot pass. White Ferocious Giant Clan. From the tone of his voice, one could tell that this fellow was from the White Ferocious Giant Clan. Brat, be obedient and come with us. Perhaps after you hand over the treasure, we can consider sparing your life. After all, what we want is the treasure, not your life. The Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog Clan. As expected of the most obedient lackey of the White Ferocious Giant Clan. Just as the White Ferocious Giant manager finished speaking, this fellow immediately took over. Yi Xian glanced at the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog, but didn't look at it for even a moment longer. This fellow wasn't worth Yi Xian's attention at all. Yi Xian really didn't know where a mere lower third-grade Divine Emperor realm ant got the courage to challenge Yi Xian. Yi Xian's attention was focused on a white-clothed youth. This white-clothed youth held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed to be elegant and extraordinarily handsome. However, if one knew what his true form was, they probably wouldn't think so. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was his cultivation. According to the system's detection results, this fellow was at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. In other words, it was enough to pose a threat to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian really fought with this person, it could be said that the outcome of the battle was only 50-50. Of course, Yi Xian had a lot of supplementary methods, and even the help of the Divine Wood Sword attendant. However, this fellow also had 6 Divine Emperor realm experts by his side. Therefore, this battle wouldn't be that easy to fight. However, no matter what, it wasn't easy to fight. At this moment, did Yi Xian still have a choice? Wei Zhenqian, kill him! Following Yi Xian's loud roar, his might shook the heavens as he directly controlled the god-slaughtering sword to slash at 2 enemies of average strength. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. It was to kill these weaker enemies first. Divine Wood Swordsman, go up there. With another order, the Divine Wood Sword attendant instantly moved and charged towards the 7 people. The Divine Wood Sword attendant's defense was strong, so naturally, it would be pushed to the front by Yi Xian. After receiving the order, the Divine Wood Sword attendant didn't hesitate at all and charged forward. However, Yi Xian's summoning wasn't over yet. Flower God Sword Attendant. God-level mounts, come out. Chapter 2874. 2462. Absolute power. As soon as the Flower God Sword Attendant appeared, he summoned the 100 Flowers Flower God. Together with the God rank mount, he charged in all directions. This was because there were countless enemies around Yi Xian who weren't strong enough, yet wanted to fish in troubled waters. These fellows didn't seem to have much of an impact on the surface, but Yi Xian knew very well that sometimes, it was these small characters that changed the outcome of a battle. Even if the possibility was very small, as long as it existed, then Yi Xian had to eliminate it. The current god rank mount and the flower god sword attendant might not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's strength before they evolved, but they were more than enough to support him from the side. After doing all of this, Yi Xian pulled out his divine bow at the same time. 7 consecutive arrows instantly shot out, each of them containing the power of the law of devouring. Moreover, Yi Xian had even used the divine will ability he'd just obtained, the divine will sword. It was also 7 attacks. It could be said that this was already the strongest attack Yi Xian could unleash, and all of this was completed in a short moment. Especially the last 2 fatal attacks. The enemy didn't even have time to react before the attacks arrived. Apart from the expert at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, the others were immediately flustered by Yi Xian's explosive attack. 4 of them were even killed by Yi Xian on the spot. The terrifying strength caused everyone in the 7 Bloody Knights to cry out in alarm. Perhaps just a moment ago, there were still some people who were ready to make a move and attempt to sneak attack Yi Xian. But at this moment, almost no one dared to have such a thought. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. This fellow was actually able to unleash such a violent attack in such a short period of time. This was simply beyond the imagination of these divine beasts. Countless divine beasts retreated. Yi Xian stood there in the crowd. He didn't speak, didn't move, and didn't attack. However, with just a single attack, Yi Xian's strength had already caused all the divine beasts here to collapse. Too strong. This person was simply too strong. He was definitely not an existence that they could resist. At this moment, the remaining 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts looked at Yi Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, they swore that taking down Yi Xian was just a small matter. After all, Yi Xian's strength was only at the upper 1st grade Divine Emperor Realm. But at the next moment, everyone no longer had the same thoughts. Was this power really something that a mere upper 1st grade Divine Emperor Realm expert could display? No one answered. However, no matter who it was, even if it was that upper 9th grade Divine Emperor Realm expert, they no longer dared to speak at this moment. Let not. Yi Xian looked at the remaining 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts in front of him and said indifferently. His tone was incomparably cold. Now, Yi Xian gave them a chance to choose. There were 2 options. There was no third way. Brat, don't be arrogant. This is the bloody 7 Knights, don't think that you can leave alive. Whoosh! The god's slaughtering sword that was floating in the air did not stop for a moment and directly rushed over. The person who spoke did not even have time to react and had already shattered the divine deity. In fact, after the 2 god slaughtering swords broke that person's divine deity, they did not stop and quickly cut the divine beast's corpse into thousands of pieces. Silence. Silence. There was no sound at the entrance. Wasn't this a little too domineering? One had to know that the person that Yi Xian had killed was the only supreme expert at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, the divine beasts were still hoping that the expert would be able to kill Yi Xian, but now, he was already cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Of course, those people didn't notice that most of the divine beast's body had already been devoured by Yi Xian. At this moment, it was just an act. Actually, Yi Xian's attack was premeditated. Now that he was surrounded, he could only use absolute strength to intimidate the enemy. Killing these divine beasts wasn't difficult at all for Yi Xian. However, if he did that, it would definitely cause an unnecessary waste of time. Yi Xian didn't have the time to waste right now. Therefore, in reality, this sword strike was already Yi Xian's strongest attack. Ever since he saw these 7 people, Yi Xian had been planning his strongest attack. Who else? Yi Xian closed his eyes and said indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference, but at the same time, it also contained boundless pressure. The first time he made a move, he killed 4 Divine Emperor Realm experts and blocked the attack of thousands of troops at the same time. The second time he made a move, he instantly killed a supreme expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor Realm. That expert didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Therefore, many people were puzzled. If Yi Xian were to use the third move, then what would the result be? The moment Yi Xian glanced at them, the 2 divine beast experts that were blocking the exit of the secret realm retreated to the sides without any hesitation. They didn't dare to stop him because they didn't have the strength to do so. If he went up now, he would undoubtedly be waiting for death. At this moment, there was no need to mention the surrounding people. Almost everyone hurriedly retreated, as if whoever was a little closer to Yi Xian might be killed by him. Everywhere Yi Xian's gaze passed, there was only boundless fear. These divine beasts were very clear in their hearts that even if the rewards on the bounty were extremely generous, it was not something they could easily touch. Therefore, at this moment, since they'd already witnessed Yi Xian's strength, there was no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. The path had already been opened, so Yi Xian naturally didn't have any intention of continuing. He immediately walked out of the secret realm and casually threw out the Eternal Night domain. In an instant, once anyone entered the exit of the secret realm, it would be difficult for them to see anything. Even if they used their spiritual will, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Yi Xian quickly ran forward. After all, since the Bloody Seven Knights had already received the news, there was no need to mention the outside. There were probably many dangers waiting for Yi Xian outside. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. If he escaped from this place, he had to leave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the experts of the Bloody Seven Knights caught up to him, he would never be able to escape. The current Yi Xian didn't have any goals at all. In his heart, the only thing left was how to escape the encirclement and how to survive in the demon god's domain. With a wanted order on his back, Yi Xian would find it difficult to move an inch. It could be said that almost the entire demon god's domain would be Yi Xian's enemy. Live to find a way to the Kunlun divine domain, and at the same time, do your best to find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Chapter 2875. Holy Sun. Yi Xian quickly advanced. This time, he walked for millions of miles. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of a tall mountain. This mountain was rather strange, as if it was a divine beast that had been sealed by some sort of power. Its appearance was incomparably strange. However, Yi Xian felt that it was impossible, because on this mountain, there were beautiful divine trees and endless beasts. If this mountain was a living divine beast, then it would be impossible for it to grow a divine tree, much less attract a small beast to rest in. However, just as Yi Xian was admiring the mountain peak, a voice suddenly sounded out. It was like a thunderclap. At the same time the voice rang out, a big bald head had already rushed over. Haha, so it's the kid on the wanted list. I already said that I would encounter a good thing today, and it was indeed so. Brat, come here, I heard that your head is very valuable. Give me your head to exchange for some wine money. What a domineering tone. The most important thing was that when this guy said these words, he acted as if it was a matter of course. It was already Yi Xian's honor to be able to exchange his head for divine wine. Drunkard, slow down. Suddenly, two more figures chased after him. However, from their tone, it was obvious that their status was much lower than this drunkard's. However, the difference in strength wasn't that great. System, detect this person's strength and check their race at the same time. Ding, system prompt, this detection will consume 100,000 people's faith points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding, system prompt, designated target, high 4th grade divine emperor, with the title of king-level crown. Race: Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp Race. Host: please note, the designated target is the Holy Son of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp Race. A Holy Son? Yi Xian abruptly raised his head, but his heart was filled with joy. This was simply a case of breaking iron shoes and finding nothing without any effort at all. Back then, Yi Xian had planned to kill these Holy Sons everywhere in order to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts. However, before he could take action, it had already become like this. He didn't expect that he would meet a Holy Son the moment he arrived here. Hey brat, what are you looking at? The Holy Son is talking to you. Why aren't you replying? Beside the Holy Son, a skinny follower widened his eyes. This Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. However, this fellow's gaze was constantly trying to pry into the universe ring on Yi Xian's finger. Yi Xian didn't have anything. In the hearts of these three, Yi Xian was just an insignificant beauty. However, the universe ring in Yi Xian's hand contained a treasure that even the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan's patriarch wanted to obtain. Therefore, this fellow's gaze naturally stopped on Yi Xian's universe ring. As for the other follower, when he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned before he took out his magic treasure. It was obvious that he also knew who Yi Xian was and was prepared to make a move. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the three of them. The three of them did have some strength, but the most important thing was that there was a Holy Son among them. He must have grasped quite a few special abilities or magic treasures. However, even so, Yi Xian didn't care at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the two god-slaughtering swords flew out. Since he knew that negotiation wasn't the way to solve the problem, then why would Yi Xian waste time negotiating? It would be better to just directly kill him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The two god-slaughtering swords attacked from two different places. With a sudden attack and the power of the god-slaughtering swords, the two followers were sent flying. However, it was impossible to kill them so easily. The two of them were only forced back a few steps before they were locked in battle with the god-slaughtering sword. Brat, you actually dare to attack me? It looks like you're tired of living. The Holy Sun didn't expect Yi Xian to attack first. At this moment, his expression was rather angry. However, he didn't want to think about it. When did he ever give Yi Xian a way to live? The moment he appeared, he directly asked Yi Xian to hand over his head. Wasn't this the same as asking Yi Xian to commit suicide? This Holy Sun had probably been pampered for too long, to the point that he had forgotten what fear was. It was so long that he couldn't tell what was good and what was bad. Yi Xian didn't care about this kind of person at all. Don't try to reason with them. This kind of person who was spoiled to the point that he couldn't tell good from bad had different thoughts from others. Therefore, the best way to communicate with them was to use strength to speak. The divine bow of law was held in Yi Xian's hand, but Yi Xian first launched a spiritual will attack. A sword of spiritual will suddenly appeared and directly charged towards the Holy Sun's sea of consciousness. The sudden spiritual will attack caused the Holy Sun to panic. However, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. This fellow's divine beast possessed an extremely large number of magic treasures. A piece of divine wood pendant suddenly burst out with a bright light, actually blocking the spiritual will attack for the Holy Sun. With a pop sound, the divine wood pendant shattered. The Holy Sun looked at the divine wood pendant on his chest in astonishment. A moment later, his face revealed an incomparably furious expression. Brat, you actually dared to destroy my pendant. I will kill you, kill you. Dang. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. An incomparably violent force was instantly unleashed. The violent force directly broke through several mountains, leaving behind a huge ravine behind Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he could clearly see this fellow's attack method. He had actually managed to perfectly fuse the power of the Dharma idol with his own body. One had to know that in the instant this fellow attacked, Yi Xian clearly saw a huge lobster Dharma idol. This Holy Sun is the Holy Sun of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. As for me, my Dharma idol looks like a big lobster, so it's not enough. Yi Xian didn't find this strange. What Yi Xian found strange was that when he attacked, he was only restricted by a wave of his hand. The Dharma idol actually followed his movements and attacked at the same time. A high degree of fusion between the Dharma idol and the main body. Without a doubt, this was a good thing. The power of the Dharma idol was extremely powerful, especially the power of some special Dharma idols. Ordinary people would at most borrow the power of the Dharma idol and use the special abilities of the Dharma idol as an attack method. For example, the few times Yi Xian used the Dharma idol of the 10,000 sovereigns bloodline as a buff, he was actually borrowing the abilities contained within the Dharma idol. However, the use of the Dharma idol was not limited to borrowing power. The Dharma idol could also fuse with the main body. Once it was successful, not to mention a 100% fusion rate, even if it was 70% fusion rate, the combat strength that could be unleashed would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that even the title of the Venerable Level First Crown was nothing in front of the fusion. However, it was not that simple to fuse with a Dharma idol. It was already very difficult to find a suitable Dharma idol, and one had to have a suitable compatibility with the Dharma idol in order to fuse with it. All of this had already determined that fusing with the Dharma idol was not something an ordinary person could do. Only the core disciples of those great powers. Chapter 2876. The new use of the divine gravity arrow. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that he would meet such a Dharma fusion user. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up. He had already made up his mind. The Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp's Dharma idol wasn't too powerful. Moreover, even if it was given to Yi Xian, he would only store it as one of the Dharma idols collected by the 10,000 venerables. However, if he were to subdue this Holy Sun as well, the effect would be great. Yi Xian was confident that he could fuse this guy's Dharma idol to the extreme. At that time, he would have another fighter. Puppet technique. This was the plan that Yi Xian had prepared. Of course, although this idea was good, it would be very difficult to realize. However, Yi Xian still had a backup plan. At most, he would beat this guy half to death, then throw him into the devouring space and slowly train him. Yi Xian lowered his head and pondered over his own matters. The Holy Sun didn't know about Yi Xian's schemes at all. At this moment, the furious Holy Sun had already pounced towards Yi Xian. "Brat, you dare to destroy my pendant? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." With a punch, a huge lobster pincer appeared in the sky. She looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked so exquisite, but she was also so violent. Yi Xian immediately activated his infinite teleportation and dodged in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter-deep crater was created where Yi Xian originally stood. After missing a single move, the Holy Sun's voice changed and he quickly charged towards Yi Xian. He continuously waved his hands, causing the entire area to turn into a terrifying purgatory. However, such a seemingly crazy attack wasn't able to injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian really wanted to ask this guy, was he really stupid? He only knew how to fight in close combat. Could it be that he didn't have any divine abilities? And his law attack? His domain? Was this guy so stupid that he didn't even know how to use these? However, just because he didn't use it didn't mean that Yi Xian wouldn't use it. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian directly activated his special ability, preparing to trap this guy on the spot. However, a strange scene happened. The power of Absolute Zero was actually broken by this guy's punch. Using a fist to break a divine ability. If it was in the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even dare to think about it. How powerful was the power of a divine ability? How could someone use a fist to break a divine ability? Unfortunately, someone had done it now. Yi Xian could clearly see that when the power of Absolute Zero pounced towards the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun also punched out. Then, the Holy Sun's fist paused for a moment, and he felt a mysterious power dissipate. Without a doubt, that was the manifestation of Absolute Zero being broken. Someone actually used a fist to break a divine ability. Yi Xian didn't believe it. With a thought, he launched another attack. Eternal Night Domain. This time Yi Xian used the power of a domain. He wanted to see if this guy could break through a domain. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! With a loud sound, Yi Xian slightly opened his mouth because he was too shocked. This Holy Sun had really done it. He actually used his fist to break through the domain. This guy is strange. Yi Xian silently thought in his heart. This Holy Sun could use his fists to break through divine abilities, and he could also use his fists to break through domains. If it was in the past, Yi Xian would have never heard of such a strange situation. At this moment, in Yi Xian's heart, the idea of taking down the Holy Sun was even more important. Subdue him, and then investigate that strange ability of his. This wasn't just the effect of the fusion of the Dharma idol. Yi Xian didn't even need to ask the system to know about this. Therefore, there was a huge secret hidden within the Holy Sun's body. If Yi Xian obtained it, then his strength would definitely increase greatly. Yi Xian abruptly pulled on the law divine art. Don't you like to break divine abilities? Then, Yi Xian wanted to see if this guy would be tired or not. Gravity Law Blessing. This time, Yi Xian had completely used the Gravity Law Divine Sword. The power of this law didn't have much of an effect, unless one could cultivate to the extreme and borrow an infinitely large amount of gravity to play a certain role. Otherwise, the power of the law of gravity wouldn't be enough to injure anyone. However, today was different from the past. At this moment, the power of the law of gravity was undoubtedly the most suitable power. Simply put, Yi Xian was borrowing the law of gravity's divine arrow to create the illusion of a fist attack. If it was a normal day, to put it bluntly, he would be hoping that the divine arrow would be able to smash two unlucky bastards to death. But at this moment, because of the enormous gravity, it became a good method to fight against the Holy Sun's fist. The three arrows were like three huge fists smashing towards the Holy Sun. In the end, just like what Yi Xian had shot, the Holy Sun swung his fist and smashed it into the gravity law divine arrow without hesitation. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A violent power instantly exploded. The Holy Sun had never imagined that this attack would be like this. With a loud bang, the Holy Sun was forced back several steps by the violent power. It's effective. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curved up. At the same time, the rule god bow in his hand was drawn once more. This time, it was a continuous series of 7 arrows. The 7 gravitational laws suddenly smashed towards the holy sun. However, what Yi Xian didn't want to do was that the holy sun was like a fool. He didn't dodge at all and actually used his fist to clash with the rule god's arrow. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. This guy probably had many powerful methods. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use them. His clan was probably a very large clan, and as the holy son of his clan, he had probably never fought with anyone since he was young. Even if he did fight a few times, he would only bully the weak. He might have fought against opponents of the same level before, but with his status as a saint, who would dare to go against him? Even if he fought against them, he would still be able to do as he wished. Yi Xian curled his lips in disdain. To Yi Xian, this kind of guy wasn't even the slightest bit of threat. Yi Xian opened his bow left and right. While attacking the holy sun, he was still able to find time to attack his 2 followers. His followers weren't weak, and there weren't any flaws in their abilities. Unfortunately, they met Yi Xian. 2 gods slaughtering swords weren't enough? Yi Xian could even send out the divine wood sword attendant. In just a short moment, Yi Xian had already taken care of the 2 followers. Afterwards, he began to ravage the holy sun with great interest. Towards such a person, as long as he was beaten into submission, then he definitely wouldn't dare to resist. This was because it wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't met such a person in the past. Gravity arrow? Yi Xian had only used the most ordinary gravity arrow to suppress the holy son of the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan into submission. This guy was so stupid that he was cute. Chapter 2877. 2465 Taking in a holy sun as a little brother after being sent flying by the gravity god arrow time and time again, the holy sun finally couldn't hold on any longer. One had to know that Yi Xian's grasp of strength was extremely good. He wanted to make this fellow feel pain, but he also wouldn't really take this fellow's life. The continuous attacks had already caused the holy sun's face to be bruised and swollen, and his body to be riddled with wounds. But in reality, these were only superficial wounds. Yi Xian didn't even attack him heavily, causing him to suffer internal injuries. Hearing the holy sun beg for mercy, Yi Xian didn't stop attacking. Instead, he once again released the law of gravity arrow and lightly said, "You want me to let you go? On what basis? My father is a subordinate of the Divine Lord, one of the 8 great divine generals, the heavenly dragon divine general. As long as you let me go, no matter what you want, I can give it to you." Heavenly Dragon Divine General. One of the 8 great divine generals. Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the holy sun he'd accidentally bumped into would actually be the son of one of the 8 great divine generals. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant and despotic, and was able to obtain so many treasures. The identity of the 8 great divine generals was already at the top of the pyramid in the demon god's divine domain. Other than the divine master of the demon god's divine domain, these 8 great divine generals were probably the most noble. They were even larger than the territory that Yi Xian managed in Kunlun. In that case, possessing some special resources wasn't too strange. All right, I can spare your life. Hand over your divine deity fragment and become my little brother. Then I'll spare you. Handing over the divine deity fragment was actually equivalent to becoming a slave. However, Yi Xian knew that if he said that, then this fellow would rather die than obey. But in other words, it would be easier for this fellow to accept it as a lackey. After all, a person like him probably had quite a few lackeys before. Sure enough, the holy sun frowned slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words, but he didn't immediately refuse. "No, my father is a heavenly dragon divine general. I won't be someone else's lackey." "Is that so there's nothing to talk about?" A smile hung on Yi Xian's mouth. He pulled the law divine art once again, and 7 gravity law divine arrows shot towards that fellow without the slightest hesitation. Yi Xian didn't have a complete grasp of this fellow's thoughts, but he had a rough idea. You want to save face? Unfortunately, Yi Xian acted as if he wanted his life. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. One after another, the gravity law divine arrows continuously sent this fellow flying. "Stop, stop, I'll promise you." This guy finally gave in and handed over his quintessence shard without hesitation. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and put away his divine deity fragment. From this moment onwards, the fate of this holy son was completely in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to truly display his combat strength, he would need to be properly trained. However, with the protection of the son of the heavenly dragon divine general, Yi Xian would definitely be much safer in the demon god's domain. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain more benefits. In order to prevent the battle from attracting new enemies, Yi Xian quickly left with the holy son. "Tell me, what's your name?" "My name is Sky Tiger." "Boss, what's your name?" The heavenly dragon holy son didn't seem to have completely adapted to his new identity. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in a good mood, so he didn't bother with him. "My name is Yi Xian." After casually replying, Yi Xian said to Sky Tiger, "Let's go. Take me to a place to stay. I need a good rest." Jianghu nodded his head and walked forward. There was actually a reason why Yi Xian didn't teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, Yi Xian was still in the demon god's domain. This Sky Tiger would undoubtedly be able to provide protection for Yi Xian. Of course, the prerequisite was that he wouldn't arouse the suspicions of others. Therefore, only by allowing this fellow to maintain his original appearance would he be able to convince the people of the demon god's domain. Yi Xian casually exchanged for a mask from the system store. Once this mask was worn, it could conceal Yi Xian's appearance and cultivation. Of course, as long as one's cultivation was higher than Yi Xian's, they would be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. At this moment, he was walking together with the Sky Tiger. In the demon god's domain, very few people would dare to use their spiritual will to investigate him. After all, using your spiritual will to investigate others could easily cause the other party to misunderstand. When the time comes, you deserve to be killed. For Yi Xian to be able to obtain such respect from the Sky Tiger, it would naturally cause others to mistakenly think that Yi Xian's identity was special, or even a super expert. As long as he had this worry, Yi Xian believed that no one would dare to easily investigate his identity. Under the lead of the Sky Tiger, the two of them quickly arrived at a city. It turned out that the Sky Tiger had come here to buy wine from the beginning. In this city, there lived a branch of the Monkey clan. The divine wine that those fellows brewed was quite delicious, and the Sky Tiger had always liked it very much. "Scram, scram, don't block this young master's path." The Sky Tiger arrogantly walked in front. It could be said that wherever he went, it was a mess. This fellow was unreasonable. Not to mention someone blocking his way. Even if they weren't blocking his way, he would still run over to cause trouble. However, it was obvious that this was not the first time the people in the city had met the Sky Tiger, so no one came out to stop him. Instead, they all respectfully welcomed the Sky Tiger into the city. "Welcome, eldest young master." An old man quickly arrived beside the Sky Tiger. He first glanced at Yi Xian, but as expected, he didn't dare to use his spiritual will to investigate Yi Xian. Instead, he respectfully stood beside the Sky Tiger. "Wine, it's my wine. I've sent someone over to say that I'm going to get my wine today." "Don't worry, eldest young master, I have already prepared all your wine." "Haha, good job. I'll reward you heavily later." When the Sky Tiger heard that the wine was ready, it excitedly prepared to run out. However, it had only taken 2 steps when it thought of Yi Xian. Along the way, although Yi Xian didn't teach the Sky Tiger much, he still punished it a few times. The pain that came from the depths of its soul and divine deity was still fresh in the memory of the Sky Tiger. Now that it suddenly thought of Yi Xian, it realized that it was too complacent. If Yi Xian wasn't happy, then it would suffer again. Thus, at this moment, the Sky Tiger obediently ran in front of Yi Xian. "Big brother, please go first." Along with these words, it could be said that countless people, regardless of whether they were in the open or in the dark, were completely shocked in an instant. What kind of identity did the person who dared to make the heavenly dragon saint's son call him Big Brother? For a moment, those who were originally prepared to use their spiritual will to probe Yi Xian were secretly glad that they didn't use it. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. However, even more people silently memorized Yi Xian's appearance. They secretly decided that they absolutely couldn't offend Yi Xian. After all, the heavenly dragon saint's son was already someone they had no way of fighting against, let alone the big brother of the heavenly dragon saint's son. Even if they had 100 more guts, They wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't hold back. At this moment, he wanted to use the heavenly dragon saint's son to boost his reputation. Although this would put Yi Xian at the center of everyone's discussion, it would still be enough to ensure his safety. Chapter 2878. Give him a slap in the face. Jade Universe Fine Wine. It could be considered one of the more famous divine wines in the demon god's divine realm, and the quality of the Jade Universe Fine Wine was divided into 5 grades. Ordinary people could only buy 3rd grade Universe Jade wine, but even so, it was incomparably expensive and very difficult to obtain. Even with Sky Tiger's status, he could only reserve a bottle of inferior Jade Universe Fine Wine in advance. Of course, the next grade was also a divine wine that was difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Sky Tiger brought Yi Xian forward. Not long after, they arrived at a pavilion. This pavilion's design was quite unique. It was a wine gourd. This was the branch of the Jade Universe Fine Wine. The cosmic jade nectar was not an ordinary divine wine. Not every city would have a branch. Just take this branch for example. It could be considered the only one in the 10,000 realms. Otherwise, Sky Tiger wouldn't have come personally. Although Sky Tiger was arrogant and despotic, he didn't dare to lose his temper here. Even if this city was actually the property of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, and he, Sky Tiger, was the young master here. However, once they entered the pavilion, Sky Tiger became well-behaved. The person leading the way for Sky Tiger didn't dare to enter the pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was independent of the city. Isn't this our holy son, Sky Tiger? Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. The moment Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked into the pavilion, they heard a voice. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a young man looking at Sky Tiger with a playful expression. Sky Tiger frowned. Not only did he know this person, he was also quite unfriendly. Sky Tiger didn't want to pay attention to that person, so he walked inside. However, just because Sky Tiger ignored him didn't mean that he wouldn't cause trouble for Sky Tiger. At this moment, that person actually blocked Sky Tiger and Yi Xian's path and indifferently said, "Lord Holy Sun, why aren't you giving me face? Could it be that you're afraid of me?" Ha ha ha. Lord Holy Sun, you actually came here alone today. You're really getting bolder and bolder. A group of people walked out from the pavilion. It was obvious that these people weren't very friendly towards Sky Tiger. Yi Xian didn't understand. No matter what, Sky Tiger was still the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General. As the Holy Sun, he'd always been arrogant and domineering. What do you want to do? At this moment, it couldn't be said that Sky Tiger was afraid. After all, with his identity, these people definitely wouldn't dare to hurt him. However, they could still humiliate him. As for the reason, it was very simple. These people were actually the holy sons of the various races. In the demon god divine realm, the status of the Holy Sun was extremely noble. Although there would be some differences due to race, overall, the difference wasn't too great. This was because all the Holy Sons had registered with the Divine Master of the demon god divine realm. Therefore, no matter how much conflict there was, no one would dare to kill them. Of course, it was normal for a few people to die in the competition between the Holy Sons. It could be said that if it wasn't for his identity as the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, Sky Tiger's life would definitely be even more difficult than it was now. As for the reason, it wasn't hard to guess. Sky Tiger had always been arrogant and domineering, so he naturally wouldn't take anyone seriously. Even if the other party was also a Holy Sun, Sky Tiger wouldn't let them off. After offending too many people, Sky Tiger was also isolated. What followed was a reversal of the situation, and Sky Tiger could only hide from these Holy Sons. One had to know that no servants were allowed to interfere in the battle between the Holy Sons. Once they did, regardless of the reason, they would definitely be killed. Therefore, the battle between the Holy Sons could only rely on their own strength. Sky Tiger was only in the illusory cultivation realm and didn't have any real strength. Once they started fighting, the result was obvious. After experiencing it twice, Sky Tiger also learned to be obedient. This time, Sky Tiger came to collect the wine, but he never expected these guys to appear here. After all, they weren't people who liked wine. However, they just had to come. Perhaps, these people originally intended to cause trouble for Sky Tiger. Haha, Lord Holy Sun, why aren't you speaking? I'm waiting for your instructions. A person stood out and said to Sky Tiger with an apologetic look on his face. Then, another person walked out and said, "Yeah, why is our Lord Holy Sun so obedient today? Don't tell me he's drunk again." Drunk like mud, drunk like mud. Haha, the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn Clan is addicted to alcohol, and they can get drunk at any time. It seems like we really came at the wrong time today. Our Lord Holy Sun is drunk again. Drunk? There were a few times when Sky Tiger relied on pretending to be drunk to avoid these guys. Speaking of which, Sky Tiger was mighty. But in reality, Sky Tiger also had its moments of suffering. At this moment, Sky Tiger looked at these fellows in silence. He didn't even dare to say a single word because he knew very well that once he answered, what awaited him would be the revenge of this group of people. Xian silently watched all of this, but couldn't help but shake his head. Xian didn't need a cowardly follower, so at this moment, it was impossible for Xian to say that he would let this guy continue being so wretched. Sky Tiger, who are they? Xian said indifferently. Hearing Xian's words, everyone, including Sky Tiger, focused their gazes on Xian. Even the surrounding onlookers were inexplicably astonished. These were all holy sons, and none of them were people they could easily offend. But now, he didn't expect that an outsider would actually dare to interfere. This was simply courting death. Brat, who are you? We're talking about something, what are you blabbering about? Scram to the side. We're happy today, so we can't be bothered to argue with you? A guy glanced at Xian in disdain. Whether it was his gaze or tone, they were both filled with disdain. Xian turned his head and smiled as he looked at that guy. However, he said indifferently, Sky Tiger, slap your mouth. Sky Tiger's body clearly trembled. Xian told him to make a move against these people, so Sky Tiger didn't dare to make a move. However, Sky Tiger didn't dare to disobey Xian's orders. During this period of time, Sky Tiger knew Xian's temper. If he didn't do it, then he would definitely be taken care of. Therefore, Sky Tiger hesitantly turned around and looked at Xian as he carefully asked, Boss, really want to slap your mouth? Perhaps it was because of fear, but Sky Tiger's voice was actually trembling. Do you want me to say it a second time? Xian's gaze turned cold. Sky Tiger was so scared that cold sweat almost broke out. One had to know that the pain that came from the depths of his soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. Pah! An incomparably resounding slap to the face. Not to mention the surrounding people, even the other group of holy sons were completely dumbfounded. Sky Tiger actually dared to hit them. Moreover, it was only because of a single sentence from this person. Chapter 2879. 2467. Casually giving away ancient resources, the holy sons were overwhelmed with shock. One had to know that the reason they dared to provoke the heavenly tiger was because of the restrictions of the holy sons' nurturing rules, and also because the heavenly tiger was weak in front of them. Now, because of this mysterious person's words, the heavenly tiger was so afraid that it didn't even fear their group of people. Then, who was this mysterious person? Who are you? Do you know who we are? Another holy son pointed at Xian and asked loudly. However, anyone could tell that his tone was lacking in confidence. Xian turned around and casually waved his hand at that person. This time, Xian didn't say anything, but Sky Tiger understood what Xian meant. Pah! Another resounding slap. After these two slaps, Sky Tiger was even a little excited in his heart. These fellows had caused trouble for him more than once or twice, and every time, Sky Tiger would suffer a loss and escape. But this time, Sky Tiger actually gave them 2 slaps in the face. 2 slaps in the face had already made Sky Tiger walk out of the shadow from before. Subconsciously, Sky Tiger had always felt that Xian was incomparably powerful. But now, with Xian supporting him, it seemed that Sky Tiger's confidence had returned in just 2 slaps. Sky Tiger, are you courting death? Seeing Sky Tiger slap 2 people in a row, these people did not dare to make a move. Instead, they looked at Sky Tiger in shock and fear. After all, the identity of the son of the heavenly dragon divine general was not just for show. These people dared to bully Sky Tiger, and even kept looking for trouble with Sky Tiger. They were afraid of Sky Tiger, afraid that one day Sky Tiger would no longer be afraid of them, then they would definitely only be bullied. Therefore, this person's words to threaten Sky Tiger was actually a form of fear. What did you say? Sky Tiger looked at that person. This time, without Yi Xian's instructions, Sky Tiger had already walked towards that person. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Fortunately, this fellow still had some guts. At the very least, he wasn't the kind of mud that couldn't support a wall. With some training, Sky Tiger could still become a good follower. Sky Tiger walked towards that person step by step. That person never would have thought that Sky Tiger would actually walk towards him. Subconsciously, he took 3 steps back. Perhaps if he didn't take these 3 steps back, Sky Tiger would subconsciously feel a trace of fear. However, the 3 steps this fellow took back had already allowed Sky Tiger to see through their true nature. They were just fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Scram to the side. I didn't bother with you guys in the past because I gave you guys face. Today, you guys actually dare to cause trouble for me in front of my big brother. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. It's fine if I lose face, but if you lose face for my boss, can you afford to lose your lives? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This Sky Tiger was quite smart. His words made it seem as if he was afraid of losing face for Yi Xian. Of course, no matter what Yi Xian thought, everyone else was extremely shocked in their hearts. Sky Tiger was actually afraid that this mysterious person would lose face, so he attacked him? If these words were to be said, no one in the entire demon god realm would believe it. But now it had already happened. Sky Tiger's performance wasn't bad. Yi Xian knew in his heart that since he'd grasped Sky Tiger's divine deity fragment, it was equivalent to completely controlling Sky Tiger's life and death. Sky Tiger definitely wouldn't be able to resist him. In order to obtain an obedient subordinate, it was necessary to use both kindness and power. Thus, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and saw 3 treasures hovering in midair. All right, tell these guys to scram. Take these 3 ordinary materials and go change to a bar. I'm still waiting to drink. Ordinary materials. The group of people stared blankly. Even Sky Tiger didn't immediately go to collect it. This was 3 ancient resources. The appearance of any ancient resource would probably cause a bloody storm. However, he didn't expect that the boss of Sky Tiger would casually give Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Who would believe this? Even Sky Tiger's father, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, might not be willing to do so. However, the 3 ancient resources were still hovering in midair. There was no room for doubt. What is it not enough? Yi Xian interrupted Sky Tiger when he saw it in a daze. Only then did Sky Tiger react. He quickly said, Enough, boss, this is too much. Some people said in their hearts that Sky Tiger was stupid. He actually thought that giving him 3 ancient resources was too much. If he thought it was too much, then there were a lot of people here who wanted it. However, Yi Xian lightly smiled. Just keep the things I give you. There will naturally be many benefits for you in the future. Yi Xian was speaking the truth. After all, Yi Xian was preparing to nurture the Sky Tiger as his follower, so he naturally had to nurture it. In order to cultivate it, it would inevitably consume a lot of resources. Sky Tiger glanced at Yi Xian excitedly. He didn't stand on ceremony and casually put the 3 ancient resources into his universe ring. Then, he swaggered forward. At this moment, how could the group of holy sons who had come to cause trouble for Sky Tiger dare to stop him? In fact, most of them only had envy in their hearts. After all, if Sky Tiger followed a boss who could casually give out ancient resources, then one could imagine how good his future would be. There were even people who wanted to run over to Yi Xian on the spot and beg him to accept them as his lackeys. After all, compared to strength, face and whatnot weren't that important. Unfortunately, looking at Yi Xian's cold expression, everyone knew that even if they begged Yi Xian to accept them as his lackeys, they wouldn't have a chance. Because Yi Xian didn't like them at all. If Yi Xian knew what these fellows were thinking, he would definitely be extremely depressed. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't despise these holy sons. Even if all of these holy sons became Yi Xian's lackeys, Yi Xian wouldn't mind. Of course, Sky Tiger wouldn't really exchange 3 ancient resources for wine. One had to know that ancient resources were extremely rare, and the divine power and the power of laws they contained was extremely majestic. Whether it was forging, refining pills or using it in other places, it would be very useful. For example, one of the 3 ancient resources that Yi Xian had given him was a refining material. Although it was only a small piece, if it was used sparingly, It would definitely be enough to forge 6 or 7 peerless divine weapons. If Sky Tiger was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't have the qualifications to become a holy son. After obtaining the Jade Universe fine wine that he'd ordered, Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked out of the pavilion. He didn't even spare a glance at the group of holy sons. It wasn't until Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked far away that those people dared to discuss and guess Yi Xian's identity. Some people said that Yi Xian was a super expert who was entrusted by the Heavenly Dragon Divine General to teach the Sky Tiger. Chapter 2880. Another primordial divine ability afterwards. Some people guessed that Yi Xian might be a core member of a certain superpower. However, Sky Tiger was already the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General. Then, who could be more noble than Sky Tiger? For a moment, there were many different opinions. Some even guessed that it was the illegitimate child of the Demon God's Divine Realm's Divine Master. After all, the Divine Master of the Demon God's Divine Realm had never had a child, so it was not impossible for an illegitimate child to appear. Unfortunately, no matter how much everyone guessed, they could only guess. No one would answer them for the real answer. Even Sky Tiger didn't know Yi Xian's true identity. Boss, didn't you say that you were going to stay in that city for the time being? Why are you leaving now? On the way, Sky Tiger asked Yi Xian in confusion. This time, the word boss came from the bottom of his heart. I don't like the environment there. Yi Xian replied indifferently. It was impossible for Yi Xian to tell Sky Tiger that he'd caused too much trouble in the Jade Universe fine wine. Not only did he attract attention, he also attracted prying eyes. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he left. Yi Xian would only tell Sky Tiger that he wanted to find a place with a better environment. An excuse that wasn't an excuse. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger would never doubt it. After Yi Xian heard the answer, Sky Tiger immediately started to think. A moment later, Sky Tiger said to Yi Xian, "Boss, I know a place that you might like." "Oh, tell me about it." In any case, Yi Xian didn't have a destination, so he might as well listen to Sky Tiger's arrangements. "Boss, it's like this. Our clan has a manor outside the Falling Star Valley, where divine power is abundant, and from time to time, we can sense some star power. Moreover, that place is our clan's internal cultivation ground, and very few outsiders come in. How about we go there?" Falling Star Valley? Star power? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although he didn't know where this place was, it was still the secret cultivation ground of the Heavenly Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. "All right, let's go there." Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Actually, Yi Xian knew in his heart that the Sky Tiger was returning the favor. After all, Yi Xian had given the Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Not to mention the Sky Tiger, even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan owed Yi Xian a favor. Therefore, Sky Tiger understood that no one would stop him from bringing Yi Xian over. The two of them hurried along the way, but it didn't take them too long to arrive at the Falling Star Valley. The origin of the name Falling Star Valley was because a star had once fallen here. Falling stars were not considered rare in the God Realm continent. The key was that this star contained a trace of star power. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. However, in the God Realm where 10 suns shone, it was very difficult to see the light of the stars, let alone cultivate the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of the stars could be considered rare. Of course, it wasn't that there were no people in the God Realm who cultivated the power of the stars, but most of them gave up after cultivating for a short while. Even if the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan possessed such a treasure land, there were very few clansmen who actually came to cultivate the power of the stars. Moreover, most of them came with a strange and fun attitude. Of course, even if it was such a useless secret cultivation ground, with the tyrannical nature of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, he would definitely not allow anyone else to enter. Therefore, the Falling Star Valley was naturally deserted. At this moment, Yi Xian was brought into the Falling Star Valley by the Sky Tiger. Although he saw many pavilions and palaces, other than a small number of servants, he didn't see any cultivators. "Boss, this is the place. You can choose whichever hall you want to stay in. In any case, at this time, there should only be the two of us here." "At this time? What do you mean?" "Oh boss, you might not know this, but in 2 months, it will be the clan's 10-year competition. Now, no one will come here to waste time. I've already greeted the servants here. Anyway, just treat this as your own home. If you need anything, just tell me." Sky Tiger casually said with a smile on his face. Sky Tiger was still very happy to be able to find a place for Xian to live in. Are you going back to participate in the competition as well? Xian suddenly asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard this, he revealed an awkward expression. Boss, I'm the young patriarch, so I naturally don't need to participate in any competition. The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. From Sky Tiger's tone, Xian already understood that there was no need for Sky Tiger to participate in the competition. Even if he did, Sky Tiger would only be at the bottom amongst those of the same level. He was known as the Holy Son of Heaven, and he had even mastered the miraculous ability of fusing with his Dharma idol. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger only knew how to drive close combat, so anyone who knew his background would be able to easily defeat him. Xian had never been stingy to his own people. Even if the Sky Tiger was a divine beast from the demon god's divine domain, since it was already his little brother, Xian wouldn't mistreat it. System: search for a suitable divine ability for the Sky Tiger to cultivate, as well as prepare suitable pills and magic treasures for him. Xian instructed the system. Although Xian knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid bleeding a lot this time, he didn't care. Ding! System notification. Found a suitable divine ability, 13 Styles of the Proud Dragon Tyrant Sky. Ding! System notification. Host's faith points are insufficient, unable to exchange. 13 Styles of the Proud Dragon Tyrant Sky? From the name, this divine ability seemed to be a set of combined skills. However, since Xian had already decided to equip the Sky Tiger with a divine ability, then Xian would do as he said. System: I want to use resources to exchange for this divine ability. Ding! System notification. Resources have been successfully exchanged. Abilities have been successfully exchanged. Congratulations to host for obtaining the 13 Styles of the Proud Dragon Tyrant Sky. No need, change him into a physical body. A moment later, a scroll that shone with a golden light appeared in Xian's hand. This was the 13 Styles of the Proud Dragon Tyrant Sky. Although the exchange this time wasn't enough to make Xian bankrupt, it wasn't much different. His faith points had been emptied, and more than half of his stored resources had been consumed. It had to be known that these resources also included the resources that Xian had accumulated from killing enemies during this period of time. One could imagine just how much blood and sweat Xian had put into this exchange. Sky Tiger, come here. Xian shouted to the Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger naturally didn't hesitate and directly walked over to Xian's side. In fact, when Xian took out the scroll, Sky Tiger saw it, but he didn't think too much about it. Boss, what's the matter? Sky Tiger asked Xian. Chapter 2881. Cultivating the power of the star. Sky Tiger was slightly taken aback. At the beginning, he didn't care too much about the scroll that Xian gave him. After all, there were naturally many good techniques in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. However, techniques that were preserved in scrolls were rare. In Sky Tiger's subconscious, Bing did not feel that this scroll was that precious, so he only subconsciously opened it. However, the moment he opened the scroll, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This was an ancient divine ability. This was an ancient divine ability scroll. Sky Tiger shouted loudly in his heart, but because of his shock, he did not say a single word. Sky Tiger was the young patriarch of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan, and at the same time, he was also a holy son. Ancient divine abilities were much stronger than current divine abilities, but they had a very special characteristic. That was, every divine ability could only be cultivated by a specific group of people or physiques. Therefore, the first thing that the ancient sacred art introduced was what conditions had to be met to be able to cultivate the sacred art. As for the current sacred art, as long as one was willing, then anyone could cultivate it. Of course, the race's innate divine ability was an exception. At this moment, what Xian gave him wasn't some race's innate divine ability, so it was undoubtedly an ancient divine ability. Boss, this is too precious, I can't take it. Sky Tiger quickly handed the scroll in his hand over to Xian. After all, an ancient divine ability was something that only existed in legends. No matter how bold Sky Tiger was, he didn't dare to accept it so easily. What I gave you is yours. All right, just take it. In the future, if you follow me, there will be many benefits. Don't be so surprised all day long. Xian said without a care. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall. because at this moment, the system's notification had already sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for activating the forced hidden mission, the power of the stars. Mission requirements. Within 3 months, the host must cultivate the power of the stars. If the mission fails, the host will lose half of his cultivation. If the mission succeeds, the host will receive a special reward. 3 months. Not only did this mission have a time limit, it also had a punishment. Obviously, this matter wasn't simple. Therefore, Xianxia made the best use of his time. Sky Tiger, go back and prepare for the large competition. Cultivate well. I hope to hear good news from you. As for me, I will also try to cultivate the power of the stars. Hearing that Xianxia was going to cultivate the power of the stars, the Sky Tiger subconsciously thought that Xianxia was using this as an excuse to send the Sky Tiger away so that it could cultivate properly. After all, the power of the stars was publicly recognized as useless in the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, the Sky Tiger knelt on the ground. Xianxia had given him too much, so much that the Sky Tiger didn't know how to thank him. Xianxia didn't stop the Sky Tiger. After all, what Xianxia wanted was an obedient follower. Xianxia waved his hand again, and the Sky Tiger silently retreated. As soon as the Sky Tiger left, Xianxia immediately arrived outside the Starfall Valley. There was a stargazing platform here. If one wanted to cultivate, they would usually come here to comprehend. In the distance there was a valley. It was obvious that it was formed by a strong impact. The valley was quite large, but due to the changes of the times, the periphery was already covered with giant trees. Only in the middle, there were only circles of light that occasionally exploded out. Xianxia knew that it was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was extremely strange. If it was the power of the laws, then one would usually have to walk in and observe in order to discover what was special about it and comprehend it. However, the power of the stars was not like this. To comprehend the power of the stars, one could only do so from a suitable location. It would be difficult to comprehend if one was too close or too far away. The strangest thing was that Xianxia was clearly hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the explosion of the power of the stars. However, it was as if the power of the stars was right beside Xianxia. It was so clear. This strange power of the stars was not the power of the laws. Therefore, whether it was comprehending or using it, it was not the same as using the power of ordinary laws. Of course, to Xianxia, this wasn't a problem at all. System, analyze the comprehension plan and provide the most reasonable method of comprehension. Since Xianxia had the system, then whether it was the power of the stars or the power of the laws, there wasn't much of a difference to Xianxia. To Xianxia, he could find the most reasonable and fastest way to comprehend it. Silently, Xianxia directly sat in the pavilion. However, when Xianxia closed his eyes and began to comprehend, a strange scene occurred. At the core of the star power, an illusory image of Xianxia actually appeared. It was as if Xianxia had already been projected into the core of the star power. However, Xianxia didn't know about any of this. At this moment, Xianxia had entered an extremely mystical feeling. It was as if he had already transformed into a ray of light, constantly shuttling back and forth between the stars. Green stars, blue stars, red stars, purple stars. Round, flat, irregular. All sorts of stars continuously shuttled through Xianxia's mind. Xianxia had already forgotten himself, forgotten everything, and wholeheartedly merged into the light of the stars. Slowly, circles of faint radiance appeared around Xianxia. As for that radiance, it came from the core of the star. It was the power of the stars. The power of the stars slowly gathered around Xianxia, then shuttled through his body, continuously entering and exiting. Every time he entered and exited, it would always cause Xianxia's body to undergo a slight change. This change was small, and it could even be said that it wouldn't affect Xianxia's body at all. However, this change was extremely important. It was precisely this change that caused Xianxia's body to gradually accept the power of the stars. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws, so what was needed was to open up a new place to hold it. Gradually, the amount of star power that gathered around Xianxia increased, and it became denser and denser. Perhaps Xianxia would comprehend the power of the stars in the next moment. At the same time, the Sky Tiger had already returned to the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp tribe. However, when the Sky Tiger returned, it was immediately taken away by the clan's great elders and his father. This was because before the Sky Tiger returned, A piece of news had already reached the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. The news was naturally about the 3 ancient resources. Not to mention 3, even if it was just one ancient resource, it would be enough to cause a huge sensation. However, he didn't expect that the Sky Tiger would actually know someone and casually give out 3 ancient resources. This news naturally caused a huge reaction in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. It was normal for the Sky Tiger to be taken away as soon as it returned. Sky Tiger, I heard that when you went out this time, someone gave you 3 ancient resources. Is that true? The person who spoke was an elder of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. He was in charge of criminal law in the clan, so he had always been feared. Chapter 2882. Chapter 2470. Heavenly Tiger's Smugness, that's right. Disciplinary Elder. I obtained 3 ancient resources this time. But what does this have to do with you, Elder? Heavenly Tiger said without hesitation. In an instant, the disciplinary elder's expression turned unsightly. Don't be rude, Heavenly Tiger. Divine General Sky Dragon reprimanded Heavenly Tiger, but his tone wasn't too harsh, as he knew very well why the disciplinary elder would ask such a question. Divine General Sky Dragon had the highest cultivation base in the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe, but the other elders weren't too far off from him. The Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe had always been opposed to giving the chosen spot to Heavenly Tiger. After all, the benefits of being a chosen were simply innumerable. Although Heavenly Tiger had fused with his Dharma form and was considered a genius, in the eyes of the other elders, Heavenly Tiger's actual combat strength was mediocre. Furthermore, they also had children, so why couldn't the chosen spot belong to their children? If Divine General Sky Dragon's status in the Demon God's sacred realm hadn't been outstanding, this chosen spot would have already caused a fight. But even so, there were still many who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder wished he could keep an eye on Heavenly Tiger at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the chosen spot's throne. Since Heavenly Tiger had obtained an ancient resource this time, these fellows would naturally have crooked thoughts. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they could obtain them, then not to mention their children, even their own strength would be strengthened. The main purpose of summoning Sky Tiger this time was to snatch away the 3 ancient resources in Sky Tiger's hands. However, how could the current Sky Tiger be so easily bullied? On the way back, Sky Tiger had already successfully cultivated the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Yi Xian's words were already like an imperial edict in Sky Tiger's heart. Although Yi Xian didn't say that he wanted Sky Dragon to obtain first place in the clan's competition. But perhaps he had said that he would wait for the good news from Sky Tiger. Therefore, Sky Tiger hoped that he could obtain first place. It was an ancient resource and an ancient divine ability. Yi Xian had given Sky Tiger so many treasures. How could Sky Tiger not be confident? Of course, with confidence one had to work hard at the same time. Thus, on the way back, Sky Tiger did not delay at all. Speaking of which, this fellow's talent was not bad. He had actually comprehended the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky on the way back. Of course, the further one went, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. At this moment, Sky Tiger had only just started. In the past, Sky Tiger had always listened to his father's words, but this time, he had actually refuted him. Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? Why? The things of my Sky Tiger were not stolen, nor were they snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then let me tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, but he also gave me an ancient mystic technique. Why? Do you want it too? Ancient mystic technique. Everyone, including Divine General Sky Dragon, was indescribably shocked. One had to know that there were only a few ancient mystic techniques in the entire Demon God's sacred realm. Now, Sky Tiger was telling them that someone had given him an ancient mystic technique. How could they accept this? Is what you said true? Divine General Sky Dragon couldn't help asking Sky Tiger. Lord Father, could it be that you still don't trust me? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by Boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It's called the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. This is impossible. Even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe doesn't have a single ancient mystic technique. All we have is a remnant. Do you think we would believe you if you said someone gave you an ancient mystic technique? If the boss you speak of can give away ancient mystic techniques and ancient resources at will, why wouldn't he dare come see us? The disciplinary elder's voice was stern. He knew very well that if what Sky Tiger said was true, then Sky Tiger's status in the tribe would soar and no one would be able to shake him. This fellow doted on his grandson very much. It could be said that if Sky Tiger had anything good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very hardworking. It could be said that his combat strength was a bit stronger than Sky Tiger's. As a result, few people in the tribe would say that it was not true. Haha, you want my boss to see you? Disciplinary elder. You think too highly of yourself. Who do you think my boss is? Even if you want to see him, I'm afraid he might not necessarily summon you. Humph. My boss said that I can teach this ancient mystic technique to others. However, the quota is limited. I can only teach 3. Rest assured, father, I will show you now. However, father, you must remember that you can't teach this mystic technique to others. Otherwise, my boss will blame you and you will be in trouble. As he spoke, Sky Tiger handed the scroll to Divine General Sky Dragon. Divine General Sky Dragon did not stand on ceremony. He took it and used his spiritual force to set up a restriction before carefully opening it. The disciplinary elder was so excited that he wanted nothing more than to rush over to take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. After all, not only was Divine General Sky Dragon powerful, but he was also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he would suffer. Divine General Sky Dragon studied it for more than 2 hours before returning the scroll to Sky Tiger. Father, do you have any enlightenment? Sigh, what a pity, Huer. This is an ancient mystic technique. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate it. It could even be said that no one can cultivate it except you. I don't know if your boss deliberately modified it, or if this sacred art is like this. If you want to cultivate this ancient sacred art, the first requirement is to fuse with your body. Therefore we can't cultivate it at all. Ah! How could this be? Yi Xianbing didn't say that he was allowed to teach it, but he didn't say that he wasn't allowed to. That was why Sky Tiger made such a decision. But from the looks of it, Yi Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient sacred art was tailor-made for him, and it would be extremely difficult for others to cultivate it. However, Huer, you don't have to worry about it. Although I can't cultivate its spirit, I can still comprehend it according to its actions. It won't be a waste of time. Divine General Sky Dragon revealed a smile. At this moment, the disciplinary elder's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Divine General Sky Dragon wouldn't lie, so everything that came out of his mouth was definitely true. At this moment, he couldn't wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Chapter 2883. A misunderstanding because at this time, everyone knew that the clan had changed. The grandson of the disciplinary elder could no longer steal Sky Tiger's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before, and no one could shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he closed his door and cultivated silently. Outside his residence, hundreds of guards were guarding the side of Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The clan competition began very soon. What surprised all the young clansmen was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, he went on a rampage in a crushing manner. The strange attack of the Sky Tiger was not something that belonged to the clan. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how unconvinced these clansmen were, they ignored them. Until a piece of news spread that the Sky Tiger had obtained an ancient divine ability. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, the Sky Tiger had only cultivated the first 3 moves. However, it was enough to defeat all enemies in 3 moves. Without any pressure, he crushed them all the way. As for the boss of the Sky Tiger, this mysterious figure had also attracted the attention of countless people. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out. The Sky Tiger had never revealed where Yi Xian was, so it was impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes and cultivated for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't even opened his eyes, nor had he moved his body in the slightest. On this day, under the leadership of the Sky Tiger, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and a few important members of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan had already followed them over. However, all of them waited outside silently. No one dared to take a step forward. The Sky Tiger had already used his strength to prove the authenticity of the ancient divine ability. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had already been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that to the boss of the Sky Tiger, no one in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan dared to be disrespectful to this incomparably mysterious figure. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. It was fortunate that these people didn't go in to disturb Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was at the most critical moment. Whether or not he could successfully comprehend it would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Yi Xian. The power of the stars had already gathered more and more, turning Yi Xian into a person of light. If someone saw Yi Xian now, they'd probably be extremely shocked. This was because Yi Xian no longer had his original appearance and was completely transparent. All of his internal organs could be seen clearly, but even his internal organs had completely turned into light. A profound and mysterious cloud of energy revolved around Yi Xian. If someone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Yi Xian's current reaction was 1,000 times stronger than theirs. Star body training. This phenomenon could only be called star body training. Unfortunately, no one knew what star body refinement was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Yi Xian had already completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Yi Xian was only immersed in shuttling through countless stars. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside, and Yi Xian himself was experiencing an extremely great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Yi Xian didn't complete the mission according to the time limit, then the price of losing half of his cultivation would be enough to make Yi Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know the passage of time at all. He didn't know that he didn't have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Sky Tiger habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, then Sky Tiger would have already rushed in to look for Yi Xian. At this moment, Sky Tiger once again looked ahead, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Jianghu silently looked forward. All of a sudden, an incomparably vicissitude yet extremely gentle aura suddenly descended. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst forth. The light spread out with the top of everyone's heads as the center. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Streaks of light rapidly fluctuated towards the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it gave off a very gentle feeling. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Dragon Divine General raised his head and looked at the circles of light in the sky as he subconsciously asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had ever seen such a change before. At the same time, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Yi Xian opened his eyes, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the Power of the Stars quest. You have received a special reward, a luxury gift bag. Obtained special material, 9-star linked pearl stone. Obtained experience points reward, level increased by 1. Ding! Host has broken through. Current high-level 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Luxury gift bag, 9-star linked pearl stone. The sudden reward caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be bountiful beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian still had to thank the Sky Tiger. One had to know that the moment Yi Xian's will returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Sky Tiger's call, Yi Xian would have died this time. Most importantly, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't comprehend the power of the stars. On the contrary, he comprehended it too much. Yi Xian's comprehension of the power of the stars this time was quite bountiful. However, Yi Xian helplessly discovered that at least for now, he could only occasionally use the power of the stars because there was almost nowhere to replenish it. The 10 sons of the God realm revolved around him, and the power of the stars had long since been blocked. Yi Xian didn't open the gift bag. Instead, he silently stood up and walked outside. At this moment, the light of the stars hadn't completely disappeared from Yi Xian's body, so any movement he made would bring along countless illusions. Those weren't illusions left behind by moving too quickly, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. Instead, they were naturally formed by the power of the stars. Yi Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of light phantoms. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others didn't know that Yi Xian's current situation was only because of the power of the stars, so they couldn't explain Yi Xian's current situation. Most importantly, the Heaven Dragon Divine General's cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't use his spiritual will, he could still see a lot of things with just his eyes. Physical clone. Divine General Heaven Dragon murmured in a very low voice. However, who couldn't hear the people around them? Hearing the words corporeal doppelganger, everyone was shocked. A physical clone represented a divine ability, and at the same time, it also represented a kind of identity. Chapter 2884. Luoluo's new Cluet was a physical clone. Everyone, including Divine General Tianlong, was speechless. Of course, given their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that he had just started cultivating. However, only the divine masters of the demon god's sacred territory possessed the ability to create a physical clone. Therefore, they were certain that this person had a close relationship with a divine master. This made many things clear. Why was this person able to give Sky Tiger 3 primordial resources and an ancient divine ability right off the bat? Perhaps only a divine master could have such a deep foundation. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Yi Xian have any relationship with the divine master of the demon god's domain? In fact, he hadn't even seen the divine master before. If there was any relationship, it would be that Yi Xian was preparing to find Luoluo from the hands of the demon god's domain's divine master. "Boss, you're finally out?" Sky Tiger said in surprise. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In reality, he was still slightly afraid. After all, among the people standing in front of him, which one of them didn't emit a powerful aura? This made Yi Xian very clear that any one of them would be able to take him down in an instant. However, since these people didn't use their spiritual will to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Who are these people?" Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately introduced them to him. It turned out that because of the Sky Tiger's ancient divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and the others wanted to meet the boss of the Sky Tiger, which was why they made this trip. After Sky Tiger finished his introduction, Yi Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he'd meet a great general of the demon god's divine domain so quickly. Of course, Yi Xian didn't reveal any unnecessary expressions at this moment. Instead, he calmly responded. After chatting with the Heaven Dragon Divine General for a while, the Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others left. A huge misunderstanding had already caused the people of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to only fear and not doubt Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, much less have a deep relationship with them. Thus, this meeting was somewhat indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan left, Sky Tiger excitedly said to Yi Xian, "Boss, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's competition." Sky Tiger had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was the mission that Yi Xian had given him, so he naturally had to do it well. However, to Yi Xian, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, Yi Xian only nodded his head before saying to Sky Tiger, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others already knew that Yi Xian was here, so this place wasn't safe anymore. Thus, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why are you leaving?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to stay. As for where I go, it doesn't matter. I'll just go wherever I go." Yi Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for his destination, he didn't have one. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the residences of the 8 great divine generals. Only there would be a passageway, and if Yi Xian were to mention borrowing the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to contend against the 8 great divine generals. Thus, provoking any one of the 8 great divine generals was an unwise choice. It might be possible to search for Luo Luo's whereabouts, but he had a sky tiger by his side. Thus, perhaps the sky tiger's mouth would be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger, "Sky Tiger, do you know that there is a holy son of the 9 paths?" Sky Tiger looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Boss, you also know about the 9 Dao saints?" "The 9 Dao saints?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo Luo's identity in the demon god's domain wasn't simple. "Yes, he is the saint of the 9 Daos. Every saint has his own title. For example, the other saints call me the Heaven Dragon Saint. However, the saint of the 9 Daos is very special. It is said that he is not from the demon god's celestial realm. The 9-tailed heaven-loathing fox has a very high status. Even the Lord God has to respect the saint of the 9 Daos. Moreover, the saint of the 9 Daos is highly regarded by the Lord God." Jianghu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Yi Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Yi Xian was powerless to save Luo Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine master of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion because he valued her. It was probably because Luo Luo was constantly thinking of leaving the demon god's domain to find Yi Xian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god's domain could only trap Luo Luo. When they arrived in the god realm, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Luo to know that Yi Xian was in the Kunlun divine domain. Nor did she know about the conflict between Yi Xian and the demon god's domain. Perhaps the current Luo Luo wouldn't suffer any grievances in the demon god's domain. On the contrary, because of his noble identity, it was very likely that he would be valued. After a period of analysis, Yi Xian roughly knew that Luo Luo wouldn't be wronged, so there was no need to rush to find her. However, Yi Xian didn't know that ever since he'd arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo had been a little anxious. There was a special connection between Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god's domain, after Yi Xian arrived at the demon god's domain, his ability to sense was suppressed by a portion, causing Yi Xian to be unable to accurately locate Luo Luo. However, because Yi Xian had arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo's perception had been strengthened. It could be said that every time Yi Xian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo was very clear that Yi Xian had come here for her. How could Luo Luo not know what had happened to the human race in the demon god's domain? Therefore, Luo Luo was still extremely worried about Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. From the moment she arrived in the god realm, she had been brought here by a mysterious force. It could even be said that even the divine masters of the demon god's domain had to bow their heads in front of this force. This was a super large force, and at the same time it was also a peerless expert. Luo Luo didn't know who this person was, but his every move, every word, and every action was under this person's surveillance. Even if he was the holy son of the demon god's domain, it was only that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo Luo could feel that person's goodwill.